cat Fist Fury1's story was inspired from another fan fiction I read called Cat Scratch Fever. Ranma 1/2 belongs to Rumiko Takahashi. Chapter 1 Transformation. Please plot. Don't put me down there again. Ranma Sodom cried as he was being forcibly shoved toward a deep pit. His body was wrapped in fish sausage. Ranma, quit your whining. Genma scolded as he prepared to shove his 6-year-old son into the pit. A true martial artist must suffer for his art. Now get in there. Ranma screamed in horror and pain as he dropped into the shadows. An instant later, the sound of 100 hungry cats were emitted from the pit, followed by the sounds of clothes and flesh being ripped apart. While this was going on, Genma smiled to himself. Less than soon, the dreaded cat fist technique will be ours! Greater than a few minutes later, the sounds died down and there came a foreboding silence. Genma wondered what had happened and began to approach the edge of the pit. Suddenly, there was a loud screech, followed by a whoosh of air as something launched itself upward from the hole. Genma only had enough time to scream as a small blur was suddenly upon him and was dealing out immense measures of pain. 9 years later, here's first. We come to famous training ground of Cursed Springs, Jusenkyo. The guide announced proudly. Ranma and his father looked about the landscape of the small valley. It had taken them many months to find this place. The search was made more difficult, since Genma had not even bothered to learn to speak Chinese before they set out for China. Now the two of them were staring at a place that was nothing but various pools of water with bamboo poles sticking out of them. This was what they had suffered to find. Oh man, this place isn't as bad as I thought it might be. Ranma commented as he set down his pack next to his father's. Not like that cat fist training, he added as he glared at Genma. The fat martial artist shuddered as he remembered that incident. It had taken him 6 weeks to recover from the mauling that he had received from his son, driven mad by the Neko Ken. He admitted that training his son in the technique had not been a good idea. Putting those thoughts aside, he leapt to a perch on one of the poles. Let's not dwell on the past, okay? Now follow me. Ranma followed suit as he took up a position opposite to his father. They then began leaping about, trading blows while maintaining their balance. At this time, the guide was frantically trying to get their attention. No spurs. Very bad, you fallen springs. It wasn't long before one of them took a tumble. Genma found himself landing in a pool after being kicked by his son. As he made a big splash, Ranma landed on a pole to his right. Behind him was a spring that was large and seemed extremely old. The rocks on its banks were covered in moss and several of its poles were all but rotted through. Just as Ranma landed on his perch, a huge panda erupted from the surface of the pool Genma had fallen into. Ranma's eyes widened with shock as he stared at the animal. His mind barely registered the guide's words about a panda drowning in that spring 2,000 years ago, when it suddenly leapt forward and knocked him backward and into the spring behind him. Unlike Genma, Ranma did not immediately emerge from the spring in his cursed form. The panda and the guide stared at the spring as they waited for the boy to emerge. Suddenly, the water became to steam and soon came to a boil. Both men were confused as to what was happening. Before either one could even contemplate what was going on, the spring exploded as if someone had tossed a bomb into it. The panda was knocked off his perch by the force of the explosion. Fortunately, he had landed near where the guide was and not in another cursed spring. The two were sprawled on their backs as the dust kicked up from the explosion died down. Getting back on their feet, they saw that the spring had been completely obliterated. In its place was a deep ditch. Then, it happened. Genma's fur was put on and the guide's skin became riddled with goosebumps as they heard a blood-curdling roar come from the hole. A huge black blur leapt up from the pit, causing the father of Ranma Sodom to have a feeling of deja vu. When it landed on all fours in front of them, their blood ran cold. The beast was roughly the size of a Buick. Its body was sleek, yet powerfully built. Its fur was the darkest ebony. Its mouth snarled, exposing an impressive set of razor-sharp teeth, which complemented the two huge canines in front. Looking at the huge saber-toothed tiger, the guide swallowed and said, "Oh no." He was in Spring of Ground Monster Tiger. Their very tragic legend of giant tiger that drowned their 20,000 year ago. Now, the guide's words were left unfinished as Ranma let off another thunderous roar that caused the nearby poles to quiver. It glared with blood in its eyes at Genma. That was all the incentive the guide needed for his survival instincts to kick in. Grabbing Genma by the paw, he began to bolt for his hut. "Run, sir! Run! 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 Growth! No time to explain. Must get hot water." Ranma let off a snarl as he began to give chase. His new feline form moved with incredible speed as he leapt each of the pools with ease. The guide and his father were inside the hut and bolting the door, but this proved to be no barrier to the transformed martial artist. Ranma smashed through the door as easily as if he was going through tissue paper. When he got inside the hut, Genma was cowering against a wall and was trembling. Ranma could not see the guide anywhere, but didn't care. Getting down low and baring his claws, Ranma prepared to pounce on his father. "Less than Ranma. Don't. I'm your father!" Greater than the panda's expression turned from fear to surprise as he felt something hot pour down his head. He let off a surprised yelp and then discovered himself back in his human form. When he looked up, he saw the guide standing between himself and his son, holding a kettle of water in one trembling hand. "And no worries, sir. Hot water changed back to normal, just like father. Please come down." Ranma was sorely tempted to tear into Genma anyway, but after a long moment of silence Genma relented and sat on his haunches. The guide then stepped forward and poured the water. The steamy liquid ran down the big cat's head and nothing happened. The guide became puzzled at this, then repeated the process. Still nothing happened. What is wrong? "Young sir, no change back." The guide then proceeded to dump the entire contents of the kettle, which caused a low and menacing growl. The guide's fear came back as he edged away from the tiger. Oh no. Hot water no work. Young sir still is monster tiger. Ranma's eyes widened as the realization sank in. He glanced to a mirror that was hanging on a wall. The image reflected back at him was that of a black saber-toothed tiger. His eyes regained their red fury as he glared back at Genma. The fat martial artist's expression took on a pure white look as his son resumed his position and bared his claws. Genma found himself frozen on the spot as he saw that his son was beyond all reason. With a final desperate plea, he said, "Please Ranma. I'm your father." Ranma let off a roar that made the entire hut tremble as he launched himself forward. Genma shut his eyes and waited for the end. It never came. Instead, he heard a loud crash behind him as the wall gave way. Opening his eyes, he saw a huge gaping hole beside him. Cautiously, he looked outside and saw a small black dot running towards some mountains over the horizon. As the dot disappeared, Genma had a sinking feeling that things were going to get a lot worse. But as the black dot vanished with the setting sun, Genma's resolve hardened. "We'd have to after him." "Oh no sir. It's not very good for a customer to go after angry tiger now. Many wild animals come out at night. Better to wait until morning. No worry about sun." No one bothered him when he liked that. Genma shook his head as he realized that the guide was right. To go after Ranma while he was in that state would have been suicidal. It would be best to let the boy calm down. In any case, how hard would it be to find a saber-toothed tiger? Less than I'd have to get that boy back. He represents the future of the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts. As soon as I find him and get him back to human, he still has to meet up with Tenbo's daughters. I didn't spend 9 years training that son of mine just to have him run off on me. He still has an obligation to carry on the art. The fact that I get to retire and live in luxury for the rest of my life is just an added bonus, that's all. After all I've done for him, I deserve that kind of reward, don't I? Greater than to be continued, offer single quote s notes. The rewrite to this first chapter is relatively minor. I added that last bit to show just how shallow Genma is. We all know that he wants the engagement to the Tenbos, because he sees it as a way for him to retire and use Ranma as an excuse to live off the dojo. Genma is a lazy, lying, greedy and very poor excuse for a human being, and these characteristics will be what will ultimately cause Ranma to desert him. Nobody honestly believes that what he did to Ranma on his training journey was for his benefit, right? Cat Fist Fury1 1/2 belongs to you know who, and you know the rest. Less than greater than. Thoughts less than greater than. Chinese language chapter 2 A New Beginning. Ranma, the saber-toothed tiger, ran through the forest that was near the mountain cave where he had been living for the last 2 weeks since his transformation. As he raced through the foliage, His mind went back to the day in which he had become cursed. It was not a day that he would not likely forget. 2 weeks ago, after bolting from Jusenkyo in a fit of blind rage, Ranma ran toward the mountains, not caring where he was going. All that mattered was that his life as a human was over. He was now cursed to spend the rest of his days as a savage beast. It was already well past midnight when Ranma finally became exhausted and took refuge in one of the many mountain caves that were scattered about the area. As he laid himself down for the night, his thoughts about Genma were dark ones. Less than stupid, stupid old man. It's his fault I'm like this. Damn him. He just had to find that training ground, even though he couldn't speak a word of Chinese. It was bad enough that he put me through that cat fist. But greater than Ranma's thoughts trailed off as he began to think about it. Less than wait a second. If I'm a cat, then how come I'm not scared of myself right now? Greater than Ranma began to think about it for a while. After a long period of thought, he came to a conclusion. Less than, well, I'll be damned. I guess, when I became a cat, then my fear of cats must have been totally erased. Now there's a twist. I guess I don't have to worry about being afraid anymore. Then again, as a cat, that means I'll never be able to go near humans again. I'll never see Mom again. I single quote lol, greater than not caring that it was unmanly for him to shed tears, though he wasn't a man at present. Ranma cried himself to sleep. The present. It had taken Ranma 2 weeks to finally accept that his life had been irrevocably altered. During this period of adjustment, he had decided to test the limits and abilities of his new form. Naturally, Ranma had to hunt in order to survive. His feline form was powerful enough to rip a tank open like a can of soda. His strength, endurance, speed and reflexes were far greater than before, and his stamina was phenomenal. He found out he could run at a top speed of 70 miles per hour and like a cheetah, could maintain it for hours. His senses were incredibly sensitive, especially smell and hearing. He had also discovered that he had sharp night vision and could detect heat emanations, no matter how faint. He had also found out he had a kind of sixth sense. He wasn't sure how it worked, but he could always feel when someone was watching him or when danger was near. The past 2 weeks had been exhilarating, to say the least. Hunting for food helped take his mind off his present condition. After a couple of days of squeamishness, Ranma soon developed a taste for raw meat. Catching fish in the mountain streams was easy, and he had already had eaten sushi before. And during this time, Ranma had discovered something else. Freedom from his father Genma. He could do what he wanted, and not have to worry about that idiot trying to mess up his life anymore. No more stupid training sessions. No more dragging him off to another place and destroying any chance of making friends. Ranma was eating better than he ever had living with him. Even though he could no longer associate with people anymore, the thought of not having to be with his father was something he could live with. 1 week later, Ranma had just caught himself a fat and juicy wild boar. The chase had been short but intense as the pig had tried to fight when he cornered it. Although it had very wicked-looking tusks, Ranma's teeth and claws made short work of it. As Ranma sat down to dine, his ears perked up and his danger sense went off. Something or someone was coming. As he sniffed the air around him, he caught the distinctive scent of rare Chinese herbs. He also picked up the unmistakable scent of humans. Not wanting to be seen, he abandoned his meal and hid himself among the rocks that were on a ledge overlooking the spot where he had killed the boar. He hunched down and peered from around a huge boulder. Shampoo and her 3 friends were stealthily moving toward the spot where they had heard the commotion. Their group had picked up the sounds of some huge animal fighting a wild boar, and they came to investigate. When they came to the site, they found the remains of the boar and began looking around for what had killed it. As they searched, Ranma observed them from his hiding spot. The girls appeared to around 15 or so and were dressed in elaborate clothes. Each girl carried a weapon and moved with subtle grace. Obviously martial artists. He became especially interested in the cute girl with purple hair, who seemed to radiate confidence and power. She carried a pair of steel maces. Ranma considered leaving the scene, but decided against it. He was far too close to them, and they would likely detect any move he made. He also noted that one of the Amazons carried a bow and arrow. Although he had a very thick hide, he wasn't willing to find out if he was arrow-proof. He became extremely nervous as one of the girls drew near to where he was hiding. It was at that time that something crashed into the clearing. The 4 girls turned their heads and saw something enter and let off a roar. The Amazons backed off as they saw what it was. The sight of a huge grizzly bear in China was a rare one. Grizzlies were not native to this part of the world. This one, however, had just escaped from a traveling circus near Cloud Gate Pass. After weeks of being cooped up in a cage and forced to do inane tricks, the bear had decided that enough was enough. After crushing the skulls of a couple of the handlers during a performance, the animal bolted from the circus and it had made its way to the Bayankala Mountains. Once it established its territory, the bear was used this neck of the woods as its personal hunting ground. The female warriors readied their weapons to fend off the beast. The bear lunged at the nearest one, just as she prepared her sword for a slash. Unfortunately, as she stepped back, she tripped over a rock that jutted out from the ground. She fell down on her back and let out a yelp of pain. She had twisted her ankle. The girl who had a bow and arrows was just about to loose her projectile at the bear when a huge black blur streaked over their heads and plowed into the grizzly, knocking him back against a tree. As the Amazon stared in amazement, Ranma faced off against the bear. The grizzly was estimated to be about 1,000 pounds, compared to Ranma's 1,300. It charged at him with uncanny speed. Ranma dogged the attack by sidestepping, then swiped at it with a paw. The blow connected, sending the beast back another 10 feet. As the grizzly shook its head to clear it, Ranma crouched down low, readying himself for the next attack. At this time, he did not notice that his body was beginning to glow with a red light. The Amazons noticed it though, and their eyes widened even further. The bear finally managed to compose itself and tried to lunge at the saber-tooth again. The transformed martial artist also charged forward, while keeping low. He got below the bear's paws and head-butted it back toward the same tree, this time toppling it. As the tree fell backward, Ranma's aura began to glow even brighter. The bear got up and roared at its opponent. Ranma returned the challenge with his own. He couldn't believe that the animal still wanted to fight. His aura became crimson as the eyes lit up with fury. Then they began glowing a solid red. With a sudden flare, his eyes released twin beams of searing heat that struck the bear. The grizzly howled in pain as the searing heat ripped through its body. In less than a nanosecond, the bear had been reduced to a smoking carcass. Ranma stared in shock over what he had done. He couldn't believe what he had accomplished was even possible. The expressions of the Amazons also mirrored his. Realizing that now was not a good time to hang around, Ranma quickly swept up his tail and bolted out of sight. He left the bear behind, as he was not in the mood for barbecued meat. Shampoo and her friends were still stunned as they watched the giant tiger disappear from sight. The rumors had been true. For weeks, there had been reports of a giant tiger that had been roaming the forests. The purple-haired Amazon and her friends had been out hunting this beast, hoping to bring back a trophy. They were a bit skeptical to actually finding such a creature, but now that they had laid eyes on it, all doubts had been cast aside. The cat was not only real, but it had just saved Aloe's life and it had displayed an unusual power. Less than wait until great-grandmother hears about this! Exclamation point greater than Shampoo thought as she went to join the others intending to Aloe's injuries. Ranma sat in the cave and was deep in thought as he devoured his meal. Less than just how did I do that? Question mark greater than as he ate. Ranma began replaying the events ever since he had been transformed. Less than okay. Fact, I'm not afraid of cats anymore. Greater than Ranma had encountered some tigers a couple of days ago and had not even felt the slightest bit of fear. He then recalled what Genma had told him about the cat fist 9 years ago. What is the cat fist? A young Ranma asked. The cat fist is a powerful Kai technique that allows a martial artist to focus his inner energies to become as fast and as agile as a cat. Genma explained as he wrapped his son in fish sausage. Kai? Yes. Kai is the energy that is generated by all living things. A trained martial artist can focus his Kai and use it to increase his speed, strength, and even strike from a distance without touching them. The cat fist is reputed to be one of the most powerful techniques that utilizes Kai. So how does it work? Like this. With these words, Genma shoved Ranma into the pit of present day. Ranma shuddered at the memory. Although he hated his father for forcing him to undergo the training, he then realized that what he had done to the bear must have been some form of Kai attack. Less than if that was the case, then I should be able to do it again. Let's see, greater than looking back at the remains of his dinner. Ranma stared at it for a long time, trying to cause it to catch fire. For a long time, he simply stared intensely at it. However, he couldn't even cause a single spark. Finally giving up, he laid himself down for a nap. Perhaps he could try again in the morning. The next day, Ranma had decided to forego his usual morning run and sat in the cave meditating. He had often heard that meditation helped a martial artist gain focus over his inner energies. As he sat in silence, he began to feel a slight tingle that went through his body. Opening his eyes, he saw a slight red aura being emitted. He grinned. It was his battle aura. He had never been able to generate any of it as a human, but in his feline form, added to the cat fist training, must have been enough for him to harness some of his kai. Less than if that's the case, then greater than Ranma looked back at the bones of the boar he had eaten the previous night. He stared intently at the remains, imagining it as the bear he had fought. He concentrated harder and harder, but still nothing happened. He increased his concentration, and noticed that his battle aura began to increase its brightness. He then let off Aurora's twin beams of hot Kai energy blasted forth and charred the bones to ashes. Ranma looked in awe at what he had done. He had harnessed his Kai. 1 month later, the saber-toothed tiger that was once Ranma's Sodom was busy practicing stealth techniques as he moved deeper into the forest. Despite his size, he had learned how to move with nary a sound. This skill was especially full in avoiding detection during his hunting excursions. Ever since his encounter with the Amazons, there had been many more hunting parties lurking about. Despite his mastery over his new Kai technique, Ranma had decided not to fight these Amazons since they outnumbered him 100 to 1, and he had no intention of becoming a trophy. It seemed that long-tooth necklaces, saber-toothed tiger rugs and tiger skin clothes had become all the rage. He had eavesdropped on several of the hunting groups and had become nauseous whenever he heard the women talk about using his innards for stew and various body parts for magic potions and talismans. On several occasions, he had been chased up and down the mountains and through the forests with hordes of fierce Amazons on his tail. Most of the hunting groups would return with various bruises and other injuries after failing to catch their elusive prey. A fortnight after the first encounter in the Amazon village, So shampoo, did you get the tiger this time? Greater than Aloe snickered as she greeted her fellow warrior. Shampoo's hunting party was a sorry sight. They were badly bruised and their weapons were either bent out of shape or broken. Their clothes were tattered and nearly half of the Amazons were unable to stand on their own. Those who could stand were being used to lean against by those who couldn't. The most striking feature was that everyone was soaking wet. Shut up, hello. We almost added ! Greater than Sure you did. Greater than Aloe said in a smug and sarcastic tone. Admit it. You came no closer to catching the beast than you did the last time! ! Greater than less than ! That cat is not natural, I tell you! ! Greater than Shampoo protested. Less than ! I swear it doesn't act like a wild animal! ! Greater than less than ! What makes you think so? ? Greater than Shampoo and Aloe turned to see the elder Cologne approach them. Less than ! Hello great grandmother. Greater than less than ! So tell me, Shampoo, why do you think this tiger is different? I admit that long-toothed cats are a rarity. Aside from what you told me about it that first time, it shouldn't be any different than a regular tiger. Greater than less than ! Great grandmother, that tiger is just too cunning by half. It keeps on avoiding conditioner's best traps. It seems to know that our livestock is off limits. Today was a really bad day. We thought we had it cornered near the mountainside near the waterfall, but it somehow outsmarted us. I don't know how, but it got away and greater than less than ! You and your party ended up taking a trip down the waterfall ? Greater than Cologne finished. Shampoo's expression was dark as she nodded. Less than ! I'm not sure, but I think that tiger was laughing at us! Greater than the present. During this time, Ranma had also developed some new fighting moves, based on what he had remembered from reading from the Cat Fist manual. As a result, he had become even stronger and faster than before. He had also become tougher. On one encounter with the Amazons, he had been shot 3 times in the right flank at a distance of 50 yards. However, the arrows simply bounced off his hide with no damage whatsoever. One night, as he was staring into a deer, Ranma began to think back over what he had accomplished since his transformation. He had conquered his fear of cats, albeit by a drastic method. He had learned to control his Kai. He was faster, stronger and possessed more power than he ever possibly dreamed of. He was free of Genma and had complete control over his life. He should be happy. He wasn't though. With the Amazons continually hunting him, he was reminded that they saw him as a beast, and not as a human. He could never even think to get close to anyone again. That meant that he would never have a chance to see his mother. With a tired sigh, he decided to put those thoughts away as he finished eating his meal. After cleaning himself off, he decided to practice focusing his inner energies some more. On a whim, he decided to try something new. Focusing his Kai inward instead outward, Ranma began to build up power within him, then redirect it into his body, rather than let it be emitted into his surroundings. This effect caused him to feel a slight dizziness. Shaking his head, he continued to build up power. The strain began to build. After another 5 minutes, the process became unbearable. His forehead was covered in sweat beads and he could feel his body temperature rise. After 10 more minutes, he decided to end the experiment and tried to relax. That was when he discovered that he couldn't. The buildup of power continued. Even though Ranma tried to consciously will the process to stop, the power within him began to swell and his body began to flare in pain. He let off a startled roar as his power level suddenly jumped dramatically. He desperately tried to regain his focus, but his body wouldn't listen. Finally, it was too much for him to handle and he passed out. Some time later, Ranma came to with a splitting headache. Letting out a tired moan, he used his hands to prop himself up to a sitting position. Less than hands ? Exclamation point greater than the martial artist looked down at himself and his eyes widened as he discovered that he had been returned to human form. Instead of black fur, claws and fangs, he had skin, fingers and normal teeth. All right. I'm back. Ranma cried out as he stood up. He promptly fell back down on his rear as his legs buckled under his weight. Oof. Ranma looked in confusion at his legs as he felt very little strength in them. Less than what ? Is wrong with my legs? They don't feel right! Exclamation point greater than as he stared at his lower limbs. He noted that he was also wearing the same GI that he had on at Jusenkyo. He then tried another attempt to stand, but this too failed. After landing on his backside again, he let off a tired sigh and lay down on his back. As he stared at the cave ceiling, he started to ponder his situation. After a moment, he came to a conclusion. Less than that must be it. I've spent almost 2 months as a cat. My legs aren't used to standing like a human again. I've running around on all fours for weeks. I'm also not used to having my center of gravity being so high. Guess I'm going to have to retrain myself to walk again. It's a small price, but the main thing is, I'm human again. Speaking of which, how did I change back ? Greater than less than HMM. Let's see. I was focusing my Kai and building it inside of me. Could that be the answer? With the Kai growing in me, could it have somehow forced my transformation? Have I just stumbled on a way to control my changes? Do I have the power to change from tiger to human and back again? Is that the reason why hot and cold water doesn't affect me? Is my curse different from Pop's? Is that the reason why the spring I fell into exploded? Damn. I have so many questions and no answers! Greater than feeling too exhausted to ponder the new development any further, Ranma fell asleep. Another month later, Ranma walked down the forest trail in his human form. He paused to look back at the cave which had been his home for 3 months. Over the last 4 weeks, the son of Genma Shodan had discovered that he did indeed have the ability to control his transformations. During that time, he had practiced the technique until he could trigger the change almost instantaneously and with very little strain. It had almost become second nature to him. While he was learning this skill, he had also continued with his martial arts training. It was at that time he discovered his sudden increase in skill level and ability as a human. He noticed that he was at least 6 inches taller than before and had a lot more muscle. His strength was about 25 times higher than normal. His speed, agility and reflexes were also greater than before, and he moved with amazing ease and grace, despite his increase in height and mass. His human senses of hearing, smell, touch and taste were about 3 to 4 times better than normal, and he still possessed night vision and the ability to sense faint heat emanations. His sixth sense was also intact. Best of all, he now had full, conscious control of the cat fist. He could now use his hands like claws to effortlessly slice through wood, stone and even metal. Best of all, the madness of the Neko Ken and his fear of cats was history. He could even fire off his sky blasts from his eyes as a human. It took a while, but the martial artist realized that somehow, the powers of his feline form were partially transferring over into his human body. As a result, he had taken on cat-like traits. Although he only had about 40% of his overall feline ability in human form, he was still far more powerful than he ever dreamed possible. During the last 2 weeks, Ranma had set about developing new moves, based on what he had read in the Cat Fist manual and his experiences as a tiger. By the time he was ready to set out to rejoin the world, he had improved on the original Cat Fist and created several new techniques. In short, Ranma had become a true student of Neko Ken. He was no longer limited to the anything-goes martial arts. The new ultimate Neko Ken had more appeal. As Ranma traveled deeper into the woods, he pondered on what to do next. He had no money or supplies. His backpack had been left at Jusenkyo 3 months ago. Although he had decided to learn to speak Chinese, he was still lost in China and had nothing but the GI on his back. Less than I guess the most logical thing to do is to go find Pot. Question is, do I want to find him? He's an idiot and he'd probably put me through some more stupid training. Being able to use the cat fist is great, but I could have done without the stupid training. It was through sheer coincidence that I found a way to control it. Another thing is that I'd have to give up my freedom. He's too cheap to buy plane or boat tickets, so we'd probably have to swim back to Japan! Greater than after a while, the 15-year-old martial artist tried to think of any good points about his father. However, for the life of him, he couldn't come up with anything that could even remotely be considered as a redeeming quality. Genma had been a scheming, conniving, greedy, and opportunistic person. Sure, he raised Ranma, but under his parenting, Ranma had become egotistical, arrogant and had very poor social skills. He had been isolated and alone for almost all his life with no one but Genma to talk to. His father had made him steal, lie and cheat, while maintaining that it was for the sake of the art. Ranma had always questioned his mode of thinking. He knew it wasn't honorable to do these things. Then again, Genma had very little in the way of honor, other than he used it as an excuse to make him train. With a tired sigh, Ranma decided that despite all of his failings, Genma was still his father. As a dutiful son, he had to go find him. With that in mind, he set off to the place where it all began, Jusenkyo to be continued, offer single quote S notes. This rewrite is mostly just to clear up mistakes and gaps. People were wondering where the grizzly bear had come from, so I gave an explanation. I also expanded the encounters with the Amazons a little more. Cat Fist Fury1 one half is Rumiko Takahashi's. Blah, blah, yakati smakati. Less than greater than. Thoughts Chapter 3. Following a new path, it had taken Ranma 3 days to get to Jusenkyo on foot. He had decided not to travel in his tiger form, as it would have attracted too much attention. When he finally arrived at the cursed training grounds, it was already sunset. When he approached the entrance, he was greeted by a thin man that was dressed in the same brown uniform as the other Didag wore. Greetings. Welcome to famous training grounds of Cursed Springs, Jusenkyo. Ranma immediately noticed that this wasn't the same guy he had met 3 months earlier. Hello. I don't recognize you. What happened to the other guide? You know, the fat one? Oh. He is out helping a customer find his lost son. Been gone for 3 months now. I am temporary replacement. Ranma nodded. Less than guess that means that Pop is out there looking for me. Then again, since he doesn't know that I can change back into a human, he's probably looking for a black, saber-tooth tiger. Greater than. He then asked, tell me, did this customer fall into the spring of ground panda? Was his name Genma? Oh yes sir. Him very popular lately. What do you mean? Many people come here to Jusenkyo asking for him. They very angry with him. You don't say. The young martial artist's expression took on a frown. Less than knowing Pot, it's probably some people that he's stolen food from. Or a bill collector! Greater than. Turning his attention back to the skinny guy, he asked, so what exactly did these people want with Genma? Oh, it is very confusing. They said that this man cheated them. Say he promised his son to marry their daughters. Ranma's expression turned from disgust to shock as his face paled. Less than marry their daughters. What's he talking about? Greater than. Excuse me. Exactly what did they mean that his son was supposed to marry their daughters? Oh, I no understand it either. Many parents and their daughters had been searching for this man for years. Say that Genma engaged his son to their daughters in exchange for food and money. If true, then this man has promised son to 10 fiancées. Say what? Exactly who are these people? Well, the guide began. First people who come to Jusenkyo 2 weeks ago was father with funny-looking ears and beautiful daughter with brown hair. They come from Japan. Same name was Neko Ken. Tell me they searched for Genma for more than 15 years because he sold his son for a fish, a bowl of rice and 2 pickles. If you ask me, he make very poor trade. He no keep promise no. He stole baby son back. If you ask me, Genma is very stupid to sell son like that. Kami-sama, Ranma said with barely a whisper. Less than. I don't believe it. I was sold for a fish ? Greater than, who was the next person to claim his son? Oh, this one I no believe either. Very big man came with son. Strange looking too. Also come from Japan. Both had big spatulas on their backs. Say they met Genma when Son was 6. Genma promised to engage Son to his child in exchange for a okonomiyaki cart. But Genma stole cart and left child on road. Very bad man. Oh, I no understand why he engaged boy to boy. Ranma felt as if he was having a stroke. Less than it can't be. That almost sounds like comma greater than. Tell me. Was their name Kwanji? The guide nodded. Less than no. That would mean that we stole Luken's cart. But Pot told me that it was a gift. And why would Luken's dad engaged me to him? Unless comma greater than Ranma became weak in the knees and he braced himself on one of the pillars that were at the entrance. He began to recall all of his early memories with his playmate. Luken had always seemed somewhat softer. He always refused to go swimming with him in the nearby streams. His voice was higher than usual. And most of all, he always seemed to be more friendly toward him than what he considered normal between two boys. As the realization dawned on him, Ranma mentally kicked himself for not knowing sooner. No wonder Luken was so angry when he and Genma left him. The guide's revelation now made the final memory all clear. The reason why his childhood friend had screamed, "You promised to take me with you, sir?" Without turning to face the guide, Ranma quietly asked, "Tell me. The boy you saw with that man. Was his name Yukio Kwanji?" "Oh yes, sir." "How you know?" "I think I figured out why that man engaged his son to Genma's son." "What do you mean?" "Yukio isn't a boy. He's a girl." "Really?" "Oh, now that makes sense. I thought he was boy. If he is really girl, then it's clear. Still not right for Genma to steal cart though." The guide then noticed that Ranma's expression had darkened and that he was having a hard time keeping his temper in check. "Sir?" Ranma was hunched over and his body was trembling as he tried to hold back the tears. He failed. As the slick drops began running down his cheeks, he recalled a conversation that he had with his father a short time before they left Yukio and her father. 9 years ago, son. I have something very important to ask you. Which do you like better, Yukio or okonomiyaki?" "Okonomiyaki," replied the slightly confused boy. "The present, sir. Are you okay?" Ranma angrily wiped away the tears and calmed himself. When he faced the guide again, his expression was devoid of all emotion. "Tell me, who else came looking for Genma? Who were they, and what did he sell his son for?" The guide took on a puzzled look then answered. "The Tanaka clan came because of 5 bags of rice. The Shiga family had made a deal over a full-course meal at their restaurant. Nanatomo clan for some sukiyaki. Sentaro family for a month's supply of pork. Yazmi family for some pork buns. the Wu family for some ramen, the Shintaro family for some gold, and a woman from a nearby Amazon tribe. She get him to promise his son for 3 pounds of silver. By the time the guide had finished, Ranma had become a seething volcano of emotions. Less than how dare he? How dare he sell me off to all those people like I was like some bargaining chip? He's always ragged on me about honor. He's nothing but a hypocrite. He's scum. He's worse than scum. He's nothing but trash. And I let him do this to me. He made me abandon you, Ken, the best friend I ever had. That does it. He's history exclamation point greater than, sir. Are you okay? The team came to a decision. He took a long and deep breath and replied, no. I just realized that someone whom I had some respect for has lied to me for over 15 years. I came here in order to find him, but now I couldn't care less if I never see him again. Oh, sir. You look for Genma too? Are you Ranma, his son? Ranma was silent for a moment, then replied, I'm not. My name isn't important. The way I heard it, Ranma Shodom's life ended when he came to this place. Anyway, why would I want to find a scumbag like Genma? I'll be leaving now. Sorry for troubling you. Ranma turned and walked away from Jusenkyo, not once looking back. As he got more than a mile away from the training grounds, he let out a roar and triggered his transformation. His body instantly flared with a red light which briefly enveloped him. When the light faded, Ranma Shodom was no longer present. In his place was a snarling and ferocious-looking saber-toothed tiger. Taking a final look back in the direction of Jusenkyo, he then bounded off into the distance. As his feline form disappeared over the horizon, he let off a final roar of anguish. Less than goodbye, Genma Shodom. And good riddance. I swear that I shall never, ever listen to you again. For 9 long years I have followed your ways but no more. As of today, I am on no exclamation point greater than then. He was gone. To be continued, offer single quote as notes. So far the changes I've made to these chapters are relatively minor, as I wanted to clear up any spelling and grammar mistakes. I had made a few errors in my continuity and I thank all my readers who were gracious enough to point these out. Cat Fist Fury1 my 1/2 is etc., less than greater than. Thoughts Chapter 4 Misfits. It was a sunny and clear morning in the district of Nirima as the citizens of Tokyo began to rise for the day. In one particular area of the neighborhood, one girl was already up and running, literally. People who were just exiting their houses to get their morning papers paused to watch a young girl jog past them. Akantendo briskly ran through the streets of Nirima. She was dressed in her usual jogging attire of t-shirt, shorts and running shoes. Her long black hair flowed behind her like a flag in a gentle breeze. As she went along, she occasionally threw a punch or kick in front of her. She briefly glanced at her watch and smiled. Another mile to go and she would beat her old record by 20 seconds. It was then that she looked down and saw a darting shadow on the sidewalk. Looking up to her right, she saw a tall and well-muscled teen sprint across the narrow fence that was parallel to her route. Before her startled eyes, the boy performed several somersaults, then raced down toward an intersection, oblivious that the fence ended there. Without slowing down, he leapt up toward the horizontal beam, which held a traffic light. Like a gymnast who was performing his routine, he executed 3 giant rotations, then let go on the upswing. The momentum he gained propelled him further upward. Curling his body, he made 3 mid-air flips, then landed gracefully on his feet atop a mailbox on the other side of the intersection. Jumping down with almost casual ease and grace, he then proceeded to bound upward to another lamppost that was some 20 feet high. Easily clearing the street light, he made a series of elaborate leaps and acrobatic maneuvers that would have easily won him a gold medal in the Olympics. He then jumped into traffic. Ken's eyes widened even further as she saw him continue to leap and race on the tops of cars and trucks. The way he perfectly timed his jumps from one moving vehicle to another was poetry in motion. He even added a few fancy flips, turns and reversals between jumps. Considering that the cars were moving at an average of 30 to 40 miles per hour, this made it even more difficult and dangerous. However, this stranger seemed to be unconcerned as he continued his display his astounding speed, agility and balance. By the time that Ken had reached the intersection, the boy had already leaped back onto another fence and had sprinted out of sight. The youngest member of the Tendo clan stared dumbfounded as she watched him disappear over the horizon. Less than who was that guy ? Greater than Ranma smiled as he returned to the apartment that he was staying at. It had been a good run. As he began to fix himself some breakfast, he started to think about what he was going to do, now that he had returned to Japan. The former heir to the Sodom school of the Anything Goes martial arts, had considered looking for his mother as soon as he got off the boat from China. Less than problem is, I don't know where she lives. Another thing is that I'm not sure I should look for her. I'm sure that Pop has either told her that I'm missing, or he's probably trying to avoid her because I'm gone. I'd guess on the second choice. If I met her and told her that I'm her son, then she'd definitely tell Pop! Greater than Ranma frowned at that last thought. That was something he did not want. After learning the truth about his father at Jusenkyo, the young martial artist had decided that he had his fill of him. He had vowed that day that he would become exactly his opposite. For the past year, he had been going by the name of Kojiro Shinkara, a name he had made up in order to hide his true identity. For 10 months, he had traveled all over China, mastering more than 20 different fighting styles. The training had also enabled him to perfect his own personal techniques, based on the Neko Ken and his saber-tooth tiger powers. During his travels, he had also gained a considerable amount of knowledge, including pressure points, music, history, language and mathematical skills. He had also encountered several other places and people who taught him many special skills, some of which could be defined as magical. He had picked up several interesting items along the way as well. His innate ability to quickly learn any skill or technique had served him well. His long journey had also shaped his character. He had learned to be polite and well-mannered toward others. He used his wits more often and was not as cocky. His usual arrogant and chauvinistic ways had been diluted without the influence of his father. On rare occasions, his pride would surface, but now he was thinking about his actions and admitting to his mistakes. His only real problem was that his fierce animal nature would occasionally surface in times of great stress, emotion or in the heat of battle. This made him a danger to people around him, especially since he can summon the power of the Neko Ken. Ranma shook his head back to the present. It was time for him to start his new life. Not 2 weeks later, it was an ordinary morning at Emoto High School. Ranma was a bit nervous as he entered the schoolyard. It had been several years since he had attended school. Ever since that one year at junior high, his father Genma had dragged him off to China. Thinking back on that time, he sighed as he remembered some unfinished business. I never did get to have that fight with that guy. What was his name? Oh yeah. Ryoga Hibiki. Then again, I waited 3 days for him to show up. I should have known that he'd get lost, even though that empty lot where we were supposed to fight was behind his house. Oh well! Exclamation point greater than Ranma shrugged as he headed to his first class. During the last week, he had registered with the board for the semester. His overall knowledge on the entrance exams had proven to be satisfactory. He had also gotten a part-time job at a local coffee shop, although he didn't have much of a problem with money at the time. He had participated in many tournaments during his travels and had amassed a considerable fortune in winnings. His Neko Ken fighting style had amazed the crowds, resulting in good odds. By the time he had started out for Japan, he had gained more than 20 million yen. Much of his fortune was made when he competed in several underworld competitions, especially in Hong Kong and Shanghai. Even though he didn't like to associate with the criminal elements, such as the Triad and the Yakuza, the associates and contacts he met there were very full in forging false documents and creating a whole new identity for him. With the proper amounts of money, certain individuals in the right places were persuaded not to ask about his past. Getting enrolled in school with false transcripts had been a simple matter and Ranma decided not to think too much about it. It wasn't that he liked deceiving people, but if he was to start fresh from his old life, he had to have a new identity. People in Japan tended to frown on anyone who did not have a family name. When he arrived in Tokyo, he opened up an account. The young martial artist had taken the job at the cafe, not because of the regular income, but because it felt right. His father had never worked a day in his life, and had used his son to get something without earning it. This included theft, deception and outright selling his son out to anyone who wanted a fiancé for his or her daughter. Not once did Genma ever try to get something by honest means. If that wasn't considered dishonorable, Ranma didn't know what was. The priests and martial arts masters that he had met had taught him the value of honor, and he would certainly uphold their ideals. The work also helped ease his conscience about his fake documents and how he obtained them. Class, we have a new student here at Emoto High. His name is Kojiro Shinkara. As Ranma sat down, several of the girls in the room whispered among themselves, "Ooh, he's cute. Look at all those muscles. Those eyes are so dreamy. Watch it, Sayuka. You are drooling." Ranma blushed a bit as his enhanced hearing picked up their comments. He had also detected the flowery scent of perfume being applied in secret. Body temperatures had risen a few notches and most of the girls were unconsciously releasing increased levels of human pheromones. With all this sensory input of his surroundings, Ranma found it difficult to concentrate on the teacher's lecture. It was sometime around noon as Ranma headed toward to the cafeteria. As he was about to push into the crowds at the entrance, he heard two students argue nearby. On a whim, he decided to tune in on their conversation. "I tell you, we're going to get creamed. Furinkan High is going to wipe the floor with us," a boy in a gray school uniform said. "Oh, come on, Kai," the other boy replied. He was wearing a white karate gi. "I admit we didn't do too well last year, but come on. Their martial arts teams aren't that much better than ours. All they had last year was that guy Kuno. Maybe so, but they've gotten some new recruits this year. I've been checking out the competition. They finally managed to convince Nintendo to join up for the tournament tomorrow. They've also managed to get a few really powerful contenders. We're in big trouble, Shodan. Nintendo, the same one that beats up 50 boys every day. The one that even Kuno can't beat." Kai's face became pale. He had heard the rumors. "Right. She fights in the anything-goes martial arts. There's no one in our group who can match that." Ranma's expression became intrigued as he heard him mention his father's fighting style. Less than anything goes martial arts. And greater than. After a moment of deep thought, he decided to approach the two boys. "Excuse me. I'm new at this school and I couldn't help but overhear you saying something about a tournament." The two looked at Ranma with suspicious eyes. The one named Shodan said in a level tone, "Why are you interested? Are you so kind of fighter?" "You could say that," Ranma said with a gentle expression. "Well, it's none of your business." Kai said. He put a hand on Shodan's shoulder and gestured for him to leave with him. "Hold on, Kai. Let's hear him out." The boy in the GI turned back to Ranma and asked, "What's your name?" "Kojiro Shinkara. I do know quite a bit of martial arts." "What style do you use?" "Well," Ranma began, Less than better not tell them that I know the anything goes style exclamation point greater than, I know all the standards, karate, kung fu, judo, kempo and several others. I also practice ultimate Neko Ken. Ultimate Neko Ken? Never heard of it. Kai remarked in a disbelieving tone. It's... Ranma became a little embarrassed as he admitted to the boys. A fighting style that I'd been developing on my own. Oh brother, Kai said in an exasperated voice. We need real fighters, not amateurs. Oh come on Kai. It's not like we've had any better offers right now. Shodan turned to Ranma and smiled. Don't mind Kai. He's just upset that half our team went and quit. We barely have enough members to qualify for the no-holds-barred tournament. No-holds-barred? Ranma asked. Kai nodded. It's a tournament held every year between schools to see who has the best fighting clubs. So far, we've always come in second to last or last place. Our rival school Furinkan has been trouncing us for the last 5 years. Last year, some guy from their kendo club almost single-handedly beat our best fighters. He's fighting again this year and well, from what our contacts are telling us, this new team that he's assembled is pretty impressive. We've seen them in action. People have nicknamed them the Nirima Wrecking Crew. They could break through concrete without batting an eye. They've been seen to break through walls without using the door to get in. A couple of them use some really weird techniques, but overall, our team just can't stand up to that kind of power. Sounds interesting. Ranma commented. Exactly what does your team consist of? Before either boy could answer, another student came up to them and handed Kai a note. As the student left, Kai began to feel a dark cloud loom over his head. He began to tremble as he read the note. Then he fainted dead away. Ranma and Shodan looked in confusion at the unconscious form sprawled out on the floor. Shodan then picked up the note and read out loud. I quit. Signed Shida from the karate club. Oh no. What's wrong? We just lost our ringer. Shida was our best fighter. Now our team is 1 member short. The minimum is 5 representatives from each school. Ranma looked with sympathy at the distraught Shodan. He then glanced at the insensate body of Kai. He then made a decision. Later that afternoon, Ranma and his new friends, who had introduced themselves as Shodan Shurenko and Kai Metsubana, were heading toward the main gym where the members of the no-holds-barred team was training. As they entered the building, Ranma was being briefed on the rules of the tournament. So let me get this straight. Ranma surmised. The tournament is made of single-bout elimination rounds. A person can win either by knockout, submission or by knocking his opponent out of the ring. Any fighting technique can be used, and weapons are allowed if they happen to be part of the person's fighting style. No time limit. You got it. Shodan said as they approached 3 other students who were waiting at one end of the gym. Ranma quickly assessed their stances and power levels. He frowned when he probed their auras with his enhanced senses. Less than low. Way too low. I doubt these guys would last 5 seconds! Exclamation point greater than Kojiro. I'd like you to meet Koso Marimo, Sakoto Tashinida and Shantai. Shodan turned to the boys and gestured to Ranma. Guys, this is Kojiro Shinkara. He'll be joining our group. Where's Shida? Ranma noted the smaller boy who was wearing the white gi. Less than HMM. Standard karate and judo. Red belt at most. Greater than. I'm afraid he quit. Koso. We're dead. Koso said simply as he let out a depressed sigh. We lose big time. The second boy added. Ranma looked over the second boy. He was his height and looked Chinese. He wore blue sweatpants and shirt, with running shoes. Less than second level kung fu with some shiatsu potential. Greater than Ranma thought. What kind of attitude is that, Sean? Realistic attitude. Sean replied. I don't think we'll even get past the preliminaries. The last member said. This boy was larger than the other two and had a lot of bulk. Less than looks like a grappler. Wrestling styles most likely. Seems a bit clumsy though. Greater than. Come on, Sakoto. Think positive. Okay. I'm very positive that we're going to get our butts kicked. Not much on the confidence level, are they? Ranma remarked. Shodan sighed as he nodded. I'm afraid so. Last year, the rest of our team got so badly pounded that most of them refused to participate this time around. We're all that's left. If we don't make a good showing this year and get at least third place, then the school board will cut off funding for our clubs. Are you sure you want to get involved in this? Kai asked. Hey, I gave my word that I'd help, and I keep my promises, Ranma said without hesitation. He walked out to a training area and took a stance. So come on guys. Let's see what you've got. The other boys stared at Ranma for a moment, then joined him on the mat. Sometime later, Ranma couldn't believe just how outmatched his teammates were. Koso turned out to be a fair karate fighter, but Ranma easily outperformed him and had him sprawled on the mat in 5 seconds. Shantai was quick and agile, but he was nowhere near as fast as Ranma. His punches and kicks also lacked decent hitting power to be effective. Sakoto had good weight and endurance to withstand several hits, but his movements and reaction time were far too slow for him to make any good use of those abilities. He also suffered from poor recovery time. Wow! You're really good, Kojiro, Sakoto remarked as his sparring partner released his hold and let the wrestler up. Yes, Sean, agree. There may be hope for this team yet, Koso said. Thanks, Ranma said as he stood in front of the team. He didn't know what to do with these boys. With the tournament coming up the next day, there was no way he could help these boys improve their mediocre skills to give them a better chance against their opponents. Looks like we got our ringer, Kai said happily. I was impressed, Ranma. I've never seen anyone move like you do, Shodan said. He then turned to the others and said, Okay guys, go home and get some sleep. Tomorrow is the big day. I want you all to be at the gym at noon." The others nodded as they bid each other goodbye. As they departed, Ranma stood with Kai and Shodan. When the last teammate was out the door, he turned to them. "Admit it. Those guys don't stand a chance tomorrow." Shodan let out a long sigh and said, "Maybe, but they're trying to save the school's honor. They want to see this through. They were the ones who volunteered for this when no one else wanted to. They're also my friends. Sure, we may look like a bunch of misfits, but we've been together since grade school. If they're willing to stick their necks out for me, then I'll be there for them." Ranma couldn't help but admire those words. He decided at that point to help these guys out. "By the way, you have any information on who I might be going up against?" Kai nodded as he said, "I've had a few of our contacts look up the members of the Nirima wrecking crew, and it turns out that despite their idiosyncrasies, their martial arts skills are nothing to sneeze at." "Who's their team captain?" "Take Waki Kuno. He's an upperclassman and also captain of his school's kendo club. He's good with that bookin of his. I've seen him slice through trees and split concrete with it. He has a strange way of talking though. Always spouting poetry. He's got one weak spot though. He's been trying to get close to a girl named Akantendo. He's got a real soft spot for her. Akantendo. Is that the girl who practices the anything goes martial arts?" Ranma asked. "That's right. She's got a lot of power. Kuno has been trying to get a date with her ever since the semester started. During one speech contest, Kuno announced that if anyone wanted to date with her, they'd have to defeat her in combat first. Now, every day she'd have to fight 30 to 40 boys when she comes to school. She plows through them like tornado, and she even beats Kuno in the end." "Okay," Ranma replied as he thought about it. "What about the others?" "Two of them are foreign students from China," Shodan said. "Mousse and Shampoo. Mousse and Shampoo. Don't underestimate them, just because their names sound funny," Kai warned. "They claim to come from a village of Chinese Amazons." "Chinese Amazons?" "Yeah. I asked Sean about it. It's also called the Jusenkyo, a tribe of fierce women warriors that live near some place called Jusenkyo." Ranma flinched slightly at the mention of the name, then nodded for Kai to continue. "Anyway, Shampoo is supposed to be the village champion, and she is one hot babe. She's also one hell of a fighter. Early on, when she first enrolled, a lot of the boys tried to hit on her. This proved to be very hazardous when they found out she could hit back. Many students ended up in the hospital. She has a lot of power and speed. Any boy who wanted to get cozy with her usually ended up with several broken bones. That is if any boy could get by Mousse." "Mousse?" "He uses some kind of weird fighting style known as hidden weapons. He's always seen wearing long robes in which he hides a lot of blades, chains, weights and anything else. Hell, he'll hit you the kitchen sink if you're not careful. He's got two weaknesses though." "What are they?" his eyesight and shampoo. He's got a real obsession with her. Of course, shampoo wants nothing to do with him. He'll fight anyone who even gets close to her, but every time he tries to make advances on her, she pounds him into the pavement. His eyesight is also a liability. Those thick glasses of his really don't help him much. Even when he's wearing them, he's mistaken lampposts, street signs, and other people for his shampoo. Pretty pathetic the way he keeps throwing himself at her. Alright. So who else do I have to watch out for? Ranma asked. Ryoga Hibiki and Yukio Kwanji. Ranma stiffened when he heard those names. Both boys noticed this. Hey Kojiro, what's wrong? Shodan asked. Do you know these two? Sort of. Ranma responded. Tell me, does Ryoga wear a black and gold bandana and gets lost a lot? Yeah. We've seen him get lost in a room with only one door. He'd usually disappear for days or even weeks before finding a place, even if the place happened to be right next to him. Even though he does act dense at times, he's one of the strongest martial artists around. We've seen him fight though. He's pretty handy with that bamboo umbrella of his. He's also shown some weird techniques with his belt and bandana. Rumors have it that he's even gained some new skills from those Amazons. He's incredibly strong and could take several hits without even feeling them. He's like a monster. Does he have any weaknesses? Shodan nodded. Well, aside from his problem of having the world's worst sense of direction, he's got a soft spot for Akan. He goes all soft and gooey whenever Akan shows any kindness toward him. He's also got some sort of obsession with finding some guy named Ranma. Says he ran out on him on a duel of honor. Ranma frowned when heard of this. Less than that jerk. I waited for him for 3 days. Not my fault he couldn't, that stupid lot. Go out the back door and take 20 lousy steps. That's all he had to do! Exclamation point greater than Ranma sighed as he then asked the question that he dreaded. This last person Yukio Kwanji carries around a spatula, right? You got it, I said. He's an exchange student and he's handy with that spatula. He also owns an okonomiyaki restaurant and practices a fighting style based on how to cook it. He's good at both cooking and fighting. Says he's also looking for revenge against Ranma. Something about a stolen yatai. Ranma winced. Less than, well, after what I learned at Jusenkyo, she's got every right to be mad. Damn you, Genma! Exclamation point greater than, Kojiro. Ranma shook his head back to the present. He let out a tired sigh and bid his new friends goodbye. Assuring them that he would be there for the tournament, Ranma slowly walked home. As he headed toward his apartment, he thought about what he had just been told. Tomorrow would be a day he would not likely forget. To be continued, offer single quote as notes. I decided to give Ranma the name of Kojiro Shinkara, as I wanted to explain more fully how he was able to fit into his new life. As a reader pointed out to me, Japanese society is very rigid and a person with no last name would be considered an outcast or ronin. Now even though Japan has lightened up over the years, it would still be a bit confusing for a person with no background data to suddenly appear, get enrolled and have a job without showing so much as a birth certificate. Hence, Ranma was forced to resort to less than legal means to totally erase any connection between himself and his father, whom I'm sure has more than a few outstanding warrants on him. You don't commit all the crimes Genma has done and expect to get away scot-free, do you? With the right language, money, Ranma has bypassed much of the red tape and paperwork that one would expect in his situation. However, just because Ranma is relatively well off, doesn't mean that he will have an easier time of it. Money can't solve all his problems. Ranma hasn't officially renounced his real name. He's just using the identity of Kojiro Shinkara as a cover. Ranma feels that even though he does not like being connected to his father, he is still Ranma Sodom inside, if not on the outside. However, this also means that the engagements that are connected to that name are still valid. Ranma, or rather Kojiro, must be very careful not to let his identity slip out, otherwise, he's going to be in a really big mess. Fist Fury insert standard disclaimer here. Less than greater than. Thoughts Chapter 5 Fight. It was a bright and sunny day at Emoto High as the soccer field behind the gymnasium was being prepared for the no-holds-barred tournament. Bleachers were being filled to capacity as students filed in to watch the spectacle. Near the front of the gym, Ranma met with his fellow teammates as they prepared for the day's events. Students from at least 5 other high schools had come to this tournament to cheer on their teams. On the other side of the field, the Furinkan team, also known as the Nirima Wrecking Crew, assembled to plan their strategies. Fear not, fellow warriors. I, the great and noble Tatewaki Kunos, shall lead you to victory this day. Spare shampoo this stupid talking, a curvaceous purple-haired girl said. She looked at the older boy who was wearing samurai robes and waving a wooden sword. Shampoo agreed to fight here to see if they're really strong warriors. Stupid stick boy, shut up now. Go Shampoo. A Chinese boy said in a dreamy voice as he glomped onto another person. I'm so glad I'm with you. Moose promptly got bopped on the head by a bamboo umbrella, which caused him to drop like a bag of cement. Ryoga was clearly steamed that the myopic master of hidden weapons had once again mistaken him for Shampoo. Keep off, you stupid jerk. Ryoga. Hi. You made it. Ryoga turned around and saw Kantendo approach and he turned all starry-eyed. HHA? Hi Ken. What brings you here? The youngest Tendo gave him a smile, which made him blubber even more. Silly. I'm part of this team. I'm glad you made it on time. Ryoga became a little embarrassed as he twiddled his fingers. Why yeah. I started out 5 days ago, so I could get here on time. You finally got somewhere on time. The group turned to see Yukio approach. dressed in a boy's uniform and sporting a huge spatula on her back, plus several minis on a bandolier. Kuno looked at her with disdain. He then approached Akan and clomped onto her, saying, "Today Akantendo, I shall prove my worthiness to you. Once I have single-handedly won this tournament, I shall date with thee." Akan promptly gave him a hard uppercut and sent him sprawling. Kuno landed on his face and moaned, "I think I shall rest here until the tournament starts." Ranma and his team went to the judges' stand and looked up at the board. "Looks like we're up against no Shodo High," Shodan remarked. "Lucky break for us," Kosho remarked. "Furinkan will be fighting against Shinada. We'll be able to hold our own for a while. We'll also be able to see their fighters in action." Ranma simply nodded as he gazed toward the stands where Furinkan's team stood ready for the contest to start. His expression hardened when he saw that giant spatula. There was no doubt in his mind. It was his old buddy Huken. His heart began to sink, as he knew that before this day was out, he would have to fight his childhood friend. "Hiya!" Kosho screamed as he threw his opponent out of the ring, using a judo throw. Ranma watched as Kosho slowly stood up and had his arm raised in victory by the referee. So far, the first matches were easy enough. Kosho had chalked up his third victory, while Shun and Sakoto had eliminated the last two fighters of No Shoto's team. Now as his teammates returned to their bench to take a rest, they watched the field as Furinkan High took to the field. The first match was between Tatewaki Kuno and a kendo fighter from Shinada. The two faced each other off as the announcer introduced them. In the White Tiger corner, from Shinada High, Sentaro Makina. In the Blue Dragon corner, Hold. The announcer became silent as Kuno held up his book and, "I shall give my own introduction," Kuno announced as his chest swelled with pride. "I am the undefeated captain of my school's kendo club. The rising new star of the high school fencing world. My peers call me the Blue Thunder of Furinkan High." A crack of thunder and lightning peeled off in the distance as Kuno finished his introduction. Tatewaki Kuno, age 17. The crowd moaned as he finished. Ranma looked around and asked, "I take it he said this sort of thing before?" "He say it so many times, it getting very annoying," Sean responded. "Oh, this is first time I hear him call himself Blue Thunder. Yeah. Last week I heard him call himself the Shooting Star," Sakoto added. The announcer quickly composed himself and motioned for the match to start. The referee blew his whistle and the fight began, and ended 10 seconds later. The Kendoist from Shinada tried to stab at Kuno's face, but was surprised when Kuno parried the blow, then pivoted his parry into a slash. His opponent was shocked to see his own bookend snapped into 2 pieces. As he looked dumbly at his useless weapon, Kuno delivered a downward blow to his foe's head, rendering him unconscious. As the referee declared him the winner, Kuno puffed out his chest more as he glanced at Akan with a smug look. Akan returned it with an angry glare. Looks like Kuno's in rare form today. Akan. Akan turned to face her sister Nebiki, who had taken a seat next to her. The older girl had short brown hair and carried herself with a businesslike air. The odds I got on Kuno today are good. Akan glared a bit at her older sister. HMPF. I can still beat him. I don't know Akan. He may prove himself better than you today. No one's better than me. I'll prove it today by winning this tournament. We'll see Akan. But be sure to put on a good show. I've got some good odds that you'll at least make it to the quarterfinals. The next match was between Zeus and a person from China who carried a bow staff. Ranma watched as the referee signaled for the match to begin. The student tried to hit Zeus with the end of his weapon, but the Chinese boy easily dodged out of the way, while calmly holding his arms out in front of him, with hands inside the sleeves. His opponent tried a series of strokes and jabs, but Zeus evaded those without counter-attacking. Now the student had become angry and yelled out, "Fight!" With these words, he thrust his weapon at the Chinese boy's chest. It was then that Zeus's arms pulled out something from his robes and made a slashing motion. The bow staff was reduced to splinters in a split second. Before he could react, Zeus made a blurring motion with his hands and struck forward. Fist of the White Swan. The student from China didn't know what hit him. Zeus had moved so fast that the object that he had pulled out was a blur to the naked eye of any observer. Any observer except Ranma. As Zeus's opponent was knocked to the floor of the ring and lapsed into unconsciousness, the former Shodom's eyes narrowed. With his enhanced senses, Ranma had seen what Zeus had used to hit his adversary with. Shodom noticed Ranma's expression. "Hey Kojiro, did you see what he just did?" Ranma nodded. "Yes. He's not going to get me with that one." The remaining fighters from China were quickly dispatched. Champa displayed her raw power and skill as she pummeled a large wrestler to the mat with her steel maces. Akan Tendo took down a karate student in a minute, finally tossing him out of the fighting area. When Yukio and Ryoga came up to fight, Ranma took special interest in their matches. Ryoga faced off against a huge sumo wrestler. With a single sweep of his bamboo umbrella, the eternal lost boy had knocked the 300-pound-plus student to the mat. It was then that he noticed Ryoga's body begin to glow with a green-white light. The sumo got back on his feet and launched himself at Ryoga. He began raining hard blows on him, but the Hibiki boy didn't even feel the attacks as his aura began to build up. After a minute of non-stop pummeling, Ryoga finally retaliated with a hard cross to the sumo's chin. This caused the sumo to stagger back a few feet. Before the stunned eyes of the audience, he cupped his palms before him and released his kai. Shihokodian. A huge blast of energy ripped forward and impacted against the sumo with tremendous force. The student didn't even have a chance to register what was happening as he was flung out of the ring. "What the hell was that?" Sakoto asked. "The roaring lion bullet," Ranma replied as he watched Ryoga leave the fighting area. His teammates turned to him as he explained. While I was traveling through China, I came across some masters who could use their emotions to focus their Kai energies as an attack. One person was a former engineer who discovered that he could use his depression as a medium for his Kai. He called it the Shishihokan. Can you do stuff like that? Sean asked. Ranma nodded. I learned how to do the Shishihokan, but I really couldn't do it very well, since I couldn't get depressed enough to make it effective. But I've learned to adapt it to something I could use. The final student from China faced off against Yukio. As soon as the referee blew his whistle, the Okonomiyaki chef launched a barrage of razor-edged mini spatulas at her opponent. The boy was forced to dodge the projectiles, and while he was distracted, Yukio unslung her large spatula and delivered a hard blow to his head. Clang! The student was hit solidly by her spatula and was out like a light. Ouch! That's gotta hurt. That guy really knows how to deal out pain, Kosho remarked. Ranma said nothing as he watched his childhood friend leave the ring. There was no doubt in his mind. After sifting through the sense of the crowds around him, he finally focused on Yukio. He was absolutely positive that Yukio was a girl. Humans gave off pheromones like animals, though to a very minute degree. Ranma's nose was sharp enough to pick up these trace odors and even discern between males and females. Yukio was definitely female. Ranma shook his head sadly as he remembered all the happy times they had shared together. Then he frowned as he remembered why Yukio would be so mad at him now. Genma Sodom, his father, had broken up the best friendship he ever had. He truly was not looking forward to when he would face off against his former friend. Ranma stepped into the ring as he prepared to face his first set of challengers. He found out that he would have to face off against all the members of Shankara High's team, since his other teammates had sustained minor injuries. They assured him that they would be recovered enough to challenge Furinkan High. In the Blue Dragon corner, we have Shinkoga. The announcer gestured to a large and heavily muscled individual that was brandishing a pair of nunchakus. In the White Tiger corner, we have Kojiro Shinkara. Ranma smiled as he made a signaling gesture with a wave of his hand. Let's fight. Ranma decided to put his enhanced speed and strength to work, without resorting to his special and ultimate Neko Ken techniques. These were only high school students, and his tiger-based skills were capable of causing serious injuries and even death. His opponent wasted no time in launching his attack. Lunging forward, he swung his weapon at Ranma's head. However, his opponent was already dodging the blow, moving with a speed and grace that was beyond belief. Jumping high so that the club would pass harmlessly underneath, Ranma turned and delivered a reverse spin kick to his adversary's temple. The blow appeared to be a light hit to the audience, but with Ranma's increased strength, the impact felt by Shin was devastating. The larger boy was knocked out of the ring and sent flying into the crowd, 20 feet away. The audience was left with their mouths open. The fight was over in less than 2 seconds. Shin was left dazed and was seeing stars. The Furyuan team looked at the newcomer with mixed expressions and comments. "I would have done it faster," Kuno said with arrogance. "He isn't much. I could do that," Ken remarked with disdain. "Not bad," Yukio said. "Not too bad for a start," Champa said with a hint of interest. "He's no match for a master of hidden weapons. That was just a fluke," Mithu said confidently. Ryoga said nothing. Ranma's next opponent held a wooden book, and as he entered the ring, Ranma calmly gauged his stance and nodded, as he decided the easiest way to take him out. As soon as the referee blew his whistle, he lunged forward in a flash and struck a couple of pressure points on his opponent's arms, causing him to release his weapon. Before the startled boy's mind had registered what was going on, he saw his own book and come crashing down between his eyes. Whack! The Kendus dropped to the mat on his face as Ranma casually stepped back, twirling the book like a baton. At this display, the Nirima wrecking crew lost some of its casual disregard for the newcomer. Nabiki gave off a low whistle as she looked at her watch. "Wow! He took him out in 1.3 seconds. Ken frowned at her sister's comment and said, "HMPF. It's easy to defeat someone who just stands there. I could still take him out. Any of us could, right?" Ken looked at her teammates for support. The rest of the team was still fixated on watching the newcomer as they slowly nodded. The third person to go up against Ranma was a wrestler who outmassed his opponent by nearly double and was about a foot taller. However, as soon as he grabbed at his foe, Ranma reacted with that same uncanny speed and had the wrestler's left wrist in an iron grip. The representative of Shankara High soon found himself flying out of the ring as Ranma casually tossed him over his shoulder. The student's face impacted against a steel lamppost and the match was over. By now, the Nirima wrecking crew was starting to reevaluate their conceptions about this newcomer. The fourth match was over with a spectacular move by Ranma. The giant bruiser he faced up against was nearly 8 feet in height and weighed in at about 400 pounds. However, as soon as Ranma grabbed him, the grappler found himself hoisted into the air. Ranma held him up with one hand, then body slammed him to the mat. He then grabbed the big guy by the legs and began swinging him around like an Olympic athlete competing in the hammer throw event. As soon as he gained enough momentum, Ranma released his opponent and sent him flying. The crowds had to duck for cover as the fighter-turned projectile was sent crashing into the gymnasium, some 200 yards away. Shampoo looked at Ranma with awe and said, "Shampoo must admit, he's very strong." The last person who was supposed to go up against Ranma had decided that he had seen enough and forfeited. After seeing the newcomer from Himoto polish off his teammates as easily as if he had been going through warm-up exercises, the student decided to play it safe. In the background, Ranma's team cheered on their new member as they realized that they were heading to the finals. After a few more matches, the two remaining schools left were Himoto and Furyuan. By now, His teammates were ready to face off against the Nirima Wrecking Crew. The final set of matches was to be a total elimination series. Each team would pit their members against their opposition with one-on-one bouts. Each member would continue to fight until he or she was defeated. The winner would be the team who had at least one member left. Himoto High's team found they were at a bit of a disadvantage as they numbered only 5, while their opponents had 6. The order in which each member was to fight was chosen at random by the judges. Ranma became worried as he was placed last in line for his team. The first bout was between Kosho and Kuno. Despite Kosho's assurance that he was ready, he was still a bit winded from his last bout. He had also suffered a pulled tendon in one of his arms after tossing out his last opponent. As a result, his reaction time was slower. He was unable to block Kuno's strikes for long, and when a solid hit caught him on the back, he went down. Ranma cried out as Kuno gave his opponent a hard blow to the head, knocking him out. Then he decided to add insult to injury as he gave a savage kick to Kosho's midsection. "Hey!" Ranma shouted out as he began to feel his temper rise. He began to advance on the ring but was held back by Sakoto and Shodan. The referee was giving him a warning, which Kuno blatantly ignored as he casually waited for his next opponent. As Kosho was being carried out of the fighting area, Ranma glared at the smug Kendust. "Less than oh yeah, I'm definitely going to enjoy taking down this jerkapeg or 20 exclamation point greater than Shodan was next to face off against Kuno. But he didn't last long. He managed to evade some of the Kendust's quick strikes, but his speed was nowhere near Kuno's. Falling for a feint, Shodan was hit on the head with the hilt of Kuno's bokken. Shodan went down. Kuno simply laughed as he held up his bokken in triumph. Against the awesome might of the Blue Thunder, no mere mortal could stand against me. Kuno also defeated Shun and Sakoto in short order. Shun had received a side blow to his left flank, causing him to fall out of the ring. Sakoto was far too massive and slow to dodge and was subjected to hundreds of bokken strikes. When it was all over, Ranma found himself the last member of his team still able to fight. As he quietly entered the ring, Kuno laughed maniacally. All he had to do was defeat the last member of the Himoto team and victory would be Furinken's. Or rather, victory would be his. Ranma's expression became dark and menacing as he watched Kuno. "Less than okay. I think this would be a good time to show him what someone who knows the Neko Ken can do. After what you did to Kosho and the others, I'm in the mood to deal out some serious pain here! Exclamation point greater than. With those thoughts, Ranma took up a new stance. His fists opened up and formed claws as he began focusing his kai. A battle aura began to form and glowed with red. The audience became silent as he waited for Kuno to stop laughing and face him. Kuno was a bit unnerved to see his final opponent seem to glare at him like a tiger ready to pounce on him. He quickly smothered his thoughts as he readied his wooden sword. Before the referee signaled the start of the fight, Kuno decided to taunt his adversary. So, this is it. With your defeat, I will once again prove to you all that I, Tatewaki Kumo, am the greatest warrior of all time. Not that anything that Imoto had any competent fighters to begin with. Mere peasants that not even worthy to grovel at my feet. Just as the referee blew his whistle, Ranma let out a tremendous roar that sounded like his tiger form. This startled both Kuno and the audience. Before the arrogant Kendus knew it, Ranma was already in front of him and delivering a downward slash with his claws. In a nanosecond, his booking was reduced to thin slices. Kuno was still standing in shock as Ranma spun and delivered a hard backhand to his face. The blue thunder was sent flying out of the ring and collided with a nearby billboard, smashing through it and collapsing it. The crowd stood in awe as several judges ran over to the pile of rubble and checked on Kuno's condition. After a minute, they signaled to the others that the Kendus had survived. Ranma stood and waited for his next challenger. The Furinkan team stood with their mouths open. They had never seen Kuno get defeated so quickly and badly before. They had seen Akan defeat him, but she had never been able to do it that efficiently. Nebiki stared at her watch and said, "Holy! He beat Kuno in 1/10 of a second." "So what?" Akan said. "I beat Kuno all the time. Here I thought I wasn't going to have a chance against this guy. Looks like I'll be able to show everyone that I'm the best fighter." Although Akan said those words with confidence, a small part of her began to worry. The next match was between Thus and Ranma. Thus was confident that he would be able to defeat this newcomer and prove his worthiness to Shampoo. As soon as the referee blew his whistle, he exploded into action. He began his assault by lobbing smoke bombs at his opponent, hoping to confuse him. The ring was briefly covered in a thick black cloud. However, when he lunged at his opponent with a wicked-looking club, he discovered that Ranma was not there. Thus was then smashed hard in the shoulder and back as Ranma came up behind him and delivered several blows. The smoke may have confused his sense of smell, but not his hearing. He had heard the myopic martial artist's approach and dodged his attack. Ranma then turned and let loose with several more punches. When the smoke cleared, Ranma and Thus faced off. The crowd clearly noticed that the Chinese boy sported several large bruises on his face and was a bit unsteady. Ranma calmly took a new stance and waited. Thus was more than ticked off as he launched a barrage of chains and sharp projectiles, which Ranma easily dodged, as he closed the gap between him and his opponent. Thus couldn't believe the speed in which his foe was moving and decided to give him his final attack. Blurring his hands, he took out an object and shouted out, "Fist of the White Swan." However, much to his surprise, Ranma evaded the blow, kicked the object out of his hands and sent it flying upward. Before Thus could pull out another weapon, Ranma's claws glowed with an eerie red light. Tiger Claw Frenzy. Ranma's arms blurred. He began slashing at his opponent with unbelievable speed. Within 1 second, he delivered more than 600 slashes, which reduced the Chinese boy's robes to tattered rags. The attack had also cut whatever remaining weapons in his clothes into scrap metal. When Ranma leapt back, Muthu stood dumbfounded as his clothes fell apart. His upper body was covered in red marks. When the pain of the attack reached his brain a half-second later, Muthu passed out and fell on his face. It was then that the object that Ranma had kicked out earlier landed on the mat beside him. It was a training body that was shaped like a duck. By now, the members of Team Fury1 had become more concerned. The newcomer had just displayed a technique that was both unbelievable and extremely effective. One person in particular was very interested after seeing Zeus be so easily defeated. Less than HMM. Champa think that maybe this is the one exclamation point greater than she put on a face of determination as she stepped into the ring, Bonbury held at the ready. As she took a stance, Ranma's eyes widened a bit. Less than K. She's the one I saw a year ago in China. Wonder what she's doing here? Greater than Ranma thought for a moment, then shrugged as he prepared for her first attack. As the referee blew his whistle, the two leapt to the attack. Immediately, Ranma noticed that Shampoo was a far more seasoned fighter than Kuno and Muthu's. Her attacks were especially strong as he blocked and dodged. She was as powerful as the rumors said she was. Ranma began fighting a defensive pattern as he analyzed her moves. Less than, whoa! She's packing some serious power. Good moves too. But greater than Ranma then noticed a weakness in her legwork. Apparently, her heavy steel maces were putting her off balance a bit, causing her to exert a bit more to compensate. With that in mind, Ranma found his opening. As Champa delivered another series of strikes, he moved forward and gave a horizontal slash before leaping back. Champa thought that Ranma had missed and charged at him. Just as she raised her weapons and sent them toward his head, the steel maces fell off their handles and clattered to the mat. This all happened too fast for Champa to stop her charge. As she tried to hold her forward momentum, Ranma spun around and delivered a smooth kick to her midsection. As she went down, he moved toward one of the broken maces and used a foot motion to flip the sphere into the air. Champa scrambled to her feet, attacked him with fists flying. She then shouted out her special technique. KDCHUDNSHINAMAGURIKN. Ranma was caught off guard by the sudden blurring of Shampoo's hands. He was hit at least 300 times in the chest and face before he stepped back a few paces. Despite his enhanced strength and endurance, his body felt a bit sore from the assault. Shaking his head a bit, he took a stance, then lunged back at her and delivered his own counterattack. Tiger Claw Frenzy. After seeing Moose get savaged by that particular attack, Shampoo knew that the best way to counter it was to simply stay out of reach. She used several evasive maneuvers, which had her dancing around the ring. At first she thought she had outsmarted her opponent, but then she saw him, smiling. She left even more confused when he suddenly stopped his assault and leapt back. He casually stood with his arms crossed and waited. Shampoo looked at him for a moment, then decided to launch another attack. Then it hit her. The broken mace that Ranma had sent into the air came crashing down on Shampoo's head. Shampoo fell to the mat in a heap. The audience was stunned. The previous attack had been a decoy to get her to move under the descending weapon. Ranma smiled as the referee declared him the winner. Yukio and Akan entered the ring and carried their unconscious teammate to their bench. Less than 3 down, 3 to go! Greater than Ranma thought as the announcer signaled for a 5-minute timeout. As Ranma sat on his bench, he looked over to where the opposing team sat. His gaze first looked at the one named Akan. She had an angry look about her as she returned his gaze with a glare of her own. His eyes then trained themselves on Yukio, who was at the moment dabbing a wet rag over Shampoo's forehead. The Amazon was still a bit dazed as she laid on the bench. Ryoga was standing near Akan and was giving him a look of appraisal. Ranma sighed as he looked to his own empty bench. His teammates had been taken to the infirmary, along with Moose and Kuno. Ranma let out another depressed sigh as he thought about how much his team had gone through to get to this final set of matches. It was now all up to him to win it for Himoto High. With that in mind, he stood up and prepared for the next match. In the Blue Dragon corner, the announcer began after the timeout expired. Representing Furinkan High, Akan Tendo of the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts. He then gestured to Ranma. In the White Tiger corner, Kojiro Shinkara. There was a great amount of cheering coming from the male members of the audience. Less than must be Akan fans. Greater than Ranma mused as he began sizing up his opponent. The girl was shorter than he was by about 9 inches. His enhanced senses began reading her aura. Less than man. She's really angry. Uncontrolled. Short temper and greater than Akan rushed at her opponent and threw a hard, straight right, which Ranma easily dodged. Less than telegraphing her moves. Too easy! Greater than Ranma almost unconsciously began weaving and evading her next series of attacks. Less than she may be using the anything goes style, but she's too predictable. Not much on patience either. Her defense is almost non-existent. The holes in it are so big, you could drive a semi-truck through them! Greater than Ranma then weaved around a dozen more blows. Less than she is slow and all she's doing is attacking. She's using up her energy way too fast and she's not compensating for any of her misses. Ranma jumped over a series of roundhouse kicks. Sloppy, sloppy, sloppy. She's just lashing out. No strategy at all. Sheesh. Her skills are highly overrated. How she manages to beat those boys every day is a mystery to me. Kuno's better than she is! Greater than Akan couldn't understand it. She was throwing solid punches and kicks, but this boy was dodging as if they were nothing. He didn't seem to be even taking her seriously. This lack of attention began to make her temper rise. Wasn't she the best martial artist in Nirima? Didn't she always beat up Kuno and 50 other boys every day? Ken tried another combination, only to have those evaded as well. He wasn't even fighting back. He was mocking her and her skills. Less than GRR. I'll show him exclamation point greater than. She then began throwing even more punches and kicks, forcing him toward the edge of the ring. Less than. I got him now exclamation point greater than. Ken threw a full strength punch at his face. Less than. Good grief. I could see that one coming a mile away. I better finish this quick before she hurts herself exclamation point greater than. Ranma simply leapt over the blow and did a flip over her head, landing behind her. As Ken was still moving forward from her attack, he took advantage of her being temporarily off balance. Reaching out with an arm and extending an index finger, he gave a firm push at the back of her head. Ken yelped as she toppled forward and out of the ring. As she did so, he heard a lot of boos and hisses, as the crowds became a little ugly. Ken fell on her stomach and then looked up. Her expression turned from shock to rage as she glared back at her opponent. She scrambled to her feet and charged at her opponent. The referee blew his whistle, stopping her and alerting the crowds. You have lost the match. The winner is Kojiro. How dare he do that to Ken? Ryoga shouted as he began charging the ring. The referee blew his whistle, while Yukio moved up and placed her spatula in front of the lost boy, halting him. One more outburst like that and Furinken forfeits the tournament. One of the judges said from their podium. At these words, the students from Furinken suddenly grew quiet and audience became deathly silent. Ranma looked around in confusion as he wondered what was going on. Ease off Ryoga, Yukio said as she lowered her spatula. If you attack him now, we'll lose for sure. And you know what will happen if we do. Ryoga gave Ranma an intense glare, then backed off to join Ken at the bench, who was still fuming at her humiliation. Nebiki couldn't help but rub it in, well Ken. You sure showed him who's the best martial artist. Shut up Nebiki. A few minutes later, Ranma was against the one person with whom he didn't want to fight. Yukio stood at the ready with her giant spatula as the referee blew his whistle. She immediately charged at Ranma and started swinging. Ranma countered each of her attacks with kicks and punches, trying to find out a way for him to win without seriously hurting his old friend. Being so close to her was also a bit of a distraction. Her pheromones were coming in strong and it was hard for him to keep focused. Ranma was almost clipped by her weapon as it narrowly missed his head. Mentally chiding himself for not paying better attention, he then went on the offensive. Ducking yet another series of blows, he moved forward and got inside her defenses. Jabbing forward with his fingers, he hit several pressure points on her arms, making her relax her grip on the handle. With a swift drop kick, he sent the huge cooking utensil upward. Leaping high, he met the spatula at a height of 25 feet. His hands glowed with a blue light as he formed his claws and made a downward slash with both hands. RIPCLAW slash. When Ranma landed, the crowd and Yukio were stunned. The metal spatula fell to the mat in 6 neatly cut pieces. Yukio stared at her remains of her weapon in shock. Her face then took on a mask of rage as she took out her throwing spatulas and launched them at her opponent. With a single swipe of his claws, Ranma reduced the deadly projectiles to metal confetti. Yukio began to get desperate as she reached into her okonomiyaki outfit and then threw what looked like thin ropes. Ranma was a bit surprised that she still had something to fight with. His slight distraction cost him as the ropes snared his arms. "What the heck are these?" Ranma asked as he got a better look at what was holding him. "Those are my special rubber yakisoba noodles," Yukio replied as she somehow produced a bucket and then leapt toward him. She then said, "Here's another of my special ingredients, tempura flakes and gunpowder." She then dumped the contents of the bucket onto her foe, which caused a huge cloud and several explosions. Yukio stepped back and waited for the cloud to disperse. For a long moment, no sound came from the cloud and Yukio shrugged, assuming she had won the match. Nothing left but the cleanup. It was then that something burst forth from the cloud. It was her own noodles, which wrapped themselves around her body, pinning her arms to her sides. When the dust cleared, Ranma stood while holding the other ends of the noodles. He looked at Yukio's surprised expression with a stern look, then sighed as he said in very quiet whisper, "Forgive me, Yuken." "Huh? What did you just call, Dirk?" Yukio found herself pulled forward and then thrown out of the ring. She landed on her back on a soft patch of grass. She looked up at the ring in confusion as the referee announced Ranma's latest victory. "And now for the final match," the announcer said as Ryoga entered the ring. In the Blue Dragon corner, Ryoga Hibiki of Furinkan High. There was a loud cheer from the students from Furinkan. In the White Tiger corner, Kojiro Shinkara of Himoto. Another loud cheer came from the crowds, this time from Himoto High supporters. "You'll pay for what you did to Akan," Ryoga shouted as he took on a stance. Ranma took his own stance and began measuring up his final opponent. Less than HMM. A lot more power than the others. Good Kai control. Strong from what I can tell. He might just be able to give me a decent workout. Greater than Ryoga was already attacking as soon as the referee blew his whistle. Rushing toward Ranma, he began swinging his umbrella. Ranma, however, was just too fast as he evaded the first few strikes with cat-like quickness. As soon as Ryoga's umbrella came down at his head, Ranma's hand came up and caught it. Using his inhuman strength, he wrenched it from Ryoga's hands and then sent it crashing down on the lost boy's skull. Wham! Ryoga staggered back, more from surprise than pain at being hit by his own weapon. Less than hey, he's got pretty good endurance! Greater than Ranma thought as he watched his adversary shake his head to clear it. Ryoga then became enraged as he pulled off his bandana and launched it at him. Ranma ducked underneath the flying piece of cloth, thinking that it was some sort of joke. He changed his opinion a moment later when he looked behind him and saw the bandana slice through a nearby sign. Looking back at his opponent, he saw Ryoga begin pulling out more bandanas from his forehead, revealing yet another one beneath it. He launched a dozen or so of the homemade shurikens at him. Ranma wasted no time in countering the attacks. With a series of quick slashes, he reduced the bandanas into harmless scattered pieces of cloth. He then rushed forward and got inside Ryoga's defense, delivering several solid blows at his midsection. Ranma took special care to pull his punches, since he knew that hitting him full strength would have been fatal. To Ranma's surprise, however, Ryoga simply stood unmoving and took each punch. Ranma stepped back and looked at him with confusion. Ryoga gave him a smug grin and said, "Is that the best you can do? Those punches felt like a baby was hitting me. Let's see how you like my punches." Ryoga sent a hard right cross to Ranma's chin, then winced in pain as he pulled back his fist. Ranma also stood there and looked back at Ryoga. "Well, I was surprised that you had such good endurance, but then again I was holding back that last time. Let's see if you can take it when I hit you a little harder." Ryoga tried another series of vicious punches, but Ranma ducked under the assault and planted a blow to his gut. Ryoga's breath whooshed out as he felt pain flaring in his belly. The punch was far more than he expected as he was sent flying toward the end of the ring. Only by doing a tuck and roll did he manage to prevent himself from being knocked out of the ring. The last fighter of Furinkan High picked himself painfully off the ground and took a stance against his opponent. "Less than him. This guy's strong. I felt that. I thought the Bakusai Tengetsu training would make me stand up against anything. I'm going to have to go all out! Greater than Ryoga began focusing his kai. Ranma immediately noticed the power buildup and he also began concentrating. Less than looks like he's going to try that Shishihokan. Lucky for me, I know how to beat it! Greater than both combatants glowed with bright orbs as the crowd watched in anticipation. They knew what was going on. Ryoga suddenly threw his hands forward and released a huge blast of green energy. Shihokodian. Ranma then thrust his hands forward and released his own attack. Raging Tiger Bolt. Ranma's attack was composed of blue energy and was shaped like an oval as it collided with Ryoga's fireball. For a moment, it appeared as if the two attacks would cancel each other out. Then Ranma's attack blasted through Ryoga's and struck him full force in the chest. Ryoga screamed in pain as he fell to his knees. He then looked up and said, "In no way. Nobody could defeat my roaring lion bullet. Says you." Ranma replied as he began powering up his kai again. "Your kai attack is based on your emotions, specifically your depression. My kai attack not only uses my feelings of determination, but it also absorbs power from nature. Like this." Ranma's eyes began glowing red, then flared as he launched another attack. Cat's eye beams. Twin beams of red-hot energy lanced forth and struck Ryoga. The lost boy's body flared anew with pain as he felt a searing heat envelop him. Before he had time to even scream, Ranma made a slashing motion with his right arm. Crescent slash. A large blast of red energy shaped like a quarter moon flew forward. Ryoga barely managed to duck under the attack. The crowd watched in awe as the attack flew onward and struck the nearby gymnasium, easily slicing off a large section of the roof. Ryoga was in serious pain as he saw Ranma beginning to glow with an intense aura. Less than I had to stop him! Greater than concentrating what little strength he had, Ryoga released his most powerful attack. Ultimate Shishihokodian. A huge green ball of energy exploded upward from Ryoga and started to descend on Ranma. However, just as it was about to crash down on top of him, Ranma's eyes became solid red and he let loose his technique. Ultimate Neko Ken, final attack. Berserker Rage. Ranma's aura flared as he moved forward at a speed that registered as a trailing blur. The green fireball impacted harmlessly at the spot where Ranma had been a nanosecond before. Before Ryoga had even a chance to react, his opponent was already upon him. Ranma leapt up and began subjecting his opponent to an intense mauling. His hands shaped into claws and began slashing at his foe with a ferocity that made his tiger claw frenzy technique seem tame. In less than 1 second, Ryoga was slashed more than 2,000 times. His body jerked and swayed as it was thoroughly shredded. As the last slash went by, Ranma grabbed the battered boy and threw him up into the air. Concentrating his kai, he leapt up after him to deliver the final hit. Just as Ryoga was starting his downward descent, Ranma crossed his arms together, then whipped them out and downward, diagonal slashes. His claws trailed blazing arcs of energy, which enveloped the lost boy and exploded. Ryoga landed on his face in a torn-up heap. Although he had received far deeper cuts and gashes than Moose did, Ranma had made certain that the technique had rendered him unconscious and not dead. He lightly landed on the mat a few feet away and waited. The audience stared in absolute silence as they all looked to the judges. The referee ran up to the beaten form of Ryoga and checked for signs of life. A moment later, he signaled to the judges that the Hibiki boy would recover, and the head judge announced Ranma to be the winner of the tournament. The crowd that was composed of Himoto students cheered him with an ovation that was deafening. However, the Furinkan High students watched in shocked silence. One stranger had defeated their best fighters and now, they were going to pay for their loss. Ranma looked with a puzzled expression at the Furinkan High side of the crowd as he was carried off on the excited shoulders of his fellow students. Less than why are they so sad? I mean, it was only just a tournament. It's not like they had lost something really important to them. Did they ? Greater than to be continued, offer single quote s notes below. You'll find a small explanation of each of Ranma's special moves. Tiger Claw Frenzy. This is the original cat fist technique, but is under Ranma's conscious control. In the online, We've seen him shred through tree trunks and other materials within seconds. Its speed is even greater than the chestnut fist. It is fast and it is extremely full for close quarters, able to deliver an average of 600 strikes per second. It doesn't lag much in terms of damage, compared to his other techniques. Rip Claw Slash. By focusing his Kai, Ranma is able to strengthen the power of his cat strikes to the point in which they are able to slice through stronger materials such as stone and even tempered steel. He is not able to deliver many strikes with this technique, but he doesn't need to since the skill can cause greater damage. Cat's Eye Beams. Through some unknown process that is inherent in both his human and tiger form, Ranma can shoot out beams of heat or concussive force. The range and the extent of damage of the beams are not yet known, but Ranma has been able to melt metals with them. Raging Tiger Bolt. Unlike the Mokota Kabish that we know in the mange and online, the Sky Blast is far stronger than the normal Shishihokan. It does not draw its power from Ranma's ego or pride, but rather from his determination. Since he is patterned after a tiger, his will to survive is far greater than his desire to be the best. His animal form is a thing of nature, so Ranma is able to tap into nature's power. His journey through China has also helped him as he learned from masters who were able to tap into the Kai of their environment. Crescent Slash, a variation of the Raging Tiger Bolt that is flattened out and given an edge for cutting. Ranma is able to slice all materials from a distance with it. Berserker Rage, Ranma's finishing move, in which he allows himself to partially submerge into the ferocity of his beast form. Ranma is able to rush toward his opponent at unbelievable speed and deliver an amplified version of the Tiger Claw Frenzy. The damage is still the same, but at 4 times the speed. The final part of the move is actually a mid-air Rip Claw Slash with both hands. In this case, Ranma had purposely held back, as he knew that a full-powered strike would have sliced Ryoga to pieces. In any case, I hope the rewrites so far has cleared up some of the discrepancies and explained a few things. I intend to continue on as I go along. Cat Fist Fury standard disclaimer is in effect. Less than greater than. Thoughts Chapter 6 Aloha Furyuken Ranma was the subject of much backslapping and iteration when he arrived at school the morning after the tournament. Way to go, Kojiro. You were totally awesome. You really put that stuck-up snob Kuno in his place. You totally rock. Ranma was a little more than embarrassed at all the attention that he was getting, but he smiled back at his admirers as he went to his first class. Sometime later, Ranma decided to visit his new friends at the gymnasium. Fortunately, they had recovered enough from the previous day to attend school. As he entered the building, which was still undergoing repairs, due to the damage caused by the tournament, he was warmly greeted by his teammates. "Hey Kojiro! Over here!" Sean said from a corner. Ranma looked over and frowned as he saw that the Chinese boy's right arm was in a sling. As he walked over to him, he was approached by the other members of Himoto's fighting team. "Hey buddy," Sakoto said. "Way to go. You really cleaned Furinken's clock yesterday. Dog, it was nothing. You guys did pretty good, considering who you went up against. Thanks for the flattery, but we all know who pulled Himoto's head out of the fire yesterday. Shodan said. He had a small bandage on his forehead, where Kuno's bookend had struck him. We got to admit, that ultimate Neko Ken was pretty impressive. How do you know? Ranma asked. You guys weren't there. No, but Kai was in the crowds with a camcorder. He showed us the tape of you in action. Right now, he's probably selling clips to people. I swear, he's just about as bad as Nebiki. Who's Nebiki? Nebiki Tendo, the Ice Queen of Furinken. She's the older sister of Akan and she's what you would call a mercenary. Mercenary? Uh-huh. I know about her because I used to go to Furinken. She's into blackmail, extortion and information gathering. If you want the dirt on someone, she's the one to see, for a price. She also sets up betting pools. I'm pretty sure she had one going yesterday. I guess when you won, you must have really upset her profits. I see. Ranma said quietly. Then another thought came to him. By the way, since you used to go to Furinken, maybe you can confirm some rumors I've been hearing from there. Like what? Well, I was considering to enroll at Furinken when I came to Tokyo, but when I heard some crazy stories, I decided to enroll here because those stories sounded too unbelievable. Believe me, anything that you have heard from Furinken is true. Shodan affirmed. You mean, the part where they have some crazy Hawaiian nut for a principal? You got it. He was the main reason why I transferred to this school. When he showed up at the beginning of the semester, he made up this stupid rule that all boys had to get buzz cuts and all girls get bowl cuts. Are you serious? Ranma began to unconsciously finger his ponytail. I'm serious. Then he made all the students go chasing around the school, looking for some stupid coconut that had to get out of rules-free paper in it. He set up weird traps and stuff and even had several dozen principals' offices to annoy the students. After giving him several rounds of torture, we finally managed to make him give up that haircut idea for a while. Since then, he's been coming up with all sorts of ways to torment us. I left for Himoto soon after that coconut incident. From what I've heard, he's still after everyone's hair. I've seen him leap out and cut off a student's hair in 3 seconds with those barber shears of his. The longer your hair is, the more likely a target you become. Whoa, that's weird. It was at that moment that Kai came running up to the group. Hey guys, look what I've got. He began waving a handful of large denominations of yen notes. Hey Kojiro, your fighting style is really raking in the big bucks. Oh really? Ranma responded. I'll say. That tape I made of you fighting Furinken yesterday is the hottest item on the market. Lots of students are wondering if you could start a class and teach that Neko Ken of yours. They're willing to shell out a lot of money to attend. This could help out our sports and other physical activities clubs, Shodan suggested. Ranma sighed and sadly shook his head. I'm sorry guys, but I can't teach anyone how to do ultimate Neko Ken. Huh? Why not? Kai asked. I can't teach anyone because of two reasons. First of all, I'm still developing this fighting style. I'm not even sure what limits I can attain with it. Secondly and most importantly, the initial training to this style is far too dangerous. I found out the hard way that learning the technique would cause severe mental trauma. The technique can also be lethal to innocent bystanders. I was lucky because I found a way to control it. Purely by accident and it can't be duplicated. Less than especially since the spring of Monster Tiger is gone! Exclamation point greater than. I hate to tell you guys but ultimate Neko Ken is off limits. So come on Kojiro. You can bend a little on that right? Kai pleaded. I said no and I mean no. But, leave him alone Kai. If he says that it's too dangerous and he can't teach it to anyone, then we should respect his wishes. After all, he won the no-holds-barred tournament for us. Oh yeah. Speaking about the tournament, I just heard some really important news from Furinken. What was it? Ranma asked. Because they lost to you yesterday, the entire student population had to submit to buzzcuts and bullcuts. What? I thought the principal gave up on that idea. Apparently not. It seems that Kuno had signed a contract with the principal, confident that Furinken would win. Of course, he was too busy bragging about his superior fighting skills, that he didn't bother to read the fine print. If Furinken won the tournament, then the principal would resign. However, if they lost, then everyone would get buzzcuts and bullcuts. Ranma finished. You got it. Kai nodded his head. After you had beaten their team, he put everyone under those shears of his. And get this, you know that Yukio guy you thought? Yes, Ranma began to get nervous. Turns out that he wasn't a guy, he's a girl. Cute girl, too. She just barely managed to convince him that she's female and escaped getting a buzzcut. She got a bullcut with all the other girls. Of course this didn't make her any happier though. Everyone is really sore at Kuno for signing that contract. They also have a lot of hostility toward you. Hey! How was I supposed to know that this would happen? That may be true, but they kind of blame you for this mess. Not that it's any of our business. Hey Kojiro! Where are you going? Ranma neither looked back nor answered as he headed out of the gym. Ranma arrived at his rented apartment an hour later and headed toward the bedroom closet. He then hauled out his knapsack and started searching. I can't believe this. I'm just starting my third day of school and I've already got a whole other school mad at me. Worst of all, my old friend Neko Ken paid the price for my victory yesterday. If I knew what was going on, I'd thrown the fight. I've got to make things better. Now where the heck did I put that stuff? Ah! Here it is! Exclamation point greater than. Ranma took out a small bottle, which contained a clear, emerald green liquid. Its top was capped with an eyedropper. Pocketing the bottle, he then began to look through the pages of a telephone directory. As he flipped through the sections for Furinken's address, he came across the name of an okonomiyaki shop that just recently opened up. His eyes widened as he read the ad out loud. Buken's Okonomiyaki. Owned by Yukio Kwanji. Later that day, Ranma walked down the street toward the establishment where his childhood friend was running her business. He stopped for a moment at the front door, gathering his courage as he prepared to face his old friend again. He took a deep breath and entered the building. Yukio looked absolutely miserable as she stood behind the grill. She had good reason to be despondent. Her hair, which had been a beautiful mass of brown tresses the day before, had been cropped down to an awful bowl cut. She had on her back another large spatula and several small ones on her bandolier. She noted that someone had entered her restaurant and put on a small, cheerful face. "Welcome to the Hookins. May I, you?" Ranma didn't like the way her expression had become hostile, and braced himself for the worst. Yukio grabbed at her throwing spatulas and flung them toward his head. Ranma ducked the projectiles, which embedded themselves into the wall behind him. "Hey! Calm down. I just want to talk and give you something." "There's nothing to talk about," Yukio hissed as she unslung her battle spatula and charged at him. "There's nothing you could give me that I could possibly want." She then started swinging. Ranma calmly dodged each of her strikes and said, "Oh, come on. How was I supposed to know you'd get that awful haircut if you lost the tournament? I felt bad about it, so I came here to try to make things better." "You can make things better by standing still." Yukio swung again, narrowly missing Ranma's head. "Well, I don't think trying to kill me is going to get you back your hair. No, but I'll sure feel a lot better. Hey, if you want someone to blame, then you should blame Kuno. He was the idiot who signed the stupid contract. We already have. Just about everyone on our team had pounded on him after the tournament. But you're also to blame for all this. I'm going to enjoy reducing you to a bloody smear. Hey, if you don't stop this right now, I'm going to change my mind about restoring your hair." At the mention of regaining her hair, Yukio stopped in her attacks. What? Ranma then took a step toward her and reached into his pocket. Pulling out the small bottle, he unscrewed the eyedropper and held it out. With a quick hand motion, he held it over Yukio's head and applied 3 drops to it. An instant afterwards, the okonomiyaki chef felt her scalp begin to tingle. She then felt something behind her. Reaching back, she ran her fingers through whatever was now covering the nape of her neck. Her eyes widened as she brought her hand before her. Between her fingers were long strands of thick, healthy hair. Thinking that this was some sort of dream, she gave a gentle tug at the tresses. It was real. She looked back at Ranma with a shocked expression. H, how did you do that? Ranma smiled as he held up the bottle. It's an ancient hair restoring formula that I came across in China. Unlike dragon's hair soup, this stuff works on girls too. Although, I think I used too much. Your hair is longer than I remembered. Yukio looked at a nearby mirror and saw that her hair was indeed longer than it was yesterday. She saw that its length went down to past her waist. Her face softened as she realized she could cut it down to its proper length later. She then looked back at Ranma. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry I attacked you. Ranma smiled as he said, it's okay. If some nut cut my hair like that, I'd be mad too. Yukio became thoughtful as she considered the person before her. Say, Kojiro, is it? Ranma nodded. Could that stuff work on anyone? Yes. I was planning to go to Furinkan tomorrow and help the other students. You are? That's great. Her face then became saddened as she remembered. Oh, but the principal won't like that. He'll make us have those haircuts again. Don't worry. Ranma assured as he headed toward the door. I've got some things to discuss with him too. Trust me. Once I'm through with him, he won't be inclined to cut anyone's hair again. Just as Ranma opened the door, he looked back to Yukio and said with a smile, by the way, you really look cute with long hair, especially as a girl. Yukio felt her heart stop at that comment. Her cheeks began to blush with a fierce crimson as she watched him exit. Less than no one had ever called me cute before. I think I like it! Greater than the next morning. Fortunately for Ranma, the teachers had granted him the day off, in gratitude for the victory at the tournament. After getting directions to Furinkan High, Ranma walked to meet with the headmaster from Hell. After walking for a while, he noticed a huge number of teenagers, moving at a frantic pace toward the gates of the high school. He frowned as looked to each student. Every boy had been given a buzz cut. Every girl had an awful bowl cut. He also noticed that many had sustained various injuries and their clothes were tattered. Looking to the rear of the mob, he spotted Akan, Nebiki and Yukio. Deciding to jog behind the crowds, he focused his enhanced hearing on the conversation between the three girls. So it's really true? This Kojiro guy grew back your hair? Akan asked. It's true, Yukio affirmed as she ran her fingers over the newly trimmed dresses. That guy didn't ask for anything. He kind of felt sorry for me and used this potion to restore it. He's not as bad as I thought. He said that was coming today to teach that principal a lesson. Really? Nebiki said with a mercenary gleam in her eyes. She could make a lot of money from whatever he used to restore Yukio's hair. She could also make considerable profits on the encounter between the principal and Kojiro. More than enough to recoup her losses at the tournament. I don't believe it, Akan said, and she fingered her own, principal-approved hairstyle. Why would he restore your hair, and not the rest of us? I don't know, but I'm not one to look a gift horse in the mouth. Yukio shrugged. Then again, considering how just about the way everyone at school hates this guy for beating us a couple of days ago, he wouldn't feel very welcome if he showed up. He'd probably get chased out by an angry mob. You got it in one, Yukio, Ranma said as he ran up beside the three. Kojiro. Good to see you, Yukio exclaimed. The three looked to their right and saw Ranma running beside them. Each of them had mixed reactions at his sudden appearance. Naruki looked at him and saw a considerable source of income. Ranma was tall, lean and well-muscled. He was about 6'1" and had long, raven hair, tied in a loose ponytail that went halfway down his back. His eyes were blue and his face was very handsome. He was a great martial artist, if the tournament was any indication. The fact that he had access to some miracle hair restorer was also a plus. She could see how this person could make her a lot of yen. Plans of selling photos and betting pools made yen signs appear before her. Ken took one look at him and repressed the sudden urge to lash out at him. She hadn't forgotten what he had done to her at the tournament. In front of the whole school, he had humiliated her. He had beaten her without even laying a hand on her. She had prided herself on being the best martial artist in Nirima. Now this upstart had taken it all away. It was his fault that she had gotten this stupid haircut. Boys were nothing but perverts. Yukio looked at her new friend and had mixed feelings. Sure, he had beaten her at the tournament and had inadvertently caused her to have her hair cut. The fact that she was also a girl had been exposed. Then again, he did restore her hair. Now he was heading to her school in order to put the principal in his place and offered to restore the hair of all the other students as well. He was good-looking and had called her cute. Yukio decided to reserve her judgment about this Kojiro until the matter with the principal was resolved. So what's with the marathon? Ranma's voice snapped Yukio back to the present as she nodded to him. That stupid principal made up another one of his stupid rules. Really? What is it? Naruki decided to answer. He told everyone yesterday that anyone coming in late for school would have to clean out toilets for a month. Pretty small time if you ask me. Oh, I'm sorry. We haven't introduced ourselves. I'm Naruki Tendo. Nice to meet you. Ranma nodded to the older sister. And I believe you remember Ken. Naruki gestured to her sibling, who turned up her nose and tried to ignore his presence. You'll have to excuse my sister's rude behavior. She's still pretty steamed about the new haircut and losing to you a couple of days ago. Hey, don't worry about it. After I'm finished with your principal, I'll grow her hair back with everyone else. Oh, Naruki remarked as she became more interested. Ken also became intrigued at the thought of getting her hair back, despite her continued attempts to ignore him. Say Kojiro, would you be interested in a little business proposition? Later Naruki. We're almost at the school. By the way, why does everyone look like they've been walking through a minefield? It's more of that principal's stupid tricks, Yukio replied. He put up booby traps and other obstacles in the surrounding areas. He really wants to make a lot of us late. Well, I'm going to have to see him about that too. Ranma remarked as he saw the gates of Furinkan high in the distance. On top of the gates, he saw a man that was dressed in a colorful Hawaiian shirt, Bermuda shorts and sandals. He wore a pair of dark shades and on top of his head appeared to be a small palm tree. He held up a megaphone and laughed maniacally. Hello all you brothers and sisters. You gonna be much so tardy. Nobody gonna get in DA gates before the clock strikes. DA Big Kahuna says you be scrubbing them toilets today. Yeah, that's the principle. Ranma asked in disbelief. Yukio, Ken and Nebiki nodded. Well, in that case, Ranma suddenly accelerated and overtook the entire group. The students were a little more than startled when they saw someone rush forward in a blur and was at the front gates in an instant. Nebiki was especially astounded. She had estimated that the distance they still had to cover was at least 500 yards. Ranma had traversed the distance in under half a second. The principal looked down at the person who was at the locked front gate and snickered. Oh, you volunteer to be the first to scrub them toilets. Then he noticed Ranma's long hair. Oh no! I missed one. You also be getting a buzz cut. With these words, he leapt down and produced a pair of barber shears. Ranma had been expecting this reaction, considering what his friend Shodan had told him. Dodging the principal's lunge at his temple, Ranma lashed out with a spin kick that connected with his foe's head. The headmaster was slammed face first into the concrete wall. He made a considerable impression in the wall as he painfully slid down to the ground. Oh, you do that on purpose. He moaned as he picked himself off the ground. Damn right I did. Ranma said as he waited for the principal's next move. Hey Kaiki, how's about a nice pineapple? Ranma saw his foe toss him what appeared to be an ordinary fruit. However, Ranma knew better. Before starting out for Furinkan, he had talked with Shodan and asked him for more information about the principal. He knew there was some kind of bomb in it. As the pineapple flew toward him, Ranma did a backflip and kicked it back. The principal let out a surprised yelp as his own weapon was sent back and exploded. When the dust cleared, he was sprawled on the ground in a small crater. His clothes were tattered and smoking as he moaned in pain. He then slumped into unconsciousness. Ranma smiled as he turned toward the gate. The iron gates were locked tight and upon closer inspection, he noticed that the locks and the hinges had been welded shut. Shrugging at the minor problem, he simply grabbed hold of the bars and pulled. To the amazement of the approaching students, Ranma wrenched the gates of the high school free of their hinges and held them aloft. Placing the gates to the side, he picked up the principal's megaphone and yelled, "Come on you guys! There double quote has still 1 minute left." Ranma wound up to the large clock and indicated the time. This was all the incentive the students needed. With a final burst of speed, The crowd made a mad dash to the school's entrance, just as the Hawaiian nutag regained consciousness. He then looked at the approaching mob and let out a pathetic squeak as he realized that he was in their path. "OW. Ouch. Yow. Hold it. OW. YOWZA. No. YOW. OUCHIE. OH boys. Stop. OH. OH mama. Help. COWABUNGA. That hurt. 30 seconds before the bell rang, the last student passed through the gate. In their wake, the principal was sprawled on his back with a glazed look and hundreds of footprints all over his body. He was also sporting several large bruises from being trampled by the entire student population of Furinkan. Ranma smiled with satisfaction as he hefted the gates and slammed them back into place. He then stepped back and began concentrating his eye. His eyes glowed red. Cat's eye beams. Rapid fire. For short, but very intense beams of heat blasted from his eyes and hit the hinges of the gates, welding them back into place. The students were astounded as they recognized the technique. They stared at the Neko Ken fighter in silence. They were unsure whether to cheer him for getting them into the school on time, or to kill him for their loss at the no-holds-barred tournament. Ranma smiled as he heard the late bell ring. He then pointed to the still-gazed principal who was outside the school gates. Raising the megaphone, he said out loud with a grin, "Hey everybody! The principal's outside the school gates. The late bell is running. Everyone else is inside. The principal is tardy. So what does that mean?" There was a smile on everyone's face as the truth sank in. In one enthusiastic cheer, the crowd gave their answer. The big KHUNA is going to be scrubbing toilets. Ranma smiled as the students continued to cheer. At noon, Ranma entered the cafeteria and encountered a thunderous round of applause. Many students were giving him high fives and backslapping as he approached the front benches. Standing on a table, he held up a megaphone and waved for their attention. As soon as it quieted down, he addressed the crowd. "I know that some of you consider me the enemy, because I defeated your team during the no-holds-barred tournament. Many of you blame me for the buzzcuts and bullcuts. I assure you, I had no idea that would happen. Therefore, I wish to make amends." He then scanned the crowd and spotted the only other person who did not have a principal-approved haircut. "Yukio Kwanji, would you please come forward?" Yukio stood up and slowly walked toward the front. Many people gasped when they saw that her hair had grown back. Many reached out to give her tresses a tug to make certain that it wasn't a wig. After a few pulls, she gave them an irritated glare. When she reached the front, Ranma continued. "As you can see, Yukio has her hair back. I have something that will allow everyone to get his or her hair back too. I am willing to share it with all of you, free of charge." Nabiki spat out the milk she was drinking, the moment he said the word free. She saw the yen signs come crashing down to the ground. All her plans to market the hair formula were gone in an instant. Ranma smiled as he saw the hopeful looks on everyone's faces. The contract that Kuno signed stated that everyone get haircuts if Furinkin lost the tournament. And everyone did. The contract did not mention anything about the students growing their hair back. There was a thunderous cheer or agreement. Ranma then continued. Therefore, at the end of school, near the baseball diamond, I will administer enough of the formula, so that each student will regain at least 15 inches of hair in an hour. You can then visit your barbers or hairdressers to get it cut or styled the way you want it. See you then. There was another thunderous cheer as Ranma left the cafeteria. Later on in the afternoon, Ranma walked toward the storage room to get some large water bottles. He figured that if he dumped the entire contents of the bottle of hair-growing tonic into several gallons of water, the diluted formula should be enough to do the job. A teaspoon per student would suffice. Granted, their hair won't grow instantly as Yukio's did, but considering how strong the formula was, they should be happy by the next day. Just as he was about to head downstairs, he heard some moans and pleas. Looking around the corner, he saw a group of boys standing in front of a restroom. Judging by the way they were hunched over and squeezing their legs, he figured that they really needed to go. Hey! What's happening? Ranma asked as he walked over to the group. One boy looked at him and said, That stupid principal has locked all the doors to all the restrooms. He's in there right now with the only set of keys. How long it has been in there? More than 20 minutes. Every time he cleans a room, he locks the door. He wants us all to suffer. He told us that no one uses a restroom until he has finished cleaning all of them. How many restrooms are there? 50. All of them are locked. Every one of them has students waiting outside to use them. He's only done 2 and the others are too filthy for anyone to use. Looks like he dirtied them up beforehand when he made up that late rule. Doors have been replaced with reinforced steel ones and are too thick for us to break through. I can see why you haven't gone to another room. Well, we can't have that now, can we? Ranma stepped up to the door and knocked. Oh, nobody be using them rooms until I be done with all of them. The headmaster from hell laughed. This will be your first, last and only warning, you macadamia nut. Get your butt in gear or else. Ranma's voice became deadly. Fa 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 fa. The principal laughed. Ranma took a stance and stared at the door. He let off a low and menacing growl that sounded like his tiger form. The students backed away as they watched with awe. The Neko Ken began to manifest as Ranma readied his claws. RIPCLAW/. Ranma's right hand glowed with an eerie blue light as he sent it in a downward arc. The steel door flashed once and then fell apart into 2 neat pieces. The boys behind him were shocked beyond belief. The door had been at least 6 inches thick and Ranma had sliced through it like cardboard. Before the principal could react, Ranma was inside the restroom. The school hallways echoed with the tortured screams of someone who was being subjected to an intense mauling. This was accentuated with some splashing and flushing noises. To those who did not attend at Furinken, it was unbearable to hear. To those who did attend, it was music to their ears. Hey RRGH. No. Not the face. Stop. GLUB. That's no way to. GLUG. OW. No. No. Not again. Flush. PAGOID. Please stop. No. Not there. Splash. Help. Splash. At least use the brush. KRGH. Gurgle. Gurgle. PUYW. Splash. Okay. 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 You win. Within record time, all 50 restrooms were available for use. The principal had disappeared when the last one was unlocked and no one knew where he had disappeared. Whenever they asked Ranma about it, he simply smiled and said nothing. At the end of the school day, the baseball diamond was a place of great excitement as students lined up in front of a large table. Ranma was spooning out portions of his hair restorer to each student. Each teen that received his or her portion came away with a smile. The formula gave their scalps a gentle tingle and they could actually look in a mirror and see their hair slowly grow longer. When Nabiki came to get her share, she smiled and said, "Say Kojiro, this hair tonic of yours really works. I was wondering, do you have any more of this stuff? Would you like to go into business?" "Sorry," Ranma replied as he gave another spoonful to a grateful student. "This is all I've got." He gestured to the 5 1-liter water bottles on the table beside him. "Once this is gone, there isn't any more. I've got just enough for everyone here. By the way, if your lackey doesn't put that bottle back in 1 second, I'll slice her in half like I did that bathroom door." Ranma gestured with a thumb to the table behind him. There was an audible gulp as Nabiki's hench girl slowly replaced the bottle back with the others. Ranma turned his head and gave her a stern glare. The girl gave him a sheepish grin and melted back into the crowds. He then turned back to Nabiki and said, "I didn't bring this hair formula for profit. I consider it sort of like a peace offering. Besides, I wouldn't wish that stupid principal on my worst enemy." Ranma's ears twitched and he heard the distant sound of a helicopter approaching. When the sound got louder, he looked up and saw said vehicle hovering above them. As if on cue, the insane laughter of the principal was heard. The side door opened and revealed said Hawaiian nut emerged with a megaphone. "Fa fa fa fa. No one be getting their hair back. Not while the big KHUNA has something to say about it." Ranma became extremely annoyed as the crowds began to scatter. In a minute, he was the only one standing in front of the table. He sighed as he screwed the cap back on the bottle he was using and took a stance. He then called up to the chopper. "What's the matter, principal? Still sore at the fact I used your face to clean those toilets? You are going to pay for your disrespect. The headmaster is the big KHUNA. His words are law. If I say all the RUDDAs and sisters get buzz cuts and bull cuts, they go and they stay that way. With these words, he began lobbing a dozen of his special coconut and pineapple bombs at the table. With lightning speed, Ranma scooped up the water bottles and dashed away, just as the projectiles landed and obliterated the table. He then began making a beeline for the main school building. However, the principal motioned for his pilot to cut him off. Ranma stopped when the helicopter hovered between him and the school. The two faced off as the entire school watched. Fa 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 fa. You had no place to run. No place to hide. The principal taunted as his chopper began moving forward. Ranma crouched down, then sprang upward and forward. Before the startled eyes of the crowds, and the headmaster especially, he leapt over the helicopter that was blocking his way and ran into the school building. Getting over his surprise, the Hawaiian principal motioned for his chopper to land. As he stepped out, he signaled to some other people that were inside. All of a sudden, 4 large men, each armed with huge barber shears, came out and followed the principal to the front doors of the school. Now this is the big kahuna speaking. Go in there and get those bottles. I don't care how you do it, but get them. Also get that smart aleck too. Gives him the biggest buzz cut of them all. I don't want to see even the smallest bit of hair on him. Got that? Now go get him. The 4 men nodded as they went inside. The crowds watched them enter the school. A minute later, everything was silent. The students began edging toward the building, torn between helping Ranma and fearing the principal's wrath should they get involved. Then it happened. From within the depths of the school, there came a tremendous roar of some huge animal. It was then followed by screams of terror and objects being smashed. It's double quotes a monster. Out of my way. Let's get out of here. He never told the United States about this. He ain't paying the United States enough for this. There were also the sounds of things being shredded and broken apart. An instant later, the 4 men were dashing out of the school, their clothes in tatters. All were screaming at the top of their lungs as they disappeared over the horizon. Hey! Where you think you be going? The principal was more than confused as he saw 4 large men flee like scared rabbits. He then looked back at the school. A moment later, Ranma emerged from the building, calmly dusting off his shoulder and grinning like the cat who just swallowed the canary. He then caught sight of the principal and took a battle stance. The principal swallowed hard as he immediately realized his situation. The crowds around him began closing. Their expressions were anything but friendly. He found himself cut off from his helicopter and the only path he could go was forward, straight at Ranma, who had begun to approach him with slow, steady steps. The look in his eyes were promising intense pain. And now hold on a minute, little kike. The principal stammered with a nervous grin. I just be having a little fun now. You know, want the haircuts, is in no problem. Is all just a little joke, yeah? A joke? Ranma repeated in a deadly tone. Okay, if you thought all of this was funny, then you'll really get a laugh out of this. Ranma leapt at the principal with a speed that defied imagination. Her screamed as he saw him rear back with a claw and shut his eyes. He felt a something whip by as he heard Ranma's voice shout out the attack. Quick swipe. The principal braced himself and waited for the end. For a long time, everything was silent. Nothing was said nor heard. When he realized that he wasn't dead, the principal opened his eyes and looked around. He saw the students were staring at him. Behind him, he saw Ranma, who was casually standing with his arms folded. When he looked down and saw that his body was untouched, he began laughing. Fa 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 fa. You missed. It was then that he noticed that it was awful drafty. His head felt cool as he felt the evening breeze blow over his scalp. He felt something brush against his foot. What he saw on the ground caused him to go tail. There on the cold pavement was a large pile of hair and the shredded remains of a tiny palm tree. The principal let off a loud wail as he reached up and felt his bald head. His screams became even louder as he realized that there wasn't even stubble left. Ranma had somehow shaved him bare. Soon his screams became accompanied by the laughter of the Furinkan High students. It was so ironic. The principal had finally gotten a taste of his own medicine. It soon became unbearable for the headmaster to handle as he went running off from the schoolyard, still clutching his head and screaming like a maniac. After the principal had disappeared from sight, Ranma went back into the school and retrieved the bottles of Air Restorer. He waited for the crowds to stop in their mirth. When the snickering, the giggling and the guffaws finally ceased, he then picked up the megaphone that the Hawaiian nut had dropped and said, "Okay. Whose was next in line? To be continued, offer single quote S-notes quick swipe. A very fast slash in which Ranma can cut through materials in less than a nanosecond. Not very strong, but it is effective in delivering secret strikes where the opponent least expects it. In any case, the headmaster from hell has been dealt with, but he will return eventually. The changes to this chapter are just to make it more full. Cat Fist Fury1 and the gang are the creation of Rumiko Takahashi. You know the rest. Chapter 7 The Tiger of Tokyo Ranma sighed as the last student swallowed his spoonful of Air Restorer. As the boy said thank you and left, the Neko Ken fighter looked at the table. As expected, all the bottles were empty and not a single drop of the Chinese formula was left in Japan. As he began cleaning up, he looked at his watch and saw that it was nearly 8:30. Behind him, Nebiki, Akan and Yukio came toward him as the crowds dispersed. "Hey Kojiro! We'd like to thank you again for all you've done for us today," Yukio said. "No problem," Ranma replied as he tossed the bottles into a nearby trash can. "Anyway, I better get back home. I've got class tomorrow and I start my new job too." "Where do you work?" Nebiki asked. "It's a little coffee shop near downtown Tokyo. I have a part-time job as a cashier and server." "Say Kojiro," Yukio said. "You've done so much for us today. How about coming over to my restaurant? I'll treat you to my best okonomiyaki. Gonpa house." Ranma smiled as he thought back to the times when he and Yukio had played as kids. He remembered that no one could make okonomiyaki like Izuken. However, he also remembered the bad memories associated with his relationship with her, and decided to leave that aspect in the past. "Thanks for the offer, Yukio, but I really got to be going. Maybe another time?" Yukio was clearly disappointed at being turned down, but nodded. "Well, just so you know, my offer still stands. Come in any time. So long, guys." The chef waved her hand and walked off. Ranma turned his attention to the Tendo sisters and nodded to them. "Well, it's been quite a day, I'll say." Nabiki agreed with enthusiasm. Akan was still a bit miffed at Ranma, but she couldn't help but concur with her sister. The principal was last seen heading out of Tokyo, still lamenting about his shaved head. She fingered her newly restored hair. It was almost the same length as it had been before the tournament. Ranma's hair restorer had also given Nabiki a mane of brown hair that went a little past her shoulders. By tomorrow, everyone would no longer be sporting the principal-approved hairstyles. Of course, this did not mean that Ranma was on Akan's good side. Boys were all the same after all. They were all stupid jerks that were only to be pummeled into the ground. By the way, I didn't see Ryoga, Muse, Shampoo or Kuno today. Something happened to them after the tournament?" Ranma asked. "Kuno's still in the hospital as far as I know," Akan answered. "Hospital?" Ranma asked with some concern. "I didn't hurt him that much at the contest, did I?" "Mumber," Nabiki affirmed. "It was after you won. He was the first to get his head shaved, and when the rest of the school found out about the contract, he was pounded into intensive care. Serves him right." Akan half yelled. "That idiot." "Okay," Ranma replied slowly. "And what about Ryoga?" "What else?" Nabiki said. "He got lost and hasn't been seen since. I'm sure you've heard about how bad he is with directions. Don't pick on him." Akan spat out. "It's not his fault." Ranma saw Akan's temper rise and changed the subject. "And the two Chinese students? Lucky for them, they aren't full-time students. They're taking a few correspondence courses and only come to school 3 days a week. They weren't here when the haircut rule came into effect. They'll be back tomorrow. They run a ramen shop a block away from where we live." Ranma nodded as he started to leave. "Well, it was nice meeting the two of you, but I have to get going. Bye." Without a second thought, the martial artist jogged off and rounded a corner. "Hey, wait up!" Nabiki called as she followed him with Akan behind her. However, by the time they got to the corner, Ranma was gone. "Where did he go?" Akan asked. "I don't know, he just vanished." "Oh well, it's not like we really need him anymore." Nabiki's sister shrugged as she ran her hand through her hair. "Akan, Are you ever going to realize that not all boys are bad? Ha! All boys are the same. They're nothing but perverts and idiots. They always want something. I bet that guy had an ulterior motive for restoring our hair and beating up the principal. They always do. Ranma was already running across rooftops at a good clip, feeling good about himself. Thanks to his hair restorer, the students of Furinkan were no longer angry with him, except for Ken. Ranma had to almost shove the tonic down her throat, before Nebiki had convinced her to take it. He was quite annoyed at how Ken regarded him. Here he was just trying to be nice and she didn't even bother to say thank you. He couldn't believe that anyone would be so ungrateful. Whenever he looked at Ken, she would turn her nose up at him. Ranma sighed as he continued on. His long strides quickly made distances shorter. His footsteps were light and looked like he was barely touching the roof tiles. When he was a sufficient distance away, he stopped and looked around. He saw that he was in an area that was relatively dark and less populated. That suited him just fine. It had been several days since he had been able to run freely in his tiger form. Transforming into that shape to scare off the principal's henchmen had been fun, but he needed more exercise, and a chance to satisfy the occasional need to romp around in his beast mode. Early on, he had discovered that much of his behavior stemmed from his feral state. He found out that by spending some time in his tiger body, he gained far better control over his animal urges as a human. He also needed to eat in his tiger form every now and then, since he would become somewhat weaker if did not do so. That was one of the reasons he chose an apartment that was near the city limits. Not only was it remote, but whenever he had the need to go hunt something, he wouldn't have far to go. A few miles from Tokyo were several forest areas that he could use to track deer and fish in the mountain streams. Tonight was one of those times. The fight with the principal and his henchmen, plus the short transformation, had gotten his blood up. It was time for him to stretch his legs, all four of them. He let off a loud roar, then triggered the change. An instant later, a shadowy form bounded off into the night. At a small restaurant known as the Neko Ken, the figures were reviewing a videotape in a room above the establishment. The screen showed a familiar scene. Ultimate Neko Ken. Final attack. Berserker Rage. Champa flinched slightly as she watched Ryoga get ripped apart by his opponent. The diminutive and extremely old person beside her observed the scene with interest. She was less than 2 feet tall and was balancing on a wooden staff that was 3 times her height. She had long silver hair. To the casual observer, she would seem like nothing more than an old lady that couldn't possibly be a threat to anyone. But Shampoo and Moose knew better. Cologne was a matriarch of the Jusenkyo. In her 300 years of life, she had amassed a formidable array of fighting skills and considerable knowledge in many fields, including pressure points and magic. Despite her extreme age, she was considered one of the most formidable martial artists in the world. Those who knew of her were very careful not to cross her. She was not someone to take lightly. When she saw something that would be of great worth to her, there would be very little to stop her in obtaining it. And what she saw on the VCR was very valuable indeed. When the scene ended, she turned to her great-granddaughter. "So this is the one who defeated you?" Shampoo nodded enthusiastically and smiled. "Yes, great-grandmother. He is Kojiro. Shampoo's Aaron. Have you given him the kiss of marriage?" Shampoo's expression became somewhat sadder as she bowed her head and said, "Not yet. Shampoo no find him. Try to look for him after tournament, but no one know where he lives. Went to Himoto yesterday but he already gone. Too busy at restaurant today to go look for him. Then it is not yet official. You know our laws, Shampoo. You must give him the kiss of marriage to validate your claim on him. Should another Amazon be defeated by him and gives him the kiss, then your chance will be lost. It's good thing no one else but Shampoo in Tokyo. Not for long. I had just received a letter from the village. Mascara is organizing a husband hunting expedition and will soon be arriving. She'll certainly begin tracking this Kojiro as soon as she learns about him. She'll be bringing conditioner, bubbles, brush and comb with her. What? Hiya. Shampoo must find quickly then. No, let stupid conditioner or other Amazons get this one. He better than Ryogi and much better than Zeus. Indeed. I had hoped I could fashion Ryogi into a good addition to the tribe, but his shortcomings and his infatuation with Akantendo are just too much trouble. Zeus is pathetic. This one, however, he is strong, handsome and very good fighter. Cologne nodded. Although I am curious about his fighting style. I wonder how he has been able to overcome the madness of the dreaded Neko Ken. No one else has even come close to conquering the resulting fear of cats, much less use the technique on a conscious level. He has certainly improved upon it. Be certain to find out all you can about him when you give him the kiss of marriage. No worry, great-grandmother. Shampoo will find. A short distance away, another person was also having thoughts about the only master of the Neko Ken. He was not happy at the way things were turning out. Less than damn you, Kojiro! Exclamation point greater than Zeus fumed. Less than Shampoo is mine. I'll make you pay for stealing her away from me! Exclamation point greater than some distance away. A huge saber-toothed cat was bounding across rooftops with a grace that defied its size and mass. Ranma's run made him euphoric as he dashed along with nary a care. It felt good to leave behind the responsibilities and trappings of the human world, if only for a little while. After another half hour of leaping and running, he dropped down to an alleyway to rest and get his bearings. Ranma discerned that he was in the less traveled areas of the shopping districts. Very few people frequented the sidewalks at this late hour. The transformed martial artist looked around and saw that there were many stray cats wandering around. It was then that he saw something approach. Looking closer with his night vision, he saw that it was a van, which belonged to the animal's shelter. It stopped near an intersection and two men came out. Both were holding nets. Ranma's eyes narrowed as he watched the two go about their jobs, which in this case was rounding up stray cats. He saw many of the felines scatter as they tried to elude their pursuers. Several of them headed toward the alley where Ranma was hidden. As he backed further into the shadows to avoid detection, his sharp hearing picked up the conversation between the two men. "Hey Akira." Some of them went into that alley. "Well, go get them Shirato. We're still about 20 cats under our quota." "Right," Shirato replied as he walked toward the alley. The man trotted off into the direction of the strays and called out, "Here kitty, kitty, kitty." A minute later, Akira was putting his catches into the van and waiting for his partner to emerge. He looked back toward the dark alley and called out to his friend, "Hey Shirato, you found any back there?" "Hard to tell," Shirato replied. "I forgot my flashlight and it's pretty dark in here. Wait a second. I think I see something moving around in here. Well, get the net on it." "Right." A second later he hears the distinctive whoosh of a net. Then Akira nearly jumped out of his pants when a second sound pierced into the evening. "Why, it's a monster." Akira quickly took out his tranquilizer rifle and began running toward the alley. He stopped suddenly as he sees his partner come screaming out of the alley and running as if the devil was after him. Guess who he found? The screaming man crashed into his coworker and both went tumbling down to the pavement. The two struggled with each other for a few minutes before Akira finally managed to rap on his friend's head with the butt of the rifle. This stunned Shirato back to a state of coherence. "What's wrong, Shirato? What did you find there?" It's huge," Shirato stammered. "I saw a big tiger in there." "A tiger? Have you been drinking again?" No. I swear. I haven't touched a drop. I went in there and saw a big black shape moving around. I thought it was some big tomcat, so I netted it. It then stood up and grinned at me. I saw fangs that were bigger than Ginsu knives. That monster must have been larger than an American car. Oh, come off it," Akira said in an irritated tone. "We haven't heard of any reports of any escaped tigers from the city zoo today. If one were roaming the streets, they would have contacted us by now. I think you've been chugging down a few bottles of sake behind my back. The boss knows about your drinking problem." "No. I swear. I haven't touched a drop in weeks. Besides, I don't think this tiger is from the zoo." "What makes you say that?" "It's a lot larger than the ones I saw at the zoo and it has a pure black coat. No stripes." "No stripes?" Akira repeated in a disbelieving tone. "Was it a lion?" "I don't think it was a lion. It didn't have a mane or anything and it looked more like a tiger. It's also got a set of canines that are at least 6 inches long. Now I know that you've been at the bot again. What you're describing has been extinct for thousands of years. What are you talking about? I saw what you're describing on a documentary once. They're called saber-tooth tigers. Now are you telling me that you just netted a saber-tooth tiger in that alley? Well, I wouldn't say netted. Shirato said reluctantly. And what would you say? The net only fit over its head. It used those oversized teeth to bite through the net like it was chewing spaghetti. Okay, that does it. I'm reporting you to the boss. This will be the third time you'll be written down for being intoxicated on the job. No, Akira, I swear. I am stone cold sober. If you don't believe me, then go see for yourself. Fine. I will. Akira and his partner got their feet and began to approach the entrance to the alley. Akira held up his tranquilizer gun while Shirato cowered behind him. Just before they entered the alley, they heard a sound that caused them to freeze in their tracks. Akira began to raise his rifle to eye level as they waited. A moment later, a large, black tomcat came strutting out into the street and sat on its haunches. It looked at the two men and then yawned, displaying its teeth at the two before scurrying off into the shadows. Akira then looked at his partner with an irritated expression. He then said in a sarcastic tone, "Well, you were right. It was a bigger than normal cat and it had a black coat. And I admit, those teeth looked pretty scary." Shirato could only reply with a sheepish grin. Ranma watched from the top of a nearby fire escape as the two men climbed into their van and drove off. Satisfied that he had evaded detection, he bounded off to continue his run. He made a mental note to limit his runs in the city. Not that he couldn't have handled those two, but the resulting media explosion would have caused people such as the police, hunters and scientists to be after him. Many of those people were of the shoot first and ask questions later variety, and Ranma was not willing to find out if he was bulletproof. As he continued on with his nightly run, he soon came across another darkened alley. Below he saw an old woman that was desperately trying to hold onto her handbag, in which a purse snatcher was trying to abscond with it. The two went on with this little tug-of-war with the old lady screaming for help. In another instant, the mugger ripped the bag free of its carrying strap and bolted away from his victim. That was when Ranma grinned and decided to intervene. The mugger ran at a fast clip, hoping to get away as before the woman's screams alerted someone. However, 5 seconds after he started to flee, something heavy landed on top of him. He fell onto the pavement and felt the wind knocked out of him. Hearing the woman's screams become even louder, he desperately tried to get to his feet. However, whatever had knocked him down was also pinning him to the ground. His adrenaline started pumping and his face became pale as he heard a low and menacing growl above him. He felt a hot breath on his back and neck and slowly turned his head to see what was keeping him down. Officer Hanzo Yamato was just exiting the coffee shop and heading back towards his squad car when he heard a woman scream from a nearby alley. Dropping his cup, he sprinted off toward the source of the noise, drawing his gun at the same time. An instant later he heard another scream. This time it was a man. He then heard the sounds of something being shredded, and then a man came running out of the alley. His clothes were tattered and he was screaming hysterically. When he saw the uniformed officer, he made a beeline toward him and then cowered behind the confused policeman. "Help! It's after me." "What's after you?" Hanzo asked. "It's that monster. Arrest me, please. Lock me up. Just keep that thing away from me." The mugger pointed a trembling hand at the entrance to the alley. The officer aimed his gun at the shadows and waited. A moment later, the old woman emerged from the alley with her purse in hand. Hanzo did a double take from the woman to the mugger, who was still trembling like a leaf. He saw the broken strap on the purse and assumed what had happened, knowing that the old woman would give her testimony. He then shrugged and put the cuffs on the mugger while saying, "Well, I have to admit, she does look a little dangerous." Above the three people, on the rooftop of a nearby shop, Ranma smiled as he bounded away. It was an hour after that incident when the transformed martial artist decided that it was time for him to head home. As he started off toward his apartment, he began to smell something. It was the faint odor of something burning. Concentrating on the smell, he turned his head and saw a bright light in the distance, flickering like a campfire. He saw a small column of black smoke rise into the night sky. Acting on curiosity, he decided to head toward the light. Within 10 minutes, Ranma had covered the distance and came to the scene. It was one of the more older buildings in Tokyo that was scheduled for demolition. Most of the surrounding buildings were already demolished and the structure stood alone in an empty lot. It was a 5-story building and most of the windows were boarded up. For some reason, it had caught on fire. Judging from the size of the blaze, the derelict had been burning for 15 minutes or so. The foundation was engulfed in flames and it looked like the rest of the building would soon follow. Ranma then picked up the sounds of fire engines in the distance and assumed that this would be taken care of. He was about to turn around when he suddenly heard a high-pitched scream of a young girl. Turning back toward the sound, he focused his keen night vision and hearing on the source of the scream. Below him on the streets, the fire trucks screeched to a halt as firefighters came out to begin their efforts to control the blaze. Ranma's eyes widened in shock as he saw what was on the soon-to-be collapsed roof. The girl was about 5 years old and was wearing a tattered dress. She was barefoot and thin. She screaming and desperately waving to someone on a building from across the street. Ranma looked over and saw a woman on the ground, calling back to the child. Assuming that the woman was her mother, Ranma decided to get involved. Looking back toward the roof, he saw that the structure was beginning to moan and shift as the fire ate away at the supports. The little girl coughed and wheezed as the smoke seared her lungs. Small fires began to eat away at the roof and it seemed that it would give way any second. Ranma looked at the distance between the roof of the burning building and the one nearest to it. He headed toward it. When he got there, He saw that the distance between the rooftops was about 100 feet. Less than HMMM. Too far for me to jump as a human, even with my enhanced strength. I could only make a running jump like that in my tiger form. Problem is, I doubt that roof could support my weight when I land. What to do? ? Greater than Ranma pondered the problem for a moment before deciding on a course of action. His timing had to be perfect. He then backed away to the other side of the roof, then crouched down. Tensing his muscles, he took a deep breath, said a quiet prayer and sprang forward. As he ran toward the edge, he built up as much speed as he could. He let off a huge roar as he leapt off the edge. The crowds below were startled when they heard the roar. Bystanders and firefighters alike simultaneously looked up and saw a black shape jumping above them. Wild speculation began amongst them as they pointed at the shape. Suddenly, a section of the third floor of the building exploded, sending flames and debris everywhere. The crowd scattered as the entire building shifted to one side. The resulting confusion and smoke was enough to obscure the unidentified shape at just the right time. Ranma had just hit the apex of his jump when the explosion had occurred. It was mere coincidence that the explosion had obscured him from sight when he triggered his transformation. As he made his downward descent toward the roof, he changed back into his human form. He landed on the roof and performed a tuck and roll to lessen the impact. Fortunately for Ranma, his human form weighed far less than his beast form. Quickly getting to his feet, he looked around and saw the girl cowering near a skylight. Please, help me." The martial artist nodded as he swept up the child in his arms and began looking for a way off the roof. Unfortunately, as he took a step forward, his foot found a weak spot in the roof. The two of them let out a scream as they fell through. They tumbled down toward the floor beneath them. Ranma acted on instinct and shifted to his tiger form, knowing that it could take the impact better than his human body could. Twisting his feline body so that he would be between the girl and the ground, the two plummeted downward. The two fell into and through the fifth floor, and landed down into the level below it. Ranma felt his body ache with pain and heat when they landed with a thump. He felt a sharp pain in his right flank when they hit the floor. Shaking his head to clear it, he got to his feet and looked down. The girl had passed out, either from smoke inhalation or from seeing him transform. Either way, he had no time to ponder it. The building gave a final shudder and began to collapse in on itself. Ranma desperately looked around for an escape exit. He spotted a window that was blocked by debris and flames. Knowing that he would have only one chance, he began focusing his Kai. His eyes glowed with red light as he prepared to release the energy. He let off a roar and fired off twin beams of force at the window. The wall was blown out, leaving a huge hole in it, just as the building started its downward descent into oblivion. Ranma quickly used his teeth to snatch up the girl by the back of her dress. He then made a mad dash toward the opening as the floor rumbled beneath him. Just as the floor gave way, he leaped out of the building. The derelict crashed to the ground, causing the firefighters and the crowds to pull back. They did not see Ranma and the girl exit the building from the other side as the tiger landed on all fours near an adjacent lot. Ranma carefully set the girl down and looked back at the wreckage. It had been a near thing. Looking down at the girl, he saw that she was still breathing but a bit dazed. Hoping to get her to come around, he leaned down and gave her face a gentle muzzle with the side of his huge head. She stirred a bit, then coughed as her lungs cleared themselves. She then turned her head and gazed up at the tiger above her. Less than, oh. Here it comes! Exclamation point greater than Ranma was fully expecting the girl to scream in terror at the sight of him. During his travels in China, he had often gotten that response whenever he was a tiger. However, the girl's reaction to him was anything but that. The girl smiled as she reached up with her tiny hands and began stroking the sides of his face. Ranma was a little more than surprised at her lack of fear toward him. He was even more surprised when she said in a happy voice, "Nice kitty. You want to be my pet?" The moment was shattered at that moment when a scream was heard. Ranma turned his head. He saw that it was the girl's mother and she wasn't happy to see her child under some animal that could devour her daughter in one bite. "Help! Someone! A monster has my IK." The woman's screams instantly alerted the police, who had arrived at the area to perform crowd control. When they looked in the direction of the woman's screaming, their eyes widened at the sight of a huge, black saber-toothed tiger. Quickly drawing their guns, they began running toward the transformed martial artist. Ranma knew that things were about to get ugly. Although he hated to run from a fight, this was one of those times when discretion was the better part of valor. Taking a final glance at the little girl, the Neko Ken fighter broke out into a run. He leapt toward a nearby parked car and used it as a springboard to launch himself up to a nearby roof. In an instant, he disappeared into the night. Back at the empty lot, the woman swept up her child and held her tight. She was constantly weeping as paramedics led her to a waiting ambulance to treat her daughter. Police were already trying to ask the child for information about the tiger, but all she would say was, "Can I keep him?" An hour later, Ranma, as a human, staggered into his apartment and headed straight toward the bathroom. Leaning over the sink, he began to wipe the grime and dirt that he had received from the night's activities. His body was sore and sported a few minor cuts and burns. However, these injuries were of no concern to him. The former son of Genma had discovered that his body had extraordinary healing capabilities after the accident at Jusenkyo. The scratches and burns would be completely healed within the hour without even a trace of a scar. The bruised ribs he had received from the fall would no longer ache by morning. Less than man. That wasn't what I had in mind when I wanted some exercise. I guess from now on, I better not transform in the city too much. I have a feeling that tonight's adventure is going to make the morning news! Exclamation point greater than. With these thoughts, Ranma stripped off his clothes and stepped into the shower, eager to wash away the tension the evening had caused. The very next morning at the Tendo residence, the head of the family was reading the front-page article about a saber-toothed tiger that had appeared to rescue a small child from a burning building. Soon Tendo raised an eye at the story, then noticed a couple of smaller articles about a man from the animal shelter and a police report. The worker from the animal shelter claimed he had netted the world's biggest alley cat, and the policeman reported that the mugger had begged him to put in jail after being stopped by a giant monster. On the television set, Nebiki and her sisters were watching the morning news. The top story was, of course, the Tiger of Tokyo. The middle daughter turned up the volume as the announcer related the story. The scene was taken by one of our cameramen during the fire in downtown Tokyo. Although no one knows what this creature is, it apparently had saved a little girl from the burning building. According to the girl, whose name is being withheld by her mother's request, the creature is some kind of werbeast, as she claimed that a person appeared on the roof and transformed in front of her eyes. Due to the smoke and confusion, the girl is unable to identify her rescuer. This clip is the only known footage of the Tiger of Tokyo. The scene shifts and we see Ranma's tiger form bounding off into the night. Nebiki gave off a low whistle at the powerful, yet agile form. Already, her keen mind was formulating various endeavors on how she could profit on such a development. Akane and Kasumi were still watching the television, fascinated by the appearance of such a magnificent animal. In another part of the world, other people had also gotten wind of the recent developments in Japan. One such individual was a certain Theodore Diggers. He placed the phone receiver back on its cradle and then looked at the photo that had been sent to him by fax machine. His eyes slightly narrowed as he looked over the picture that his correspondent in Japan had sent him. Very interesting. A saber-toothed tiger. The ape-mage said to himself as he turned toward the door. He then called out for his children. Gina, Brittany, Brianna, could you please come here? We may be going on a little trip. In a small port city in China, several women were preparing to board a fishing boat that was bound for Japan. An elderly woman who was about 2 feet tall was hopping on a staff and leading 4 young and beautiful girls onto the ship. Their destination was Nirimada, to be continued. Author's notes: the rewrite is minor as I don't really know what to add to it. Most of the gaps in the previous chapters had been dealt with, and now it's time to move on. Cat Fist Fury1. The characters depicted here belong to their respective creators. I'm just using them to write a story. Chapter 8. Amazonian X Kojiro, formerly Ranma Sodom, calmly walked toward the gates of Shimoto High. It had been a whole day since his little romp through Tokyo in his tiger form. Since that little incident, he had been very careful not to draw attention to himself. It had been relatively peaceful, aside from a few annoyances. Puppy before, Sojiro. Come forth and face the awesome might of the blue thunder of Fury1. Ranma was a little more than surprised to see Kuno waiting for him at the front entrance of his school. The Kendust was more or less recovered from the pounding he had received from his fellow classmates, although he still looked very stupid with that toupee. Less than he probably still hasn't grown his hair back! Greater than, aren't you supposed to be in class at your school right now? Ranma asked as he dropped his books and assumed a stance. Silence, knave. You have incurred the wrath of the great Tatewaki Kuno. This affront must be avenged. Oh, come on, Kuno. I don't have time for this. I paid you fair and square. It's not my fault that you were stupid enough to have signed that contract. By the way, your hair is slipping. Kuno angrily righted the hairpiece and said, My skills as a great warrior is unprecedented. Only the lovely Akantendo has been able to best me. The thought that a lowly peasant such as you would be able to defeat me is totally absurd. It is clear that you had used dark sorcery on me that day. Only the lowest of the low would resort to such trickery. I shall smite thee and prove to all that I, Tatewaki Kuno, is second to none. The insane Kendust rushed forward with his book and held high. Ranma sighed as he simply ducked under the blow and readied his claws. Quick swipe. The motions of his hand were a mere blur to the crowds who were watching. Ranma calmly walked into the school building. Kuno was left standing with a glazed look on his eyes, his weapon still held over his head. For a long moment, all was silent. Then it happened. The wooden sword fell apart and landed on the pavement in 6 neat little pieces. Kuno's clothes and hairpiece followed suit, falling down in a pile of shredded cloth and hair. Finally, the insane book and user fell face first on the ground, his body covered in small slashes and bruises. He landed with a dull thud and moaned as he faded into unconsciousness. As Ranma entered his class, Kai, who was at the moment busily counting a large lot of yen notes, greeted him. Way to go, Kojiro. Took out Kuno in less than a second. Not a problem. Ranma shrugged. So what was that all about? Oh, well, Kuno lost a lot of respect when you beat him so easily at the tournament. No one is taking him seriously as a fighter anymore, and his usual bullying of the other boys doesn't work. I guess he really holds a grudge against you for beating him in 1/10 of a second. He's also upset at the fact that everyone at Furinkan has his or her hair back, while he still has that buzz cut. The fights in the morning today can have also stopped. Really? After they saw what you did to Kuno and their principal, they realized that the whole thing was just plain stupid. The fight can so you could date her sounded like something the principal would have made up. I see. So things have quieted down since then? Well, not exactly. There's still the matter of that underwear thief that keeps dropping by every now and then. Underwear thief? Kai nodded. Every now and then, some short pervert would come in and raid the girls' locker room. He'd steal any undergarment that wasn't nailed down. Bras, panties, leotards, you name it. No one's been able to catch him since he moves so fast. He also seems to be some kind of great martial artist. He pulls out these fancy techniques and he likes to grope girls whenever he can. He's really annoying the girls at the school. A martial artist, eh? Ranma became thoughtful. Yep. He claims to be the master of the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts. Goes by the name of Rako's Eyes. Anything goes. That's right, the same school that Akan is learning. I hear that Rako's Eye is staying at the Tendo Dojo, since Akan's father was one of his former students. So where is this Tendo Dojo? About a few blocks west of Furinkan. You'll find it near the place where Shampoo and Moose are working at. The Neko Ken and double quote the present. Ranma shook his head. Kuma wasn't the only annoyance he'd encountered. Due to another pest that attacked him after school, he was almost late for his new job after school. That same day, Kojiro. I will not allow you to take my shampoo. Ranma had long sensed Moose's approach and dodged the barrage of chains and knives that were hurled his way. The projectiles harmlessly clattered to the pavement to his left as Ranma took a stance. You again. What's the big idea? Prepare to meet your end at the hands of a master of hidden weapons. Moose threw his arms forward and charged at him with two curved swords that just appeared in his hands. Of course, Moose was severely outmatched. Before he could take a dozen steps, Ranma had already come up to him and reduced his blades to fragments with fast swipes of his claws, which glowed with a blue light. RIPCLAW/. Moose was shocked to see his steel blades cut into pieces within an instant. He didn't even get a chance to recover as Ranma sent a hard, right cross to his chin. The blow sent him flying back 12 feet and he impacted heavily against a concrete wall, causing a large depression to form. Moose moaned in pain as his body crumpled to the ground. Ranma stood back with his arms folded. Would you mind telling me what this is all about? Moose didn't answer. Ranma then looked closer and noted that his opponent was in no condition to answer for a while. Even though he had pulled his punch, the pony-tailed martial artist had hit Moose hard enough to render him unconscious. Less than damn. I hit him too hard. Looks like I've gotten a lot stronger since I fought against someone. Shoot. I don't have much time. I can't leave him here, but I have to get to work soon. Good thing Kai told me where the Neko Ken is! Greater than with hardly any significant effort. Ranma picked up his fallen opponent and slung him over his shoulder. He then sighed as he ran toward the cat cafe. The present. Less than stupid Moose. Why did he attack me? What did he mean by taking his shampoo away from him? He was bad enough, but that old woman I met at the restaurant really put me on edge! Greater than that day. Cologne was very irritated. Moose had disappeared and the afternoon crowds were coming in. Shampoo was still out making a delivery and the elderly matriarch was left alone to tend to the customers. She fully intended to give Moose a sound beating the moment he walked through the door. When he did appear, however, She realized that the nearsighted martial artist wouldn't feel a thing in his condition. Her expression then brightened and she grinned when she saw who was carrying him. Cologne watched as Ranma moved with sure, steady steps. His footsteps were light and well-paced. His movements bespoke of grace and control, yet hinted at enormous strength and ferocity. Most of all, his Kai energy was extraordinarily strong and focused. Conclusion: a prime catch. Less than a. So this is Kojiro. He is far more impressive looking in person. My great-grandchild knew what she was doing when she chose this one for her husband. This is too good an opportunity to miss! Greater than quickly smothering her expression and taking on a more friendly attitude. The elder hopped on her staff to greet her future son-in-law. Greetings, young one. Welcome to the Cat Cafe. Ranma was a bit surprised to face the source of the huge Kai energy that he detected when he neared the establishment. His sixth sense already put him on alert, and his hearing and sense of smell were probing the area for any strange sounds or odors. He stared at the diminutive woman before him for a moment longer before remembering his manners. Noting that he was in a Chinese restaurant, he decided to respond in kind. Less than good day to you. I am here to return something that I think may belong to you. Greater than Ranma gestured to the still unconscious form of Moose. Cologne looked at Moose and made a sound of disgust. No need for you to speak Chinese. I am quite fluent in Japanese. However, I must say that your Mandarin is quite good. In any case, yes, that idiot does work here. You may put him in the second room on your right upstairs. She gestured to a flight of stairs behind her. Thank you. Ranma nodded as he went up to the second floor. A few minutes later, Ranma returned, minus Moose's form over his shoulder. Looking down at his watch, he then addressed Cologne. Well, I'm afraid I must be going now. Thank you and goodbye. Ranma turned to leave. Just a moment, Kojiro. Ranma stopped as he turned to face Cologne again. How do you know my name? Cologne smiled as she replied, my great-granddaughter has told me about you. I also saw a videotape of you during the tournament. Oh. Less than I guess I made a lot of money selling those tapes of me in action! Greater than, excuse me. Exactly who is your great-granddaughter? You know her as Shampoo. You're her great-grandmother? I am. My name is Cologne. Less than first Shampoo, then Moose and now Cologne. It figures! Greater than, pleased to meet you. Now if you'll excuse me, I really do need to get going. If you can spare a few minutes, I wish to ask you a few questions. Well, please, humor an old woman, won't you? Ranma looked intensely at the figure before him. Despite her size and advanced age, Ranma was still wary. The Kai in her body was even more focused than his was and bespoke of great skill. His senses were confirming what he had already guessed about her. This was someone in which one should be careful not to anger. Cautiously, he sat down at a nearby booth. Well, All right, but just for a few minutes. Cologne nodded as she took a seat opposite to him. I must say, your fighting style is very impressive. In all my 300 years, I have never seen anyone even come close to controlling the Neko Ken on a conscious level. You know about the cat fist? Ranma became even more wary. Cologne noted his uneasiness and replied, you don't get to be my age without knowing about the dreaded cat fu. I am also aware of the training. Wrap the trainee in fish sausage and throw him into a pit of starving cats. From what I see of your Kai, you have already gone through that process. So tell me, who was the one who trained you in this? Ranma nodded as his expression darkened. His thoughts of his father were not pleasant ones. My father was the one who did that to me, and I have never forgiven him since that time. He was so intent on making me learn that technique that he failed to read the rest of the training manual. The elder nodded. Yes, I am well aware of the side effects. The trainee's mental state becomes partially imbalanced as he develops a fear of cats. The technique itself becomes submerged into the person's subconscious and only emerges when the fear reaches its peak. When that occurs, anyone within his immediate vicinity becomes endangered as the person is reduced to a feral state. The trainee starts acting like a maddened cat and will attack anything or anyone that he perceives as a threat. Provided of course that he survives the training at all. It is because of this that no one has tried to master this skill for the last 50 years or so. Which brings us to you, and your point is, you are quite possibly the only person in the world who has truly mastered the cat fist without suffering any mental instability. Not only that, but from what I saw on the videotape, you have improved upon it and have now created a new fighting style based on the original technique. You must be a very extraordinary martial artist to have been able to accomplish this. Less than more extraordinary than you realize! Greater than Ranma got the distinct feeling that Cologne wanted something from him and was trying to keep him at the restaurant. The ponytailed martial artist was feeling like a trapped animal and he didn't like it. Cologne smiled as she sensed someone approaching the building. Shampoo was returning from her deliveries. It was perfect. Shampoo would arrive and give Kojiro the kiss of marriage, thereby validating her claim on him. She more than ready to start calling him son-in-law. It was then that she suddenly tensed up as she sensed a large amount of Kai energy. Someone else was approaching the Neko Ken. Cologne frowned as she realized who it was. The one person who could ruin her plans. Less than mascara. Blast it. She is leading her husband hunting group here. Her senses are as sharp as my own and she would surely have her group challenge Kojiro. He is far too valuable. As much as I'd hate to let such a fighter slip away, I'd have to make certain that Mascara doesn't learn about him before Shampoo gives him the kiss! Greater than quickly smothering her displeasure, Cologne smiled and said, "Oh my. It is getting late and I must prepare for the evening crowds. I apologize for detaining you." "Oh, no problem. Ranma replied. He too had tensed up when his sixth sense alerted him to Mascara's group. With a quick bow, he exited the cat cafe and was gone from sight. 10 seconds later, the door opened and Shampoo entered. Great-grandmother. Shampoo back. A mere 2 seconds later, there was a knock at the door and Shampoo went to answer. Her eyes widened as she saw who it was and immediately bowed. Less than double quote greetings honored elder Mascara exclamation point double quote greater than Cologne could only fume in silence at the thought of coming so close to catching such prime husband material for her great-granddaughter. The present, Ranma couldn't think of any reason as to why the old woman had wanted him to stay that day, but he was relieved to have escaped. However, he was still a bit confused. He had no idea just who had arrived at the cat cafe after he had left, but the Kai energy signatures were very familiar. Sighing to himself, he continued on his way. At Emoto High, another scene of great importance was taking place. Kai was busy selling information to a group of very interested females. And you say that this Kojiro is the school's greatest fighter? You bet. Kai replied as he regarded the diminutive woman before him. She reminded the hustler of the old woman he had seen at the cat cafe. In fact, aside from the blue robes she wore and her hair tied up in an elaborate braid, she would have been mistaken as Cologne's twin sister. In any case, Kojiro beat every one of his opponents at no-holds-barred tournament and won our school's first victory in a long time. I still have several copies of his fights on tape if you're interested. Better hurry though, these won't last. 10,000 yen. Mascara nodded. Thank you but no. We have heard tales of this person ever since we came to Tokyo. We would like to meet with him and see if he is really all that you say he island. Oh, he's all that and a lot more. I guarantee it. Ranma was a bit on edge when he had neared the school grounds. His danger sense began to give off a slight warning sensation and he started sensing familiar Kai energies. When he looked up, he saw something that made him halt in his tracks. Less than no wonder those Kai signatures were so familiar. Amazon's exclamation point greater than Ranma's mind went back to a year ago, a few weeks after he had received his altered form. He recognized all the young girls who were with Mascara. He was quite familiar with each of them, as they were part of the groups who had been hunting him for a trophy. Conditioner had long blonde hair that was done up into two ponytails and green eyes. Her build was slender and athletic. She wore a bright blue tunic and matching silk pants with sandals. Her waist had a red sash wrapped around it. Her face was heart-shaped and she was downright cute. She carried a Chinese broadsword on her back and had a serious look on her face. Bubbles had long red hair and her eyes were blue. Her figure was somewhat more voluptuous than Conditioner's, with her chest fuller and her hips more curved. She wore an outfit that was similar to Conditioner's, but it was colored black. She also sported a pair of shoulder guards and carried a spear. Brush and Comb were near identical twins. They were about an inch shorter than Bubbles and each wore a short, white, silk dress that barely cleared their hips, and red sandals. They had slender bodies and seemed to be about a year younger than Ranma. The only ways to tell them apart were from their hair color and the weapons they carried. Brush had black hair while her sibling was ash blonde. Brush had on a bandolier of throwing daggers and shurikens, while her sister carried a bow and a quiver of arrows. Each sister also had a large knife strapped to her right thigh. Ranma's memories of these female warriors were not pleasant ones. Conditioner had tried to catch him several times with ingenious traps. One time, he had almost fallen into a covered pit lined with stakes. Bubbles was no better, as she had made many attempts to have his head displayed on the business end of her spear. His noggin had been used for target practice by Brush's throwing weapons, and he had been introduced to the fastest archer in China before. Ken was very capable of launching 100 arrows in rapid succession like a machine gun. She was deadly accurate and could pick off a net from 300 meters. Fortunately for Ranma, his tiger form was tough enough to withstand arrows. Then again, who knew what surprises the archer had in store for him since their last encounter? Ranma backed up against the wall and began to take deep calming breaths, taught to him by some Shaolin priests during his travels through China. When he had reached a level of serenity, he carefully peeked around the corner and watched. His friend Kai was negotiating something with an extremely aged woman that reminded him of Cologne. After a few minutes, the Amazons bid him goodbye and then left the schoolyards via leaping over the wall. The Neko Ken fighter let off a sigh of relief and continued his walk to his first class. Some time later, Ranma was busy practicing with his friend Sean in the gymnasium. He agreed to help the Chinese boy with improving his kung fu skills. As they sparred, the two engaged in conversation. "Hey Sean, you are getting better." Ranma dodged the punch and countered with a leg sweep. "Thank you. I train harder since tournament." Sean leaped over the sweep and tried a high kick. "Of course, I still not as good as you. You even beat Nintendo." Ranma dodged the kick and said, "Well, to tell you truth, she's not as good as people say she is. In fact, I would say that she's only a little better than the boys she fought every morning. You think beating up 40 boys every day isn't good? Not really. I could do that in my sleep. Besides, the boys she fought against had very little or no skill at all in the martial arts. They were more or less a bunch of brawlers. I saw one of Kai's videotapes of her morning fights and I'm not really impressed." "You not?" "No. She may study the anything goes martial arts, but she's nowhere near as good as she thinks she island." "What do you mean?" "She's supposed to be best in Nirima. Her skills are highly overrated. She thinks she's the best because she's never gone up against a better opponent. From what I saw at the tournament, she had the least amount of skill of her team. They all had far better ability." "You sure? I mean, she beat up Kuno every day." "That's because he doesn't go full out against her. I saw the videotape and noticed a lot of openings that he could have used to take advantage of her." Kai tells me that Kuno doesn't want to hurt his love. If you ask me, he should give her a couple of good whacks to knock her back down to earth. But the stories are just stories, Sean. I've learned from my trip through China that you should never take anything at face value or believe everything that you hear. Shampoo, Mousse, Ryoga, Yukio and Kuno are all better than Shi Island. It's just that they haven't challenged Ken to a match. I've had Kai do a little research about them and I found out that Ryoga doesn't want to go against her because he doesn't want to hurt her, same as Kuno. Shampoo and Mousse are on a special visa and fighting against fellow students is frowned on. Yukio didn't have anything against Ken, since they all never had to prove that they were better than she is. Ken just assumed that she was the best. After meeting with her yesterday, I found out that she was nothing more than a self-centered, spoiled brat who just couldn't face up to the truth that someone was better than she was. Heck, she didn't even say thank you when I gave her that hair tonic. So Ken isn't the best. Not by a long shot. I think that even you could beat her. Really? Sean's confidence began to rise. Sure. I'm willing to bet that if you trained enough, you could become better than her with no problem. I'll help you train if you like. Thanks. Sean launched a spin kick. By the way, Ranma blocked the kick. I need to ask you a few things about the Jusenkyo you told me about before. What do you want to know? Sean found himself forced back by Ranma's triple strike combination. I've been having some problems with them lately. I got attacked by Mousse yesterday and I met up with Shampoo's great-grandmother. Sean suddenly stopped and took a neutral stance. Ranma saw this and also stopped. The kung fu fighter looked at his friend with surprise. You meet up with Cologne? You know her? Yes. I go to Neko Ken many times for dinner. She is very strong fighter. She trains Shampoo. But why Mousse attack you? You know after Shampoo, so he no had reason to hate you. Ranma nodded. That's what I thought. Just after school, he came out of nowhere and tried to cut me to pieces. He accused me of trying to steal his Shampoo. I don't get it. I mean, I'd understand if he was mad at me for beating him at the tournament, but I had absolutely no interest in Shampoo. That's very strange. When I knocked him out, I couldn't just leave him lying on the street, so I had to carry him back to the cat cafe. That was when I met up with Cologne. Let me tell you, she gave me an industrial case of the willies. What do you mean? She knew about the Neko Ken and how the original technique was done. I don't know, but she acted like she wanted something from me. Then today, a group of Amazons came to the school this morning, asking about me. How you know the Amazons? They came to Kai for the information and he told me about them during lunch. Now what I want to know is, just what do they want from me? Sean not sure. Very little known about Jusenkyo. Only reason Sean knows about them is because we have very distant cousin who is Amazon. Never met with cousin Joe, but she once sent him book of Amazon tribal law. just in case Sean ever decide to visit her own village. Not looked at it yet. I get you book if you like. Thanks. Ranma and Sean then continued on with their sparring. Another day had passed. To Ranma's displeasure, Kuno had shown up again to challenge him. The resulting fight lasted 1 second, and the Blue Thunder ended up eating dirt. His clothes were only good for cleaning rags and his booking had been reduced to toothpicks. Zeus had also shown up to attack him. He once again shouted out, "I will not allow you to take my shampoo." One tiger claw frenzy later and Zeus's weapons and body were shredded like newspaper. At the moment, Ranma was walking home with his head in a book. Sean had let him borrow his copy of the Amazon Book of Tribal Law. It wasn't until he started reading the 3rd chapter that he began to have a sinking feeling. Less than, wow! These laws are really strange. A bit extreme, too. In the event that an outsider defeats an Amazon, and if that outsider is a woman, the Amazon must give her the kiss of death and kill without delay. However, if that outsider is a man, greater than Ranma never got to finish the sentence as his danger sense suddenly alerted him of something coming right at him. Ranma dropped the book, ducked his head, and rolled to his right. He looked up and his eyes widened as he saw 10 arrows embedded in a tree that he had been standing in front of a moment before. Looking in the direction of where the arrows had been fired from, he saw Genma standing on a nearby rooftop and was preparing to loose another volley. It was then that Ranma's 6th sense warned him of something else. He leaned back, just as 20 throwing stars streaked past, missing his chest by inches. The sharp projectiles embedded themselves into the wall of a store. Ranma didn't know why he was suddenly being attacked, but now was not the time to think about it. Brush suddenly appeared 20 feet behind him and let loose a flight of throwing daggers. Ranma's hands blurred into action. Tiger Claw Frenzy. Each of the knives was successfully deflected as Ranma used his claws to knock them away by striking their handles. Brush's eyes widened as Ranma moved fast enough to make the chestnut fist look like slow motion. She readied another volley, just as Ranma closed the distance between them and dived forward. He made a roll, then used a handspring to launch himself up and over her. It was at that time that Kolm let off another flight of arrows. At the same time, Brush threw a dozen shurikens. Ranma moved with enough speed to dodge the 2 attacks, and the projectiles missed each other by millimeters. Kolm and Brush screamed, as they each became a target for her sister's weapons. Kolm was driven back and found herself pinned to a billboard. Brush found herself stuck to another tree by her sister's arrows. Ranma landed in a fighting stance and had his senses on alert. Although Brush and Kolm were incapacitated for the moment, he could still feel that he was still in danger. His feelings were confirmed when Conditioner and Bubbles suddenly charged at him from the shadows of a nearby alley. Whoa! Ranma barely managed to dodge the combined thrusts of the sword and spear. Leaping back to get more fighting room, he took on a ready stance. He noted that his assailants were also taking on battle stances. "Who are you?" Why are you attacking me? Conditioner smiled as she answered. We are best fighters of the Jutsuzoku and we come here to challenge you. Challenge me. But Ranma never got to finish as Bubbles charged forward with her spear. Ranma sidestepped and retaliated. Quick swipe. Bubbles' eyes widened as she saw her weapon get cut to pieces. Before she knew it, Ranma grabbed her arm and used her forward momentum to catapult her into a mailbox. Her head slammed into the metal with a dull clang and she slid down to the pavement. Conditioner thought this was an excellent opportunity to attack and slashed at Ranma with her sword. Ranma already knew she was coming and leapt over her attack. While still in the air, he jabbed forward and hit several pressure points on the Amazon's arms, causing her to drop her weapon. With a twist, he lashed out with a foot and kicked her in the head. Now ordinarily, Ranma is usually hesitant about hitting girls, but his life was in danger at the moment and these girls were playing for keeps. As Conditioner was sent sprawling, Ranma landed and picked up her sword, then whirled about, bringing up the weapon to deflect a combined barrage of arrows and shurikens. Comb and Brush had freed themselves and had gotten to the place where Ranma was engaging Conditioner and Bubbles. It was only thanks to his sixth sense and enhanced reflexes that saved Ranma from being turned into a pincushion. Bubbles moaned as she regained consciousness. Seeing that Ranma was now facing off against the twins, reaching into the sash, she pulled out a small cylinder that was about 8 inches long and about 1.5 inches diameter. Pressing a small switch on the side, the device telescoped into a staff that was 6 feet long and at one end a spear point popped out. She then got up and took a position behind Ranma. On the roof of a nearby building, the figures were watching the battle with interest. Cologne and Mascara each looked at Ranma and assessed his fighting skills. Very impressive. I can see why you did not tell me about this one, Cologne. Yes, Kojiro is indeed a prime catch. Cologne agreed. However, since he defeated Champa first, I would like to exercise her rights to be the one to give him the kiss of marriage. You are forgetting yourself, Cologne. Mascara countered. Just because Shampoo has already been defeated by this one, that does not make him her husband. She has yet to give him the kiss. Right now, he is still fair game to any of the others. Kojiro will be my son-in-law. Cologne affirmed. Shampoo will be here shortly to rectify that little oversight. She was a bit irritated that Mascara had found out about Ranma and had sent her group after him. Her plans to induct Ranma into the tribe hinged on Shampoo getting him. Ranma was too good a prize to miss. However, Mascara was her rival and would love to upstage her. We shall see. Mascara said as she turned her gaze back on the battle. Seeing that this was no ordinary foe they were up against, Cone decided to up the ante. Raising her bow, she launched an arrow and began concentrating. The arrow began glowing with a weird red light and Ranma braced himself. Dragon Fire Arrow. The fiery projectile was launched and screamed toward him like miniature comet. Ranma ducked and evaded it. The arrow whizzed by and struck an empty store. It crashed through the front window, and an instant later, the front part of the empty building exploded. The blast took out the front wall and looked as if a gas main had blown up. Ranma's eyes widened as he saw the destruction caused by a single, Kai-powered arrow. He didn't have time, however, to think about it as his sixth sense then screamed in alert. Shooting stars! The Neko Ken fighter turned to see Brush hurl 2 throwing stars that glowed with a blue light. After seeing what one Kai-powered arrow could do, Ranma was not eager to see what this new attack would do to him. Raising his sword to deflect the incoming missiles, the pony-tailed martial artist was quite shocked when the stars suddenly emitted energy beams. The blasts began to fire out like laser beams as the throwing stars spun. Small potholes were rendered into the pavement as Ranma dodged each beam. He dropped the sword in order to get more maneuverability. After the last of the stars flew by, Ranma looked behind him and saw Conditioner pick up her sword. The 4 Amazons surrounded the Neko Ken fighter, then charged forward at the same time. The warrior women began throwing punches, kicks, stabs and slashes. Ranma dodged each one of their attacks. The Amazons were astounded by the incredible display of skill and speed. Not one of them could get a good solid hit on him. Ranma had just about enough of being attacked for no reason. Less than to heck with it. It was bad enough that Moose almost made me late for work the last time! Greater than Ranma began to power up his battle aura. The 4 Amazons saw the build-up in power and then stopped in their attacks. They quickly put some distance between themselves and their target, just as Ranma exploded into action. Ranma let off a monstrous roar and attacked. Conditioner was first to fall as Ranma's hands glowed with a blue light. With a single swipe, he reduced her sword into metal fragments, then followed through with a fast 4-hit combination. The blonde groaned as she was hit in the abdomen and then was rendered unconscious as Ranma hit a pressure point on the back of her neck. Bubbles wasn't sure how it happened, but she suddenly found herself being hit over her head with the butt of her own spear. She went down like a bag of cement. Ranma then pivoted on one foot and threw the spear at Colm. The archer swerved to dodge, then realized too late that the spear was a diversion. Ranma leapt up and delivered a sidekick, which plowed into her midsection. Colm was sent flying backward. Her head then smacked into a street sign and she slid down. Brush threw another barrage of energized throwing stars, but Ranma was ready for them. Cupping his hands before him, he focused his Kai and fired. Raging Tiger Bolt. The blast of Kai energy raced toward Brush, just as her throwing stars began shooting off their energy beams. Ranma dodged each of the beams as his own attack struck Brush in the chest, sending her down to the pavement. Ranma then rushed forward and used the sleeper pressure point to knock out his last opponent. It was then that he sensed the approach of someone else. Turning around, he saw a purple blur darting toward him. Ranma stood at the ready when the figure landed. His expression showed surprise as he saw who it was. Shampoo? Hello, Aaron. She smiled as she began walking toward him. Aaron? Ranma's eyes became the size of dinner plates as he recognized what the word meant. "Why are you calling me husband? What's going on? You are Shampoo's errand." Shampoo leapt forward, intending to use the momentary distraction to glomp onto him and give him the kiss of marriage. Ranma, however, was still too fast for her. Even though his brain was still trying to figure out what was happening, his body reacted on automatic. Seeing Shampoo's sudden advance as an attack, he leapt high and cleared a height of 30 feet. The purple-haired Amazon found herself clutching air. She looked up and saw the Ranma was now perched on a street lamp. "Why you run away, Aaron?" Ranma became very nervous at the day's events and said, "Will someone tell me just what the hell is going on? And will you stop calling me Kojiro? I will not let you have Shampoo." Ranma leapt off the post, just as a huge barrage of chains with blades attached sliced through his perch. Ranma managed a double flip and landed on his feet. He then turned to his new assailant. Muse was standing before him with rage in his eyes. Shampoo stopped short and became very annoyed at the sudden appearance of her unwanted sweeter. "Hiya! What's stupid Muse doing here? Go away! I will not let you have her, Kojiro." Muse snarled as he charged toward him with a blade staff that he made appear out of the sleeves of his robe. Ranma braced himself for another confrontation, when Shampoo suddenly appeared in front of him, then delivered a hard uppercut to Muse's chin. The myopic magician went flying. Ranma was so startled to see Shampoo come to his defense, that he dropped his guard for a microsecond. That was all Shampoo needed to turn around and grab onto him in a mega glomp that strained even his iron ribs. Shampoo smiled as she looked adoringly into his eyes and leaned forward. She closed her eyes and, wham! Shampoo received a hard blow to the cheek and was sent sprawling, releasing her hold on Ranma. The Neko Ken fighter turned and saw that Conditioner had regained consciousness and was smiling at him, while rubbing her fist. She then reached up and framed his face with her hands. She then stood on her tiptoes and brought his head down toward her lips. "Oh my darling Shampoo." "Dirk." Ranma stood dumbfounded as Muse grabbed Conditioner from behind. The Amazon was clearly miffed at the nearsighted martial artist had once again grabbed the wrong person. Muse had lost his glasses after Shampoo had knocked him away and assumed that the girl near Ranma was his beloved. Conditioner turned herself in Muse's arms and pushed him away while shouting, "I not Shampoo." She then emphasized her remark by a savage kick to Muse's groin. "Why www. Ranma scratched his head in confusion. Just what was going on? Before he had time to consider anything else, something knocked into him from behind, driving him to the pavement. Silently cursing himself for being caught flat-footed, he looked over his shoulder and saw that Brush and Comb had rejoined the fight. Comb smiled as she leaned over and said in a husky voice, "Now you come home with Comb. Yes. But first, it's proper for a wife to give handsome and strong husband kiss of, hey. Why you give him kiss and not Brush?" Kon's sister said angrily. He belonged to me. What do you mean? He is Kon's Aaron. No, talk back, you older sister. What do you mean you older? I older than you. No, you not. Yes, I am. Not. The twins began a heated argument, and it wasn't long before blows were being traded. The two brawling siblings rolled off Ranma as he stood up and stared in amazement. A few minutes ago, these Amazons were trying to kill him. Now they were trying to marry him. Shampoo shook her head to clear it. Conditioner knew how to hit. When she looked up and saw that her rivals were busy at the moment, she took advantage of the situation and rushed toward Ranma. However, she fell flat on her face when something grabbed her right ankle. She looked down and saw a battered and bruised Moose clutching at her foot. SSH shampoo. Moose moaned. Less than now is worse time for stupid Moose to finally grab right person! Greater than the Amazon got up, hauled out one of her war maces and swung. Clang! Conditioner was feeling proud of herself after pounding Moose. She then saw the object of her affection standing near where the twins were brawling. She decided not to look a gift horse in the mouth and rushed to claim her prize. However, just as she got within 10 feet of Ranma, she heard a sickening voice. Shampoo! Conditioner turned and saw Moose's body head toward her like a missile. The nearsighted hidden weapons master collided with her and the two of them became sprawled on the pavement. Shampoo dusted herself off and smiled sweetly at the two. Conditioner can have stupid Moose. Shampoo get Kojiro. This was not to be, however, as she turned to face her intended. She instead found herself facing Bubbles, who had finally recovered. The red-haired girl glared at Shampoo and said, I no let you take Aaron without fight. What you talking? Kojiro belonged to Shampoo. In less than a second, the two were engaged in a fight that was similar to brush and cones. The fights became engulfed into clouds of dust, which eventually began moving toward each other. In less than a minute, the two brawls combined into one big free-for-all. Ranma stared in disbelief at the entire spectacle and decided that he had enough of this madness. He began walking away from the scene, stopping only to pick up the book he had dropped when Thumolness started. However, just as he was about to get out of sight, two figures dropped to the street in front of him and blocked his way. And just where do you think you're going? Mascara said as she put forth her staff. That's right, sonny boy. You can't just walk away from this. Cologne duplicated her arrival's stance and waited. Ranma recognized Cologne. I don't see what this has to do with me. Ranma took a stance and gestured to the fight behind him. They're too busy fighting each other and I really don't have time for this. No, son-in-law, you are going to remain here until Shampoo or one of the others gives you the kiss of marriage. Cologne said in an even tone. Son-in-law? Kiss of marriage? What are you? It was then that Ranma recalled the kiss of death law. Wait a minute. I just read about the kiss of death law and I know what would happen if an Amazon is defeated by a female outsider. Are you saying that the kiss of marriage means? Cologne nodded. That's right, son-in-law. If a male outsider defeats an Amazon, then she must make him her husband with the kiss of marriage. Shampoo would have succeeded had Moose and the others had not interfered. So, what you're saying is that if none of them gives me the kiss of marriage, then it's not really official, now is it? Ranma tensed up as he prepared to attack. Mascara and Cologne reluctantly nodded as they also tensed up. Well then, I had no choice. Ranma began powering up his battle aura again and the two elders braced themselves. Just as the two put forth their canes in a stabbing motion toward his chest, Ranma let loose his technique. Final attack. Run away! Before the startled eyes of Cologne and Mascara, Ranma made an about face and then ran off into the distance, leaving a huge trail of dust behind him. With Ranma's enhanced strength, stamina and speed, he was out of sight in less than a nanosecond. The two matriarchs were still staring in disbelief with their canes extended as the fights between the Amazons began to die down. Ranma was breathing heavily as he walked into the coffee shop where he worked. His new boss, a kindly old man by the name of Korin Sato, greeted him. Hello, Kojiro. Good to see that you made it on time. He then noticed Ranma breathing hard. What's the matter, Kojiro? You look so tired. Ranma waved it off as he took a seat to catch his breath. It's nothing that you need to be worried about. It's a personal problem of mine. I'm just having some difficulties with a few people right now. Oh? So what kind of problems? The old man then smiled knowingly as he thought about the trials that all teenagers went through. Money problems, zits, school, girl problems. Ranma's head snapped up at that last statement. He was silent for a long time before giving his boss a rueful smile. You could say that I'm having some girl problems. Double quote to be continued, comma offer single quote s notes. This rewrite was mainly to show that Ranma does not have to eventually fall in love with Akan. Akan lovers may argue that they are destined to be together, but I really don't agree. The Ranma in the original series had to endure Akan's abuses and save her countless times. Akan has not given as much as Ranma has. The added dialogue between Ranma and Shun was inspired from the Mirror's Multiplied series, in which Ranma does point out that Akan was self-centered. She believed that she could master any skill, just because she thought she could. Hence her atrocious cooking, her inept sewing and her other domestic skills. She doesn't realize the steps needed to become a master, and she really can't accept the truth, so she just vents her anger on the nearest object. What she cannot master or fit into her own world, she just pummels into the ground or just ignores it. In my Dual Destinies story, I have given Akan more leeway, but my other stories will reflect how I think Ranma would interpret her. Just remember that he is no longer being pressured by his father or soon to marry her. He is not living with the Tenbos. He is totally on his own and therefore will follow his own instincts. cat Fist Fury1. One half belongs to you know who and you know the rest. Less than greater than. Thoughts left curly bracket. Language other than Japanese. Chapter 9 Catfight. Ranma Sodom, also known as Kojiro Shinkara, was not happy. It had been a full week since his fight with the Amazons and things had not gotten any better. For the last few hours, he had been steadily venting his frustrations as he repeatedly pounded away at his target in the abandoned lot he was using for a training area. However, it was apparent that his training post would not last much longer, as he rained blow after blow at nearly full strength. Ranma had discovered early on that his superior Neko Ken abilities gave him unbelievable strength, endurance and resistance to injury. As a result, the usual 2x4 wooden posts that normal martial artists would use snapped like toothpicks after one blow. Ranma had also used railroad ties, but they also proved too flimsy. He was finally forced to using unorthodox materials. As of now, he was pounding away on a reinforced steel girder that he had gotten from a construction site. He didn't even bother to wrap the top of the beam as the surrounding area echoed with an incessant clanging as each blow hit the metal. The entire girder shuddered as it threatened to snap. Ranma began increasing his pace and more blows hammered against the target. His rage also went up as he considered all the problems he had faced. With that final shout, Ranma reared back with his right hand and opened up into a claw. It began glowing with a blue light as he thrust it forward and arced toward the beam. RIPCLAW/. The upper half of the girder was cleanly sliced off and fell to the ground with a dull thud. Ranma simply stood motionless as he stared at the piece of metal. After a long moment of silence, he took a deep, cleansing breath and sat down in a cross-legged position. He then closed his eyes and began a slow meditation process to clear his mind of all anger and frustration. As he tried to regain his composure, he began thinking back to what he had experienced over the last few days. The Amazons had proven to be very persistent after he had defeated them. They had taken up residence with Shampoo and her great-grandmother at the cat cafe. Conditioner, Bubbles, Brush and Comb had gotten jobs as waitresses and business boomed. However, the entire party and Shampoo were still intent on giving Ranma the kiss of marriage. Throughout the last 5 days, he had to go through a series of running battles and evade numerous traps as the Amazons tried to track him down and find out where he lived. Every day, after school, Ranma would lead them all on a merry chase through the streets of Tokyo. He would have to double back, zigzag and sometimes just plain outrun them. This was not made any easier since they were also expert trackers. One of his biggest mistakes had happened 2 days ago. 2 days earlier. WOAINI. WODEARIN. Wait for it, Bubbles, you hunk of burning love. The other Amazons turned their heads in surprise at the spear-wielding warrior. Bubbles blushed a bit as she said, "I see it on television last night." Meanwhile, Ranma had gotten some considerable distance from his pursuers, but he knew that it would only be a matter of time before they would be on his trail again. Leaping over another series of rooftops, he somersaulted down to the ground and ducked into an alley to catch his breath. The chase had already caused some considerable property damage as the Amazons had crashed through several walls, fences and whatever else had gotten in the way. Less than damn. Those girls don't know when to quit. Stupid Amazon laws. I can't believe the mess I'm in. I've got to get them off my trail. Ranma began thinking for a moment. I can't just head home right now. They're too close to my apartment and the L don't want to get into trouble with the landlord if those girls start busting up the place while trying to kiss me. I've got to lead them away from my place and take them to someplace less crowded! Greater than Ranma leapt up toward a rooftop and saw that the Amazons were now starting to close the distance between them. He then started to run toward the edge of the city and was soon near the rail station. Noting that a bullet train was just about to pull out of the station and head out of town, Ranma sprinted toward it and made an incredible 50-foot, running broad jump. He just managed to land on top of the last car and did a tuck and roll to lessen the impact. When he rolled to a stop, he crouched down and hung onto the roof of the car as the train began to pick up speed. Looking back at the station, he grinned at the frustrated faces of his pursuers as they halted to a stop on top of the roof of the train station. He then frowned as he saw them suddenly jump on top of another train that had just pulled out and was running on a track that was parallel to his own. It wasn't long before the two trains were side by side. Ranma didn't like the way the females were grinning at him as they closed in on him. Looking out in front of him, the Neko Ken fighter saw that he was heading toward an area of dense forests and decided to take his chances. Less than I know this is crazy, but greater than Ranma began gauging the distance between him and the nearby trees that were adjacent to the railway. When he came close enough, he leapt off the train and grabbed an overhanging branch. He then swung over the foliage that would have made Tarzan look like an amateur and was soon deep within the forest. The warriors of the Jusenkyo were more than impressed by his display of endurance and agility as they too leapt off their train and pursued him through the treetops. After the party had disappeared into the forest, all was silent. Nothing was heard for the longest time. Then it happened. A thundering roar was heard, causing birds to be startled out of their nests. The skies were filled with frightened birds, and the ground shook a bit, as numerous animals of all kinds were scared out of their burrows and hiding places. The cries of the wildlife were accentuated with the surprised screams of a certain husband-hunting party. Hey, no expect that to be here. Shoot it, Kong. Where's Kojiro? Kill tiger, now. Find Aryan later! Double quote the present. Less than okay. So that wasn't one of my better ideas! Greater than Ranma shook his head and sighed. He had forgotten that the Amazons had considered his tiger form as a valuable hunting trophy. He had thought he could lose them by shifting to his beast form, perhaps scare them off. Instead, the warrior women had chased him with just as much gusto as they did when he was human. They had caused a considerable ruckus as they tried to catch him. This in turn resulted into another media circus when they had encountered a few tourists. One of them had a camcorder with him and filmed part of the chase. When Ranma had finally gotten away from his pursuers and returned home, he was more than a little miffed to see his tiger form on the evening news. Once again, there was huge speculation about the mysterious Tokyo tiger. Several scientific and hunting groups were now offering huge rewards leading to his capture or kill. The Amazons, of course, were interviewed for their part in this drama as they openly declared their prey was theirs and they fully intended to bring it down themselves. Less than and I thought that kiss of marriage rule was bad enough. When I'm a tiger, they want me dead. When I'm a guy, they just want me. Man, things can't get more complicated than that! Exclamation point greater than unknown to Ranma. The second appearance of the Tokyo tiger had attracted another interested group. They had just gotten off their plane at the airport in Tokyo when they paused to watch a news article on a nearby television. When they saw the image of Ranma's tiger form, Dr. Theodore Diggers, Archimage extraordinaire, was deep in thought. Less than HMMM. Very interesting. It seems that the rumors were true. Greater than the three girls who were accompanying their father nodded at the screen. Gina Diggers, the feisty, yet very educated eldest sister, looked at her father and said in English, "So what do you think, Dad? Could he be another subspecies of lycanthrope?" The head of the Diggers family shook his head and replied, "I'm not sure. I don't have enough information to be certain. However, from what I had gathered so far, this saber-tooth tiger is definitely not your common variety or beast. We've already had a full moon 6 days ago and there hasn't been any report about it until now." "So what do we do now?" Brittany asked. The wizard looked at his adopted, Warakita daughter and said, "For now, we'll just go to our hotel and keep an eye out for this tiger. This will also give you three a chance to brush up on your language skills. You will need to understand Japanese if we're going to stay here for a while." "Oh, I'm hoping to do some power shopping." "Well, sis, you can't get the best deals if you can't read the labels," Brianna quipped as the Diggers clan went to retrieve their luggage. A few days later, Ranma was running across the rooftops near Himoto High. He was currently enjoying a rare commodity, a moment of peace. The Amazons had not been stalking him for the last couple of days. Kuno and Moose had not bothered him, due to their injuries from their last encounters with him, and everything seemed peaceful. Ranma was intent on enjoying this respite to the fullest. He made a series of acrobatic leaps, turns, flips and other such maneuvers with a grace and speed that defied belief. His display of agility would soon be noticed by a couple of people who were just emerging from a clothing store. "You really went overboard this time, sis," Gina remarked as she hefted 4 bags that were overflowing with Brittany's purchases. "Dad's going to have a coronary when he sees his credit card bill next month." "Hey, It's not my fault that my clothes keep on getting destroyed whenever I get into a fight, Brittany replied. She was currently in her human form. Although she didn't really care for it, she had reluctantly agreed to keep to this form during their stay in Japan. With all the media hype that was caused by the appearances of the Tokyo Tiger, Brittany's hybrid and feline form would attract too much attention. Of course, that didn't stop the adopted digger from shopping for some new threads to accentuate her looks as a worky top. If one were to look closely at her purchases, one would notice that they were several sizes too large for her human frame. Well, Gina began, then stopped as a small beeping was heard from one of the pockets in her jeans. She reached down and took out a small device that resembled a miniature pocket calculator. "Hey, what's that?" Brittany asked. "It's a new energy detector that I made last week. I created it to detect the supernatural energies of lycanthropes and other mystical creatures. In our line of work, we do encounter a lot of them. I decided to take it along. If this tiger is a word beast, then we can use this to find it. Right now, it's picking up some really weird readings. Are you sure it's not just detecting me?" "No, I've already isolated your own personal energies. This new source is a short distance away and, whoa, this can't be right." The science-orientated digger tapped the side of her device. "What is it? Either my detector needs some major adjustment or the power readings that I'm getting is real. I'm reading an energy level that goes way beyond the normal range for a lycanthrope of the cat type. I'm also getting some strange fluctuations. I can't seem to get a positive lock on it." It was then that Brittany suddenly became silent as she felt a breeze from something whooshing above them. She looked up and saw something dart past them, easily clearing the gaps between rooftops. To her eyes, it was nothing more than a blur of motion. "That was it," Gina exclaimed. "I'll go check it out," Brittany replied as she dropped her bags. "Wait a minute." The impulsive Warakita wasted no time as she shifted to her hybrid form. Her diminutive human body instantly became taller and more muscular as it became covered in gold fur, flecked with black spots. Her face became pale and two marks that resembled a cheetah's facial stripes appeared on her cheeks. The blue t-shirt she was wearing was stretched to its limits, as her bust became fuller. Her baggy shorts were soon filled with more rounded hips and a long tail spouted out from the small of her back. Fortunately, her shorts were loose enough to allow enough room for her tail to move over the waistband. In less than an instant, Brittany Diggers had become a 7-foot-tall humanoid feline. With a mighty leap, Brittany was on a roof and was speeding after whatever or whoever had passed them by. Her sister Gina was forced to drop most of her packages and give chase. However, she was soon left far behind, as she couldn't keep up with her sister's rapid pace. Ranma's sixth sense began warning him that something was coming at him. Assuming that the Amazons were pursuing him again, he stopped and turned around, taking a defensive stance. His eyes widened as he saw what was approaching him at an extremely rapid speed. Less than what the hell is that ? Exclamation point greater than Brittany was equally surprised to see that what she was pursuing was just a mere human. She also skidded to a stop and the two faced each other off. Less than this is what I was chasing ? Greater than Brittany thought. Less than man. Gina's gadget must need a lot of fine-tuning. No way a human could move like that. Unless greater than, who, or what are you? Ranma asked cautiously. His body began tensing up as he focused his inner energies. Less than, oh. He's speaking Japanese. I hope this doesn't sound too awkward! Greater than, how you? See you like me? Huh? Sorry. No talk goodly Japanese. Look for tiger. You tiger? Ranma stiffened when her heard those words. Less than does she know? Greater than, tiger? Why are you looking for a tiger? Heard on TV. Find out if real. I don't know what you're talking about. Ranma replied, his uneasiness growing. Brittany was beginning to think that she might have been chasing the wrong guy when she suddenly saw something approaching from a short distance away. Ranma also turned his head and his expression became very irritated. Oh man! Not now! The Amazons had spotted Ranma earlier on and had been secretly following him for the past half hour. When they saw him suddenly stop, they thought that it was a good opportunity to catch him unawares. However, when they got within sight of him, they instantly noticed Brittany. The Amazons naturally reacted in their usual manner. They attacked her, thinking that Ranma was in danger from the supposed monster. Hey, what that? His demon. Must save Arian. Brittany was just as confused as the group of warrior women came bearing down on her. She had no time to consider as a volley of arrows and throwing stars were sent hurtling at her. Her eyes widened as she saw their blonde tips glint with telltale sign of silver. She jumped to the side to avoid the projectiles and that was when things got totally out of hand. Genma had finally managed to get to the area where Ranma and Brittany were standing on the roof of a building. However, as she looked up, she saw the throwing stars and arrows that her sister had evaded. The eldest digger's girl screamed as she just barely managed to duck the volley. The stars and arrows embedded themselves in the telephone poles and store walls behind her. Gina! Brittany snarled as she turned to face the Amazons. Seeing her sister put in danger, albeit unintentionally, caused the Warakita to lose control. How dare you! You'll pay for that. The enraged feline girl leapt at the Amazons, intending to rend them to pieces. The warriors of the Jutsuzoka braced themselves as the Warakita leapt forward. They were quite surprised when someone leapt out from one side and tackled her. The force of the impact drove the two off the roof. Brittany found herself falling toward the ground with whoever had tackled her. Twisting her body so that she would land upright, she pushed away at her assailant and touched down on the pavement. Ranma also twisted to land safely on the ground. He didn't know what was going on, but he couldn't stand by and let this situation deteriorate any further. Seeing Brittany attack, the Amazons had put his body on automatic as he instinctively tackled her. Now, as he faced off against her, His sixth sense began giving him more warnings. Quickly looking up, he saw that brush and comb were loosing another volley at the Warakita. Brittany saw this new attack and instinctively moved to the side to evade it. Ranma saw that Genma was in the line of fire again and leapt forward. With uncanny speed, he scooped up the globe-trotting archaeologist as if she weighed next to nothing and then jumped to a height of 30 feet. Gently depositing her on a roof, he leapt down to try and calm things down. By now, Brittany was very annoyed that she was being used for target practice. Using a series of high-speed evasion maneuvers, she easily dodged everything that the Amazons could throw at her. As she closed in on them, she readied her claws. It was then that something hard struck her on the back. Ranma had been very uneasy to hitting the Warakita from behind, but he couldn't just stand by and let her tear into the Amazons. From what he had already seen and what his enhanced senses were telling him, this creature possessed far more power than all the warrior women combined. The Warakita snarled as she faced off against Ranma. The young martial artist took this reaction as not a good thing and knew that a fight was inevitable. When the Warakita charged at him, Ranma braced himself for action. Brittany was very angered that someone had dared hit her from behind and threw a hard straight punch toward Ranma's face. Moving with unbelievable speed, her punch was barely a visible blur as it impacted against the young Neko Ken fighter, sending him sprawling back a few dozen feet. A sort of miniature sonic boom was heard after the blow was delivered. Ranma was almost knocked unconscious from the blow as he tried to steady himself. He shook his head to clear it as he rubbed his sore chin. Less than how? What the hell was that question mark greater than he had no chance to ponder what had just occurred when his danger sense went off. Ranma ducked as the Warakita sped toward him and delivered a flying kick. She barely missed Ranma by a fraction of an inch and plowed into the roof behind him, causing shingles and tiles to be smashed apart. The Neko Ken fighter reacted in an instant, pivoting on the balls of his feet and turning. He then lashed out with a hand and grabbed Brittany by the tail. Pulling hard, he then swung the Warakita in a wide arc and sent her flying off a few dozen meters toward an abandoned area of the city. Brittany found herself crashing on top of a car in the streets below. The impact of 308 pounds of Warakita caused the top of the car to crumple down and the windows to shatter. Less than how? Ow! Ow! My back! That jerk nearly pulled my spine out! Exclamation point greater than Brittany was just about to get up when she saw a darting shape come barreling down toward her. Quickly getting to her feet, she then grabbed the wrecked car and hefted the mass over her head. With inhuman strength, she lobbed the car at Ranma, just as he landed on the street 20 feet from her position. Ranma's eyes widened as he saw more than a ton of Japanese engineering come hurtling at him. Less than damn! Exclamation point greater than seeing that there was no time for him to power up his claws, Ranma held out his hands and braced himself. He reached out and grabbed onto the metal. His hands dug into the metal as if it was wet newspaper. The forward momentum of the car drove him back a couple of steps, but Ranma held on. When his movement stopped, he began concentrating his power into his hands. Brittany was more than surprised to have seen Ranma actually intercept the car and hold it aloft. She had expected him to dodge the car, not actually catch it. The automobile had to have weighed more than 1,200 pounds. Less than him. That guy's pretty strong. 'Tis strong for a human. Could that mean greater than Brittany never got to finish that thought as she saw blue light being emitted from Ranma's hands. Her expression then got a little paler as she witnessed the unthinkable. Ranma was steamed. No, steamed did not quite describe it. He was absolutely ticked off. As such, his temper began to fast boil and his animalistic nature started to show. He let off a roar as he tightened his grip on the car and ripped it in half. He then tossed the pieces away and charged at Brittany, his eyes red with rage. Tiger claw frenzy. Yow! Brittany found herself desperately trying to dodge more than 600 slashes being delivered. A few managed to knit her arms, causing her to wince in pain. Less than holy. This guy's fast exclamation point greater than ducking under the last of his swipes. She then used another one of her supersonic punches to try and get some breathing room. Ranma, however, had anticipated the move and held out an open palm. Brittany's fist impacted with it, causing Ranma some sharp pain as he clamped down on it. He then moved forward and planted a knee to Brittany's midsection, causing her to gasp as the wind was knocked out of her. He then reared back and delivered a hard headbutt to the Warakitop's forehead. Both combatants staggered back. Ranma had not expected a Warakitop's head to be so hard, while Brittany was reeling from the force of the blow. Both antagonists shook their heads to clear them, but Brittany recovered first. She charged at her opponent and delivered a slash to his midsection. Ranma's sixth sense had just enough time to warn him to twist his body. Brittany's claws just barely missed his skin as they tore a gaping hole in his shirt. Just as the claws went by, Ranma pivoted on one foot and sent a high spin kick to the side of the Warakitop's head. His foot made a solid thwack against her temple. Since she was off balance at the moment and Ranma had hit her hard enough to punch a hole through a 3-foot concrete wall, Brittany went down. She didn't stay down though as she rolled to one side and got to her feet, delivering a series of rapid punches to Ranma's gut as she came up. Ranma winced as he felt the hits register on his abdomen. In all the time since his accident at Jusenkyo, his cat powers were being pushed to the limit. So far, his enhanced stamina and high resistance to injury were all that was keeping him from blacking out from the pain. His opponent was just as fast, if not faster than he was, and she was no slouch when it came to hand-to-hand combat. Her strength went far beyond anything he had encountered before. She was a heck of a lot stronger than even Ryoga, and she was shrugging off some of his best hits. Brittany couldn't believe how someone whom she thought was a mere human was still standing. So far, she had been holding back, thinking that he would not be able to survive her full-strength blows. However, it became apparent that this was no ordinary human. His fighting style was obviously connected with the martial arts and he had considerable skill. His speed and agility was considerable and his strength was far above normal. She actually felt his punches and kicks. What's more, when she looked at the scratches on her arms, she noticed that they weren't healing as fast as they should be. She then realized that her opponent must be a creature of magic, for minor cuts caused by normal injuries would be healed within seconds. Just as that thought entered her mind, she then noticed that Ranma had begun to glow with a blue aura. She braced herself as he threw his hands forward and cupped them. Raging Tiger Bolt. Brittany barely managed to dodge the oval-shaped Kai blast as it shot toward her. She was nearly thrown off her feet as the attack sped past her and impacted against a lamppost, causing it to topple over. She then did a leap of more than 50 feet. Ranma's eyes glowed red as he looked up and delivered twin beams of concussive energy at her. The beams struck home, driving her back down to the pavement. Less than how. I feel like I was just hit by a car! Greater than Brittany shook her head and stood up to face the opponent. Less than damn. He's got some kind of energy attacks that let him hit me at a distance. I'd have to get him close. Looks like the kitty gloves are off! Greater than Brittany gritted her teeth as she charged toward Ranma. She watched his eyes glow red and anticipated another blast. Sure enough, Ranma let loose twin beams at her midsection, but Brittany dodged them by pivoting to her right, then let loose with another supersonic punch. The blow connected and Ranma was driven back. However, this time, Brittany had hit him full force and the Neko Ken fighter was sent crashing into the wall of a condemned building. Oh no. The Waraki hadn't meant to hit Ranma that hard and she watched in shock as the three-story structure collapsed in on itself. Less than a single LB crushed! Greater than she began racing toward the rubble as a huge amount of dust was kicked up. However, the moment she got to the edge of the pile of crumbled concrete, broken glass and splintered floorboards, her sharp hearing picked up a sound. She stopped and held her breath as she saw the top part of the rubble begin to shift. Her hair then stood on end as a monstrous roar was heard and something erupted from the mound. Debris went flying everywhere and Brittany had to leap back to avoid being hit by it. When the dust cleared, she looked at what was standing in front of her. What she saw made her take a big gulp as she felt her throat become suddenly dry. Less than, oh boy. He's a lot bigger in real life than on TV! Greater than Brittany could only stare at Ranma's tiger form, which outmassed her own cheetah's shape by more than quadruple. She became very aware of the 7-inch long canines, which complemented the rest of his teeth as he snarled at her. She then tensed as she saw its eyes glow red again. It then let loose another blast of concussive force, which Brittany nimbly dodged. However, Ranma was nothing if he didn't learn from his mistakes. The I-beams were a diversion. As the Waraki evaded the beams, He sprang forward and slammed into her like a freight train. The force of the impact drove the breath out of Brittany as the two of them went crashing into another wall, crumbling it. Brittany soon found herself flat on her back with the saber-tooth looming over her. Reacting quickly, she braced her feet against the belly of the huge cat and pushed with all her strength. Ranma found himself launched into the air and landed on his back near the first pile of rubble. Growling with increasing rage, he got to his feet and began shooting off a barrage of energy beams at his opponent. Brittany was leaping left and right to evade the blasts as they streaked toward her. It was at that time that she decided to put some distance between them to get more fighting room. Although she didn't like changing to her feline form, she knew that she presented a smaller target as a cheetah. She triggered the change and began running on all fours. Her clothes were ripped apart, as they did not conform to a cat's body. Ranma was more than amazed that his adversary could also transform into a cat as he gave chase. He also noted that while his tiger form had gotten faster, able to go at 120 mph now, Brittany's form as the world's fastest land animal was more than capable of outrunning him. As a magical cheetah, she was currently going at 175. Ranma changed his tactics as he shot his eye-beams at an overhead street sign in front of Brittany's path. The sign exploded and the fragments rained down to the ground. This forced Brittany to slow down to change direction. With a mighty leap, Ranma cleared the distance between them and tackled her to the ground. Brittany found that though she was faster as a cheetah, her opponent was clearly stronger than she was as a feline. She found herself pinned to the ground by the massive paws of the saber-tooth. Hoping to catch him off guard, she shifted back to her hybrid form and lashed out with a fist. The fist connected with the side of Ranma's jaw, causing him to release his hold on her. As he shook his head, Brittany scrambled to her feet and then got behind the tiger's back. Reaching down, she wrapped her arms around him and hoisted him up into a full Nelson hold. She braced her feet as she held aloft 1,300 pounds of angry, prehistoric killing machine. She tightened her grip as Ranma struggled to free himself. The tiger's hind legs thrashed about, claws extended as he tried to scratch Brittany, but the Warakita held firm. She began applying pressure to his throat and the transformed martial artist felt himself begin to black out. Ranma found himself in a bad position. The tiger's form was not sweet for wrestling holds and Brittany had the advantage of being able to use her arms and hands. The legs of the tiger could not reach over to get him out this position and it was clear to him that the Warakita was far stronger than even his enhanced human form, so changing back was not a good option. As darkness began to cloud his vision, Ranma decided to gamble. He had often toyed with this idea, but he never thought to actually try it. With unconsciousness overcoming him, he began focusing his inner energies. Brittany was a bit confused when the tiger began to glow with blue light. Then she got the biggest shock of all. The tiger suddenly straightened out and then a pair of hands reached out and grabbed her arms in a powerful grip. She winced in pain, as her arms were forced apart and then found out that her feet weren't touching the ground anymore. Before she knew it, she was thrown forward in a judo hold. She slammed into another wall, crashing through it. Brittany shook her head as she rubbed the aching back. She then got up and saw what was standing before her in a defensive stance. Her eyes widened as she beheld her opponent. Less than good grief. Now he changes to hybrid form and, hello nurse exclamation point greater than Brittany's eyes became the size of dinner plates as she took in Ranma's new form. Ranma snarled as he stood there in a ready position, showing off rows of sharp teeth and slight fangs. His clothes had somehow returned when he transformed to this new body, but they were almost stretched to their limits. His hybrid form was nearly 7.5 feet tall, topping Brittany's own height by more than a head. His body was covered in a fine coat of ebony fur, with just a few silver highlights. His frame was lean, yet taut and rippling with well-defined muscles. He had blonde ears and his eyes had a shade of blue that set off the right contrast to his fur. His hair had become a long mane that was tied in a loose ponytail. His tail twitched back and forth as it protruded from the small of his back. Fortunately, his kung fu pants were loose enough to let his tail hang over the waistband. The Neko Ken fighter was too busy concentrating on his opponent to fully note his new appearance. He was unaware that fighting had become the last thing on the Warakita's mind. He had become exotic looking, even more attractive than his human form. Unknown to Ranma, he was also giving off huge amounts of pheromones that were making Brittany's libido go into overdrive. Less than damn, he's so fine. Oops. I'm not supposed to be thinking of that. Stripe's the only one for me. This guy's just a pretty picture, that's all. Greater than Ranma was wondering why she was not attacking, then noticed for the first time that she wasn't wearing any clothes. When he looked down her very sexy body, he gulped and felt a nosebleed coming on. His cheeks soon became crimson as he covered his eyes with a hand and turned around embarrassed. Brittany looked in confusion and wondered why it was so drafty. Then she looked down. Brittany tried to cover her breasts and her other private parts as Ranma became even more uncomfortable. Fortunately, it was at that time that Gina Diggers came onto the scene. Brittany, are you alright? What happened to your clothes? The Warakita's cheeks were flushed with crimson as she replied. It's kinda hard to explain. Do you have any of the clothes I bought today? Gina nodded as she handed her a shopping bag and pointed to a section of wall that had not been damaged during the fight. Brittany gratefully took it and then rushed to hide herself. As she went about the business of dressing herself, her sister cautiously walked over to where Ranma was still standing. Excuse me. You are the Tiger of Tokyo, yes? Ranma was a bit surprised to hear Japanese and turned to face the newcomer. He looked down and saw that she was an American and seemed very interested in him. And something told him that her interest was not entirely scientific. WWH, who are you people? I'm sorry that this trouble happened. My name is Gina Diggers and you've already met my sister Brittany. She's your sister? It's a long story. We would like to take you to our father, Dr. Theodore Diggers. He's an expert in this sort of thing and he'd like to meet with you. On a nearby rooftop, the Amazons watched with interest. They had seen the entire battle and were quite shocked at the unexpected developments. As the sun began to drop down toward the horizon, they decided to head back home to inform the elders of the day's events. Things were just starting to get more complicated. For single quotation notes due to the repeated requests by my readers. Ranma now has the ability to transform into a hybrid stage. Yes, this does mean that Ranma's powers are more potent in this stage than in his boosted human body. However, I still have not yet revealed the nature of Ranma's shape-shifting ability or what does it have to do with the Diggers family. I'll get into that next chapter. For those of you who are still wondering when I'm going to let Ranma's identity slip out, you can expect some revelations in the next couple of chapters or so. Until then, Fist Fury1 disclaimers are in place and are therefore not necessary to mention less than greater than. Thoughts Chapter 10 Confessions. Would you like to have another cup of tea? No thanks, Dr. Diggers. Please, call me Theodore. Ranma nodded as he sat back on the easy chair. After his unintentional brawl with the Archimage's Warakita daughter, the Neko Ken fighter had agreed to meet with the head of the Diggers clan at the hotel they were staying in. For the last hour he began to reluctantly reveal the origin of his unique abilities. He didn't like the idea of telling a group of complete strangers his real name, but Dr. Diggers had sworn to him that none of what Ranma had told him would ever be repeated. Somehow, when he looked into the Archimage's eyes, he could totally trust the man and his family. His sixth sense was not giving him any warnings and Ranma decided that it was time to get a few things off his chest. The legendary Neko Ken, also known as the Cat Fist. I didn't think anyone was foolhardy enough to attempt to learn it, much less force his own son into it. Ranma nodded, his expression becoming dark as he thought about his father. Let's just say that my father didn't win any prizes for being halfway intelligent. I recall that the student develops an irrational fear of anything feline, provided that he or she even survived the training. Theodore remarked. The young former Sodom sighed. I did develop a fear of cats in the beginning. For about 9 years, I couldn't come close to anything that meowed or purred. However, you didn't have any trouble fighting Brittany. From what my daughters tell me, you gave Brittany a run for her money. I'm not sure how to explain it, but I kind of got over my fear after I fell into a cursed pool in China. A cursed pool? China? Are you referring to Jusenkyo? Ranma's eyes widened. You know about it. Let's just say that I'm very familiar with things of a mystical nature. So you fell into one of the cursed springs? Yes. My idiot father thought that it would be a good place to train, but he didn't even try to find out why it was called a cursed training ground. Heck, he didn't even bother to learn how to speak Chinese. After we started training there, he was the first to fall into one of the springs. He came up as a giant panda. I was so startled that I let my guard down and he got the drop on me. I ended up in another spring. Which spring was that? According to what the guide had told us, it was the spring of Monster Tiger. Some big cat had drowned there 20,000 years ago. But here's the strange part. Are you familiar with the effects of a Jusenkyo curse? The archimage nodded. Cold water will trigger the curse, hot water will reverse it. When the guide tried to change me back with a kettle of hot water, it didn't work. I was so frustrated at not being able to change back that I ran off and spent the next 2 months living off the land in the Bayankala mountain range. During that time, I found out 3 things. First of all, my fear of cats was gone. Secondly, I found out that I had gotten control of my kai. Lastly, it was through that control that I eventually could transform whenever I wanted to. I also discovered that I now had full, conscious control of the cat fist. I see. I think I may have an answer. Tell me, did something happen to the spring after you fell into it? Yeah, it blew up. That proves it. Proves what? The cat fist is a form of kai attack that is based on the ferocity of a feline. If a person survives the training, the traits of a cat are ingrained into his or her subconscious. When you fell into the spring, the waters attempted to pass on the traits of the tiger that had drowned there. However, you already had the characteristics of a cat from the Neko Ken training. As a result, the curse of Jusenkyo and the Neko Ken had merged together. Since the Neko Ken is a form of kai attack, the transformation from tiger to human and back are therefore connected to your kai. The trigger related to water temperature had been overridden, which is why the spring exploded. So, what you're saying is, it's because of the Neko Ken that I can change without using any water. Basically, that's it. Dr. Diggers became thoughtful. In a way, it's ironic. To overcome your fear of cats, you had to become one. As a result, you are now the sole master of the Neko Ken. A pity that it cannot be duplicated. Ranma nodded. Well, with the spring of Monster Tiger gone, there's no way anyone could do what I did. I was also surprised to learn that you were able to achieve a hybrid form. From what my daughter had told me, you were even more powerful than her own intermediate stage. Well, to tell you the truth, that was the first time that I tried something like that. Apparently, even as a human, I still possess a lot of the power that my saber-tooth tiger form has. I've never really had any reason to try to change to something between human and tiger, until today. By the way, is your daughter like me? Dr. Diggers shook his head. No, my daughter is the last of her race. She's a Warakita. Warakita? Yes, you've heard of werewolves, right? Well, Brittany was born to a race of lycanthropes that were based on cheetahs. Her tribe was killed during a blood feud with a rival tribe of werewolves and I adopted her. As you have already found out, she's quite powerful. However, She does have certain limitations, like all werbeasts. You mean, she can be killed by silver? Just like in the movies? Right. She's also vulnerable to magic, which explains how you were able to hurt her. Come again? The Jusenkyo waters had made you a being of magic. A regular martial artist wouldn't have caused anything more than superficial damage to her. She would have been up and about in mere seconds after your little tussle, had you been just a normal human being. Right now, she's still smarting from the fight. Sorry about that, but no need to apologize. It was all an unfortunate misunderstanding. We came here to investigate the possibility that you might be some kind of were-tiger, but that isn't the case. You are not a lycanthrope. The closest term to describe your condition is an omnimorph. You don't have any special vulnerability to silver, since you can be injured by conventional means. You don't react to the phases of the wound. However, your body does possess phenomenal Kai control, both on a conscious and subconscious level. You have a high rate of strength, endurance, speed, and remarkable healing powers. Your shape-shifting ability mimics that of a werbeast. You could say that you are the closest thing to a werbeast without being one. Sometime later, Ranma and the Digger's family were at the Tokyo airport, as the Archimage and his daughters were preparing to leave for America. Here's my card, Ranma. In case you ever need me for anything, I would like to hear from you and check on your progress from time to time. Thanks. Oh, and by the way, never call me Ranma Sodom. Of course, Kojiro Shinkara. It was nice meeting with you. Gina said as she hefted her bag. Brittany then said something in English to her father, which Dr. Diggers related to Ranma in Japanese. My daughter Brittany would like to again apologize for all the trouble that was caused and hopes that you would still accept her as a friend. No problem. We both got out of hand and to be honest, she gave me the best workout I've had in a long time. I'll be looking forward to our next match. The two shook hands after Dr. Diggers had translated the message. A little while later, they boarded the plane for America and were soon on their way home. It was around 5 in the afternoon as Ranma was walking down the street, contemplating all that he had learned from the Diggers family. Wow! I've always wondered why my Jusenkyo curse was different from Pop's. Who would have guessed that the Neko Ken was responsible for that? I'd hate to think what would have happened if I had fallen into a different spring. I could have been cursed to turn into a pig, a bat, a duck, or even shudder a girl. I guess it was just blind luck that I fell into a pool that would cure my fear of cats and make me one hell of a martial artist. It's funny though. If Pop hadn't trained me in the Neko Ken, I would have never been able to do what I can do now. Of course, that doesn't mean I forgive him for that or all the other times he's used me to feed his fat stomach. He can go burn in hell for all I care! Greater than Ranma looked up and saw that his wanderings had led him to the front door of the Hookins. feeling his stomach growl at the delicious smells that was emanating from the establishment, he decided to go in and take up Yukio's earlier offer for a free meal. Yukio Kwanji was delighted to see Ranma enter the restaurant and motioned him to take a seat. "Kojiro, good to see you. I'll be right with you." Ranma smiled as he took a stool at the counter. After a few minutes, she turned to him and asked him for his order. "I'll have the squid special with plenty of vegetables." In less than 5 minutes, the owner of the Hookins had whipped up Ranma's order with a style and grace that was poetry to watch. Ranma was soon wolfing down the okonomiyaki. Tastes just as good as the last time I had it. Yukio was a bit puzzled at the statement. "Excuse me, but I don't remember you ever coming in to eat here before today." "Less than nuts. I've got to watch what I'm saying! Exclamation point greater than. I meant that this tastes just as good as the last time I ate okonomiyaki. Check that. This tastes even better. The best I've ever had." The flattery was enough to distract Yukio as she smiled. "The best in the world's sugar. No doubt." Ranma agreed. As Ranma quietly munched on the okonomiyaki, he watched his old friend as she tended to her other customers. After a while, the rest of the patrons paid their bills and left, leaving him alone with his childhood friend. "So Sugar, I hear that you've been having some run-ins with the Amazons lately. How do you know about that?" It wasn't hard to notice. They've been chasing you all over Tokyo and all the property damage were too easy to see. Plus, Shampoo has been going on at school about getting you for a husband. What's going on? It's kind of a long and complicated story. Hey, if you don't want to talk about it, then that's okay. But, with the way they've been dogging your trail, I would think that you'd be ticked off big time. That's pretty close to what I'm feeling. Those Amazons are after me because of some dopey law of theirs. But there's one catch. One of them has to kiss me in order to make it official. For the last week or so, I've been avoiding their attempts to lip lock with me. Now any other guy would jump at the chance to kiss 5 beautiful girls, but those Amazons are just too, aggressive for me. Besides, this may sound old-fashioned, but I believe in falling in love first before getting hitched. Trying to force me to marry against my will because of some stupid law is crazy. It's just as bad as an arranged marriage. Ranma's expression became dark as he thought back to all the deals that Genma had made, promising him to 10 different girls, including the girl that had served him dinner. When he looked up, he saw that Yukio had taken on a saddened expression. "Yukio? What's wrong?" The Kwanji girl sniffled a bit as she replied, "It's nothing. When you mentioned an arranged marriage, it brought back some memories that I'd rather forget." Ranma mentally kicked himself, as he knew exactly what memories Izuku was referring to. I'm sorry I said something that offended you." "It's okay. It's been over 10 years and I guess it wouldn't hurt to get it off my chest. You see, when I was 6, I met this boy," Ranma showed him. He and I would always spar together for a free okonomiyaki from my father's yatai. He'd always win, but it didn't really matter much in those days. He was probably the best friend I ever had since we moved around a lot. We even made up nicknames. I called him Ran-chan and he called me Uken. I thought we'd be together forever. But then, he betrayed me. What happened? Less than as if I didn't know doubt greater than, his father and my father agreed to engage the both of us. My father's yatai was put up as my dowry. But that jerk and his father took it and abandoned me. I was so hurt by their betrayal that I swore never to love another man. I was ruined for a marriage, so there was no point in keeping to my femininity. So, that's the reason why you pretended to be a boy? Yukio nodded. For 10 years, I had been passing myself off as a boy. All I could think of was getting back at the Sodoms for the misery they caused me. No one knew that I was a girl, until that principal cut your hair. Ranma finished. Yukio reluctantly nodded. Yukio, I really feel sorry that this had happened to you, but aren't you just being a bit narrow-minded? I mean, you and this Ranma boy are only 6. He may not have known about anything about the deal between his father and yours. What do you mean? He and his father Genma took off with my dowry. He even waved goodbye to me. Oh, come on now. You expect me to believe that a 6-year-old boy would even know about fiancés and marriage? Let me ask you this. If Ranma knew about the deal, do you actually believe that he would willingly abandon his best friend for just a few days' supply of okonomiyaki? Well, let me put it to you another way. From what you're telling me, this Genma had taken the cart and his son, while leaving you behind, even though he himself made that deal with your father. Sounds to me that Genma had not told his son about the deal. If Ranma had full knowledge of the engagement, then I'm sure that he wouldn't have abandoned you like that. Well, I have to admit that Genma didn't really seem like a nice person. He was always getting between us, and my dad told me that Ranma had already been promised to another. However, when Dad offered his yatai, Genma jumped at the deal. Right. Now mind you, I'm only guessing, but I'm willing to wager that Genma was underhand enough not to tell his son about the arrangement. After all, a 6-year-old is still pretty innocent and will believe anything that his parent tells him. Probably told his son that the yatai was a gift or something. Less than, and that's the truth! Exclamation point greater than. I suppose that might be possible. Yes, it is possible. The fact of the matter is you've been so consumed about all the negative reasons that you haven't considered any other explanations. Maybe he was lied to. Maybe he misunderstood the question. Maybe he didn't even know that you were a girl. What do you mean by that? Less than oops. I'm saying more than I should! Exclamation point greater than. I mean, that's only one suggestion. I thought you were a boy at the tournament. Less than until I got a good whiff of her scent! Exclamation point greater than. So did everyone else. What I'm trying to say is that you shouldn't be so angry over something that you don't have all the facts to. If you don't have the complete story, then there's no point to jumping to conclusions. I guess. Ranma and Yukio sat in silence for a long while as the okonomiyaki chef considered his words. After a few minutes, Yukio said, "Well, you've given me something to think about, Kojiro. Maybe I was too angry to actually think of another reason why I was abandoned. Right. And to be honest, you look cute when you're not angry." Yukio blushed. "You know, no one's ever called me cute before." "Well, you are. I mean it." Ranma then looked at his watch and said, "Well, it's getting late and I've got to be going." He then stood up and turned toward the door. "I'll see you later, Yukio." "Hey Kojiro. Call me Yuken." Ranma turned back with a surprised look as he asked, "You don't mind that name?" Yukio then smiled sweetly as she stood up and walked over to him. "Why should I mind?" Ran-chan exclamation point double quote to be continued comma offer single quote s notes. Well, it was only a matter of time before one of the Nirima crew would figure out Ranma's identity. I decided that Yukio would be the most likely to uncover Ranma's secret. Now that I've explained Ranma's Jusenkyo curse, it's time to move on with the next stage in the Neko Ken master's life. Will Yukio keep Ranma's secret? Where is Genma? What about the other Tenbos? The Amazons? Stay tuned exclamation point cat Fist Fury insert disclaimer here. See previous chapters for the usual less than greater than thoughts. Chapter 11 Sins of the Past. Ranma stood with rigid stiffness the moment that Yukio had called him Ran-chan. A mixture of sadness, panic, and utter shock gripped him as he tried to respond to his old friend's revelation. As the two looked at each other in silence, one could feel the tension in the air between them. After a long while, Yukio took on a serious look and began speaking. "It took me a while to figure it out, but the clues were all there. You're Ranma Sodom, aren't you?" At first, the instinctive denial came to his mind as he opened his mouth. However, when he looked into Yukio's eyes, he didn't see anger or resentment in them. He could only see a sense of curiosity and wonderment. There was no trace of accusation or hint of revenge in those green depths, and he sighed. The Neko Ken fighter just couldn't say anything to her except, "It's been a long time, Wuken." Yukio nodded as she gestured to a nearby table and said, "We need to talk." Ranma gave off another sigh of resignation as the two of them took a seat. Outside the restaurant, storm clouds began to form and a distant rumbling was heard, as if signaling that something ominous was approaching. A few minutes later, the two were sitting face to face as they began their little talk. Ranma took a sip of the tea that Yukio had prepared and said, "So Wuken, what was your first clue?" The okonomiyaki chef smirked a bit as she replied, "The tournament. You called me Wuken. I didn't think you heard me." "I heard you. Besides my father, you're the only one who's ever called me Wuken. I could have been referring to the name of your restaurant, not you." Yukio cocked her head to one side for a moment, then said, maybe, but that first time was what caught my attention. What happened after that just got me more interested. Like what? That hair-growing potion. You could have just gone to the school and gave everyone the stuff, but you went to me first. The only reason that you did was when you heard about my hair being cut, right? Ranma nodded as he took another sip. You were always pretty sharp. The clincher was tonight though. After I told you about what happened 10 years ago, you defended Ranma, and tried to convince me that you, didn't really abandon me all those years ago. If you were really a stranger, you would have just agreed with me. You knew way too much and had more insight than a total stranger would have. I also saw your scar. My scar? The one on the back of your right hand. Remember? Ranma nodded as he looked down at his right hand and focused on the tiny pink line that was near his wrist. Ranma had received it from his childhood friend during the time he won his 10th Ryoko no Miyaki. It was the closest that Yukio had ever come to actually hurting him. Ranma always considered it as a symbol of their friendship. So Ranma, would you mind telling your fiancé exactly why you're pretending to be someone else? Ranma's head perked up at the word fiancé, then realized its implication. Fiancé? Fuken, you're not meaning? Yukio shrugged as she said, I don't know Ranma. You tell me. Our fathers arranged us to be engaged. My dad put up his yatai as my dowry. You and your dad took it. So what am I supposed to think? But we were only 6. I didn't know anything about marriage. Heck, I didn't even know you were a boy at the time. Do you realize just what hell I've gone through in the last 10 years? All this time I had been thinking that you abandoned me. Now are you saying that it's true? You didn't really want me to go along with you? Yukio's temper began to go up a notch. No, it's not true. Ranma also began to get angry. It was my old man's fault. He didn't even tell me about the deal. He told me that the cart was a gift. You expect me to believe that? It's the truth. And maybe you'd like to know that it was because of you that I left my father. Yukio was taken aback by this new information. What? You left your father? Because of me? Ranma nodded as he replied in a stern voice. I've been on my own for over a year now, and I never want to see that fat bastard again. He can go rot in hell for all I care. Ranma. Yukio had never seen him so angry before. The hostility was very obvious. What happened? Ranma took a cleansing breath to calm down. Do you remember going to a place called Jusenkyo a year ago with your dad? Yes. How did you know? It's a long story, but the short version of it was that I was looking for a pot to discuss a few things. I met up with one of the guides there and he told me all about the people who had come looking for him. It seemed that he had cheated several other families as well and used me for collateral. He even told me that you and your father had come by. It was at that time that I learned about the deal Pot made with your family 10 years ago. That was when I also realized that my old buddy Hook wasn't a boy. When I found out that Pot had sold me to Kami-sama knows how many families, I decided that I had dragged my fellow team. Losing the best friend I ever had because of my father's stupidity was the final straw. He can go eat shit and die. I want nothing to do with him anymore. So, that's the reason why you're going by the name of Kojiro Shinkara? Ranma nodded. I made up the name through the connections I made while traveling through China. I wanted to make a fresh start, and as long as I didn't use the name of Ranma Sodom, I wasn't bothered by any of the problems connected to that name. I admit that it hasn't been easy, but at least the problems I have are my own and I can deal with them. As far as I am concerned, all the promises that Pot made don't mean squat to me. Ranma immediately noticed Yukio's saddened expression and realized what it meant. Yukio, please, I know that you think you're my fiancé and all, but I need you to understand. I can't deal with that right now. My new life means so much to me and I'm just not ready for a marriage. He became very silent as he regarded his old friend. Less than a single quote and just not ready for a marriage. But, Book really is kind of cute and greater than he looked into the green depths of her eyes then decided.